Good morning, everyone. I hope you're doing well today. Good morning, everyone. I should mute that. Oh, crap. I should mute that. I did mute that. Why did it come unmuted? Anyway. Welcome to our very belated celebration stream. We're celebrating where I hit affiliates. Approaching 100 followers. And the fact that we managed to raise over $200 for Rain Charity. Hey, Mr. Love, how you doing? And thank you again, Bobby, for the follow. Hope you're all doing well, and hopefully the fire is coming through. I had to fiddle with that to actually get it to show up. I'm glad you're doing well. Sipping out some very hot tea. Thanks for the bit, man. As this is going to be a fun day of me wrecking my throat. Glad you're all doing well. How are you, Bobby? I don't think I actually asked you how you're doing. So, today we are going to be chilling by the fire, which I hope you can all see, right? So I had to do some fiddling to get this to work. Looks like it's working. Good. We will be telling some Scottish ghost stories from a book that I've had for a great many years. The book itself is older than I am. Hey, Simona, thanks for the resub. 3 months. My lord, time does fly. I'm in an English lesson right now, so I can't listen, but I'll be lurking. Hope you're well. I'm doing pretty good, Panda. Thanks for popping in. It's probably just as well that you can't really listen in too much. It's material that you don't like too much. Come on, coffee break so I can listen for a bit. Alright. Ow! I haven't done anything yet, sir. I've been a good boy. I even woke up, made myself coffee. Well, a little bit of coffee and then got a heck of a ton of tea. So, let's go ahead and get started. If we finish the book in time before I have to do Final Fantasy, we might watch a horror movie, and I'll put up a poll about what everyone would like to watch. So, Scottish ghost stories. We'll start off first with the about the author section, just due to the very simple fact that all of these stories are told from his perspective. This spine-chilling collection of Scottish ghost stories is the work of an acknowledged expert in the field of the supernatural, Elliot O'Donnell. He was, from his early days, a serious investigator of the occult. His father, the Reverend Henry O'Donnell, was murdered whilst big game hunting in Ethiopia. Before his death, the banshee is reputed to have been heard in the family home. It is thought that this disturbing occurrence roused Elliot's interest in the occult, an interest that was to last throughout his long lifetime, and make him a famous public figure. Descended from Red Hugh O'Donnell, Prince of Tyrconnell, Ireland, Elliot was educated at Clifton College, Bristol, and the Royal Service Academy, Dublin. He led a checkered career before becoming an author. He was originally intended for the army, but for medical reasons he was unable to continue with this profession and so made his way to America, where he first tried ranching in Oregon. He lived for a time with the Rogue River Indians, the last tribe to revolt against the invading white man, and then he wandered through the States to work as a journalist in San Francisco and New York. He then journeyed to England to study acting at the Henry Neville Studios in London. After a relatively short stage career, he published Escaped from Justice. This was the first of an impressively long list of books, most of which were on the subject of the supernatural. By the age of 35, he was well known as a serious investigator of ghosts, haunted houses, and a variety of manifestations of the supernatural, ready to spend nights unaccompanied in the loneliest and most sinister places to discover the truth about alleged manifestations. Alina, thank you for the resub. Have I really been doing this for 3 months? It's time to make coffee? Yeah, go get some coffee, Mr. Loft. And then come back and relax by the fire. Bloody hell, a hype train? Ooh, scary. As my cat is currently begging for attention. He was truly professional in his approach to his work, keeping many scrapbooks, notebooks, and diaries, reading tirelessly and carrying out a great deal of academic research. He was an amazingly prolific and dedicated writer, taking immense trouble over the accuracy and detail of his work, and his numerous articles in the national press, magazines, and journals show that he was not only diligent, but also objective. Got hot chocolate? Lovely. Thanks for the bits, Bobby. I appreciate it. In his heyday, Elliot was a striking figure, tall, thin, white-haired, and with a pince-nez. Addicted to cloaks and canes, he had distinguished features and an ethereal air about him. Thanks for the gifted sub, Simona. To Mark. Nice. That's right, he hadn't actually gotten around to doing that yet. We're glad to have him. He was a great conversationalist, and his main preoccupation was explaining, rationalizing, and investigating the occult. He lectured and gave broadcasts on the subject and later appeared on television. In his later years, he lived in Bristol, where he ended his days on 8th of May, 1965, aged 93 years. You did a random person, you just happened to get your boyfriend? That is hilarious. Mr. Loft, thanks for the bits, man. Okay, before you guys go crazy trying to get that hype train going, keep in mind it has to be somebody different, so don't keep gifting subs and whatnot. Fiance, my apologies. If you've already done so, because it's not going to count for it. It has to be someone different, apparently. So yes, this book, this collection is pretty aged, considering that the man died in 1965. And the first story, called Case 1, is the death bogle of the crossroads, the inextinguishable candle of the old White House, Petlockery. I also fully apologize for the fact that I am... That's my cat, hang on, let me let out. He's wanting attention and being annoying. You wanted in here, now you want out? Fine. And catch up. He sounds so cute, tiny meows. He is the most vocal cat I've ever had. Then I'm going to be doing a lot of mispronunciations, and I apologize. They use very old English. And while I'm not from Scotland, I'm probably going to mispronounce a few things here. So, the death bogle of the crossroads, Petlockery. Excuse me. Several years ago, bent on revisiting Perthshire, a locality which had great attractions for me as a boy, I answered an advertisement in a popular ladies' weekly. As far as I can recollect, it was somewhat to this effect. Comfortable home offered to a gentleman, a bachelor, at moderate terms in an elderly Highland lady's house at Petlockery. Must be a strict teetotaler and non-smoker. FM, box so-and-so. I've seen you are a D&D game master. Could you at some point teach me on how to play D&D? Sure. I'm more than happy to introduce more people to RPGs. Hey, Kimmy, thanks for the bits. How you doing? And there it is. Kimmy sat off the hype train. My niece has started to become a conductor. There we go. I do appreciate both of you. I hope you're both doing well. The naivete and originality of the advertisement pleased me. The idea of obtaining as a boarder a young man combining such virtues as abstinence from alcohol and tobacco amused me vastly. And then a bachelor, too. Did she mean to make love to him herself, the sly old thing? What does the hype train actually do? Uh, looks cool. You unlock emotes from it, and I think it actually pushes the channel out a little bit more so that more people can see it. Bobby, thank you for the 5 bits, man. I appreciate it. She took care to insert the epithet elderly in order to avoid suspicion, and there was no doubt about it, she thirsted for matrimony. Being tabooed by all of the men who had even so much as caught a passing glimpse of her, this was her last resource. She would entrap some unwary stranger, a man with money of course, and inveigle him into marrying her. And there rose up before me visions of a tall, angular, 40-year-old Scottish spinster, with high cheekbones, virulent sandy hair, and brawny arms. The sort of woman that ought not to have been a woman at all. The sort that sets all my teeth on edge. It was Pitlochry, heavenly Pitlochry, and there was no one else advertising that town. That I should suit her in every respect but the matrimonial, I had no doubt. I can pass muster in any company as a teetotaler. I abominate tobacco. Leastways, it abominates me, which amounts to much about the same thing. And I am, or rather I can be, totally amendable if my surroundings are not positively infernal and there are no county council children within shooting distance. But for once, my instincts were all wrong. The advertiser, a Miss Flora MacDonald of Donald Murray House, did not resemble my preconception of her in any respect. She was of medium height and dainty build, a fairy-like creature clad in rustling silks with wavy white hair, bright blue eyes, straight, delicate features, and hands the shape of and slenderness of which at once pronounced her as a psychic. She greeted me with all the stately courtesy of the old school. My portmanteau was taken upstairs by a solemn-eyed lad in the MacDonald tartan, and the tea bell rang me down to a most appetizing repast of strawberries and cream, scones, and delicious buttered toast. I fell in love with my hostess. It would be sheer sacrilege to designate such a divine creature by the vulgar term of landlady at once. When one's impressions of a place are at first exalted, they are often later on apt to become equally abased. In this case, however, it was otherwise. My appreciation both of Miss Flora MacDonald and her house daily increased. The food was all that could be desired, and my bedroom, sweet with the perfume of jasmine and roses, presented such a picture of dainty cleanliness as awakened in me feelings of shame that it should be defiled by all my dusty, travel-worn accoutrements. I flattered myself that Miss MacDonald liked me also. That she did not regard me altogether as one of the common herd was doubtless, in some degree, due to the fact that she was a Jacobite, and a discussion on the associations of her romantic namesake, Flora MacDonald, with Perthshire, leaked out that our respective ancestors had commanded battalions in Louis XIV's far-famed Scottish and Irish brigades. That discovery bridged gulfs. We were no longer payer and paid, we were friends for life. A lump come into my throat as I penned these words, for it was only a short time ago I had heard of her death. A week or so after I had settled in her home, I took, at her suggestion, a rest, and I quite agree with her, it was a very necessary rest, for my writing and spend the day at Loch Tay, leaving again for Donald Murray House at 7 o'clock in the evening. It was a brilliant moonlight night. Not a cloud in the sky, and the landscape stood out almost as clearly as it in the daytime. I cycled, and after a hard but thoroughly enjoyable spell of pedaling, eventually came to a standstill on the high road, a mile or two from the first lights of Pitlochry. I halted, not through fatigue, for I was almost as fresh as when I started, but because I was entranced with the delightful atmosphere and wanted to draw in a few really deep thoughts before turning into bed. Rip hype train, it's all good. Thank you again for the bit. And Alina, thank you for the lurk. I just need to work on some stuff, but I hope I'm back there. Alright. I'll be here for quite a bit of the day. Ming, thanks for the follow. Hope you're doing well today. Okay, and well, so much for that. Hold up. Let me fix that. Okay, I gotta go into this for this. Alright, hang on. Belated celebration. What are we celebrating? Well, the fact that first let me ban this person. Sorry about that. There we go. It's a belated celebration for hitting affiliate a couple months back, getting very close to 100 followers, and the fact that we raised over $200 for Rain, a charity I was doing, and they will be putting that money to very good use. Bone Uncle is getting the bone bots. Yes, yes I am. How have you been, Peppy? It's good to see you in here. Take a seat by the fire, get cozy, and hopefully you enjoy ghost stories. I'm going to find the players those up before that bot was had to be dealt with. Here we are. My halting place was on a triangular plot of grass at the junction of 4 roads. I propped my machine against a hedge and stood with my back leaning against a signpost and my face in the direction whence I had come. I remained in this attitude for some minutes, probably 10, and was about to remount my bicycle when I suddenly became icy cold, and a frightful, hideous terror seized and gripped me so hard that the machine, slipping from my palsied hands, fell to the ground with a crash. The next instant something, for the life of me I knew not what, its outline was so blurred and indefinite, alighted on the open space in front of me with a soft thud, and remained standing as bolt upright as a cylindrical pillar. From far off, there came a low rumble of wheels, which momentarily grew in intensity until there thundered into view a wagon, weighed down beneath a monstrous stack of hay, on the top of which sat a man in a wide-brimmed straw hat, engaged in a deep confabulation with a boy in corduroys who sprawled beside him. The horse, catching sight of the motionless thing opposite me, at once stood still and snorted violently. The man cried out, Hey, what's the matter with you, beast?" And then, in a hysterical kind of screech, "Great God, what's yon figure that I see? What's yon figure, Thomas?" The boy immediately raised himself into a kneeling position and clutched hold of the man's arm, screamed, I dinna ken, Matthew! Take heed, mon! It does not touch me. It's me, it's come after ye, not ye. The moonlight was so strong that the faces of the speakers were revealed to me with extraordinary vividness, and their horrified expressions were even more startled than there was the silent, ghastly figure of the unknown. The scene comes back to me here in my little room in Norwood, with its every detail as clearly marked as on the night it was first enacted. Watch, my phone literally died as soon as I said hi. Oh no! Well, welcome back, Peppy. And in case you didn't hear my earlier answer, this is a belated celebration for me hitting affiliate, getting close to 100 followers, and also getting to the point where we raise over $200 for a fundraiser for the charity of Rain, which helps abuse victims, and they will make good use of all that. Thank you. The thank you, of course, goes to the community who was so very generous with their time and money on that one. Which is why I am reading them stories, because apparently people like the sound of my voice. And I like ghost stories, so it works. The long range of cone-shaped mountains, darkly silhouetted against the silvery sky, and seemingly hushed in gaping expectancy, the shining, scaly surface of some far-off tarn or river, perceptible only at intervals owing to the thick clusters of gently nodding pines, the whitewashed walls of cottages glistening amid the dark green denseness of the thickly leaved box trees, and the light, feathery foliage of the golden laburnum. The undulating meadows besprinkled with gorse and grotesquely molded crags of granite, the dazzling white road saturated with moonbeams, all were overwhelmed with stillness. Thank you for the bits again, Bobby. Goodness, you're being generous this morning. We only have 90 followers, but your motives are amazing. Uh, Kindness costs very little, and for some reason, there's very little of that to go around. So if I can spread more kindness and encourage others to be kind, that's all good. The stillness that belongs only to the mountains and trees and plains, the stillness of Shadowland. I even counted the horn buttons on the rustic coats. One was missing from the man's, two from the boy's, and I even noted the sweat stains on the armpit of Matthew's shirt, and the dents and tears in Thomas's soft white awake. I observed all these trivialities and more besides. I saw the abrupt rising and falling of the man's chest as his breath came in sharp jerks, the stream of dirty saliva that oozed from between his blackberry-stained lips and dribbled down his chin. I saw their hands, the man's square-fingered, black-nailed, big veins shining with perspiration and clutching grimly at the reins. The boy's smaller and, if anything, rather more grimy. The one pressed flat down on the hay, the other extended in front of him, the palm stretched outwards, and all the fingers wildly apart. Peppy, thanks for the follow. It's all good. You have a rather large community yourself and a even larger community of people you follow, so it's only natural that one or two would slip behind the cracks. I've been surprised to find that, wait, how am I not following you? And had to fix that myself. That or Twitch is just unfollowing me from random people, I don't know. Question, what was your feeling during your sub race between you and Darkless Sound as you stream? Oh, I was just doing that just to keep him going. On some people's streams, if I can get a sub war started, I will 100% do so, just to incite the flames a little bit so people will keep subbing and help out the streamer. I take great pleasure in doing that. It's hilarious to me. And it's all in good fun, and again, it helps out the streamer. But again, if you can't afford to do so, please don't get involved in the sub war. That gets pricey real quick. As long as he can afford it, it's good. Let's see, where was it? And while these minute particulars were being driven into my soul, the cause of it all, the indefinable, esoteric column stood silent and motionless over the hedge, a baleful glow emanating from it. The horse suddenly broke the spell, dashing his head forward and broke off at a gallop, and turning frantically past the phantasm went helter-skelter down the road to my left. I then saw Tamas turning a somersault, miraculously saved from falling head first onto the road by rebounding from the pitchfork which had been wedged upright in the hay, whilst the figure, which followed in their wake with prodigious bounds, was apparently trying to get at him with its spidery arms. But whether it succeeded or not, I cannot say, for I was so uncontrollably fearful lest it should return to me that I mounted my bicycle and rode as I had never ridden before, and have never ridden since. I described the incident to Miss MacDonald to my return. She looked very serious. "It was stupid of me not to have warned you," she said. "That particular spot in the road has always, at least ever since I can remember, borne the reputation of being haunted. None of the peasants round here will venture within a mile of it after twilight, so the carters you saw must have been strangers. No one has ever seen the ghost except in the misty form in which it appeared to you. It does not frequent the place every night, it only appears periodically, and its method never varies. It leaps over a wall or a hedge and remains stationary till someone approaches, and then pursues them with monstrous springs. The person it touches invariably dies within a year. I well recollect when I was in my teens on such a night as this, driving home with my father from Lady Colin Furnier's croquet party at Blair Atoll. When we got to the spot you named, the horse shied, and before I could realize what had happened, we were racing home at a terrific pace. My father and I sat in front, and the groom, a Highland boy from the valley of Beniglo, behind. Never having seen my father frightened, his agitation now alarmed me horribly. And the more so as my instinct told me it was caused by something other than the mere bolting of the horse. I was soon enlightened. A gigantic figure with leaps and bounds suddenly overtook us, and thrusting out its long, thin arms, touched my father lightly on the hand, and then with a harsh cry, more like that of some strange animal than that of a human being, disappeared. Neither of us spoke till we reached home. I did not live here then, but in a house on the other side of Pitlochry, when my father, who was still as white as a sheet, took me aside and whispered, "Whatever you do, Flora, don't breathe a word of what happened to your mother, and never let her go along that road at night. It was the death boggle. I shall die within 12 months. And he did." Miss MacDonald paused, a brief silence ensued, and then she went on with all her customary briskness. "I cannot describe the thing any more than you can, except that it gave me the impression that it had no eyes. But what it was, whether the ghost of a man, woman, or some peculiar beast, I could not for the life of me tell. Now, Mr. O'Donnell, have you had enough horrors for one evening, or would you like to hear just one more?" Knowing that sleep was utterly out of the question, and that one or two more thrills would make very little difference to my already shattered nerves, I replied that I would listen eagerly to anything she would tell me, however horrible. My permission thus gained, and gained so readily, Miss MacDonald, not without, I noticed, one of two apprehensive glances at the slightly rustling curtains, began her narrative, which ran, as nearly as I can remember, as follows. After my father's death, I told my mother about our adventure the night we drove home from Lady Colin Furnier's party, and asked her if she remembered ever having heard anything that could possibly account for the phenomenon. After a few moments' reflection, this is the story she told me. The inextinguishable candle of the old White House. We just wanted to sip some tea. And again, my apologies for the numerous mispronunciations I'm going to be doing today. There was once a house known as the Old White House that used to stand by the side of the road, close to where you say the horse first took fright. Some people of the name of Halkett, relations of dear old Sir Arthur Halkett, and some great friends of ours used to live there. Books, right? Especially old books. This guy died back in 1965, so these are old stories of Scotland, and, well, I'm not Scottish. I'm sadly American. The house, it was popularly believed, had been built on the site of an ancient burial ground. Everyone used to say it was haunted, and the Halketts had great trouble in getting servants. The appearance of the haunted house did not belie its reputation, for its gray walls, somber garden, gloomy hall, dark passages and staircase, and sinister-looking attics could not have been more thoroughly suggestive of all the kinds of ghostly phenomenon. Moreover, the whole atmosphere of the place, no matter how hot and bright the sun, was cold and dreary. It was a constant source of wonder to everyone how Lady Halkett could live there. Oh, this book is a little old. Oh, yeah. This is actually a reprint of it. I think the book itself is actually older than I am. Yeah, this was reprinted in 1981. So, yep, it's definitely older than I am. I won't say by how much, because that'd be telling. If you know, you know. She was, however, always cheerful, and used to tell me that nothing would induce her to leave a spot dear to so many generations of her family, and associated with the happiest recollections of her life. She was very fond of company, and there was scarcely a week in the year in which she had not someone staying with her. I can only remember her as a widow, her husband, a major in the Gordon Highlanders, having died in India before I was born. She had two daughters, Margaret and Alice, both considered very handsome, but some years older than I. This difference in age, however, did not prevent our being on very friendly terms. I was constantly invited to their house. In the summer, to croquet and archery, and the winter, to balls. Like most elderly ladies of the period, Lady Halkett was very fond of cards, and she and my mother used frequently to play bezique and cribbage. I don't know what bezique is. I'll have to look that up later. Whilst the girls and I indulged in something rather more frivolous. On those occasions, the carriage always comes for us at 10, since my mother, for some reason or other, I had a shrewd suspicion it was on account of the alleged haunting, would never return home after that time. When she accepted an invitation to a ball, it was always conditionally that Lady Halkett would put us both up for the night, and the carriage used then to come for us in the following day, after 1 o'clock luncheon. I shall never forget the last time I went to a dance at the old White House, though it is now rather more than 50 years ago. My mother had not been very well for some weeks, having, so she thought, taken cold internally. She had not had a doctor, partly because she did not feel ill enough, and partly because the only medical man near us was an apothecary, of whose skill she had a very poor opinion. My mother had quite made up her mind to accompany me to the ball, but at the last moment, the weather being appalling, she yielded to advice, and my Aunt Nora, who happened to be staying with us at the time, chaperoned me instead. It was snowing when we set out, and it was snowed all through the night and most of the next day. The roads were completely blocked, and we had to remain at the old White House from Monday evening to the following Thursday. Nora and I occupied separate bedrooms, and mine was at the end of a long passage away from everybody else's. Prior to this, my mother and I had always shared a room. The only really pleasant one, so I thought, in the house, overlooking the front lawn. But on this occasion, there being a number of visitors, belated like ourselves, we had to squeeze in wherever we could. As my aunt and I were to have separate rooms, my aunt liking a room to herself, it was natural that she should be allotted the largest and most comfortable. Let me hydrate super quick. And let me pack this in here quick. There we go. Consequently, she was domiciled in the wing where all the other visitors slept, whilst I was forced to retreat to a passage on the other side of the house, where, with the exception of my apartment, there were none but other lumber rooms. All went smoothly and happily, and nothing interrupted the harmony of our visit, till the night before we returned home. We had had supper, our meals were differently arranged in those days, and Margaret and I were ascending the staircase on our way to bed, when Alice, who had run upstairs ahead of us, met us with a scared face. "Oh, do come to my room," she cried. "Something has happened to Mary." Mary was one of the housemaids. We both accompanied her, and on entering her room, found Mary seated on a chair, sobbing hysterically. One only had to glance at the girl to see that she was suffering from some very severe shock. Though normally red-cheeked and placid, in short, a very healthy, stolid creature, the last person to be easily perturbed. She was now without a vestige of color, whilst the pupils of her eyes were dilated with terror, and her entire body, from the crown of her head to the soles of her feet, shook as if with ague. I was immeasurably shocked to see her. "Why, Mary!" Margaret exclaimed. "Whatever's the matter? What has happened?" "It's the candle, miss," the girl gasped. "The candle in Miss Trevor's room. I can't put it out." "You can't put it out? Why, what nonsense!" Margaret said. "Are you mad?" "As true as I say here, miss," Mary panted. "I put the candle on the mantelpiece while I was set the room to rights, and when I had finished and come to blow it out, I couldn't. I blew and blew and blew, and it hadn't any effect. And then I grew afraid, miss, horribly afraid." And here she buried her face in her hands and shuddered. "I've never been frightened like this before, miss," she returned slowly, "and I've come away and left the candle burning." "How absurd of you," Margaret scolded. "We must go and put it out at once. I have a good mind to make you come with us, Mary, but there, stay where you are, and for goodness sake stop crying so everyone in the house will hear you." So saying, Margaret hurried off, Alice and I accompanying her, and on arriving outside my room, the door to which was wide open, we perceived the lighted candle, standing in the position Mary had described. I looked at the girls and perceived, in spite of my endeavors not to perceive it, the unmistakable signs of a great fear. Fear of something they suspected but dared not name, lurking in the corner of their eyes. "Who will go first?" Margaret demanded. No one spoke. "Well, then," she continued, "I will." And suiting the action to the word, she stepped over the threshold. The moment she did so, the door began to close. "This is curious," she cried. "Push!" We did. All three pushed, but despite our efforts, the door came resolutely to, and we were shut out. Then, before we had time to recover from our astonishment, it flew open. But before we could cross the threshold, it came violently to in the same manner as before. Some unseen force held it against us. "Let's make one more attempt," Margaret said, "and if we don't succeed, we will call for help." Obeying her instructions, we were once again pushed. I was nearest the handle, and in some manner, how none of us could ever explain, just as the door opened of its own accord, I slipped and fell inside. The door then closed immediately with a bang, and to my unmitigated horror, I found myself alone in the room. For some seconds I was spellbound, and could not even collect my thoughts sufficiently to frame a reply to the piteous entreaties of the Holkits, who kept banging on the door and imploring me to tell them what was happening. Never in the hideous excitement of nightmare had I experienced such a terror as the terror what that room conveyed to my mind. Though nothing was to be seen, nothing but the candle, the light of which was peculiarly white and vibrating, I felt the presence of something inexpressibly menacing and horrible. It was in the light, the atmosphere, the furniture, everywhere. On all sides it surrounded me. On all sides I was threatened. Threatened in a manner that was strange and deadly. Something suggested to me that the source of evil originated in the candle, and that if I could succeed in extinguishing the light, I should free myself from the ghostly presence. I advanced towards the mantelpiece, and drawing in a deep breath, blew. Blew with the energy born of desperation. It had no effect. I repeated my efforts. I blew frantically, madly, but all to no purpose. The candle still burned softly and mockingly. Then a fearful terror seized me, and flying to the opposite side of the room, I buried my face against the wall and waited for what the sickly beatings of my heart warned me was coming. Constrained to look, I slightly, only very, very slightly, moved round, and there, floating stealthily towards me through the air, came the candle. The vibrating, glowing, baleful candle. I hid my face again and prayed God to let me faint. Nearer and nearer drew the light. Wilder and wilder the wretches at the door. Closer and closer I pressed myself to the wall. And then when the final throes of agony were more than a human heart and brain could stand, there came the suspicion, the suggestion of a touch so horrid that my prayers were at last answered, and I fainted. When I recovered, I was in Margaret's room, and half a dozen well-known forms were gathered round me. It appears that with the collapse of my body to the floor, the door, that had so effectively resisted every effort to turn the handle, immediately flew open, and I was discovered lying on the ground with the candle, still alight, on the ground beside me. My aunt experienced no difficulty in blowing out the refractory candle, and I was carried to the greatest tenderness into the other wing of the house, where I slept that night. Little was said about the incident next day, but all who knew of it expressed in their faces the utmost anxiety, an anxiety which, now that I had recovered, greatly puzzled me. On our return home, another shock awaited me. We found to our dismay that my mother was seriously ill, and that the doctor who had been sent for from Perth the previous evening, just about the time of my adventure with the candle, had stated that she might not survive the day. His warning was fulfilled. She died at sunset. Her death, of course, may have had nothing to do at all with the candle episode. Yet it struck me that there was an odd coincidence. It seems all the more strange to me hearing your account of the bogle that touched your dear father in the road, so near the spot where the Hulkins' house once stood. I could never discover whether Lady Hulkit or her daughters ever saw anything of a superphysical nature in their house. After my experience, they were always very reticent on that subject, and naturally I did not like to press it. On Lady Halkett's death, Margaret and Alice sold the house, which was eventually pulled down, as no one would live in it, and I believe the ground on which it stood is now a turnip field. That, my dear, is all I can tell you. Now, Mr. O'Donnell, Miss MacDonald added, having heard our experiences, my mother's and mine, what is your opinion? Do you think the phenomenon of the kennel was in any way connected with the Bogle both you and I have seen? Or are the hauntings of the old White House entirely separate from those of the road? Case 2. The Top Attic in Pringle's Mansion, Edinburgh. Or Edinburgh. Yeah, Edinburgh. Everyone be sure to hydrate yourself, and I need to refill my tea with my carafe. One moment. There we go. Tea refilled. Citrus green tea, which will hopefully help soothe my throat. A charming lady, Miss South, informs me that no house interested her more as a child than Pringle's Mansion, Edinburgh. Pringle's Mansion, by the way, is not the real name of the house, nor is the original building still standing. The fact is, my friend has been obliged to disguise the locality for fear of an action for slander of title, such as happened in the Ingham case of 1904 through 1907. Miss South never saw, save in our picture, the house that so fascinated her, but through repeatedly hearing about it from her old nurse, she felt she knew it by heart, and used to amuse herself for hours after hours in the nursery drawing diagrams of the rooms and passages, which, to make quite realistic, she named and numbered. There was the Admiral's room, Madame's room, Miss Ophelia's room, Master Gregory's room, Letty's, the nurse's, room, the cook's room, the butler's room, the housemaid's room, and the haunted room. I lurk for a meeting. I hope you have a great meeting, Peppy. And thank you very much for the lurk and popping in. Ouch, that tea is hot. The house was very old, probably the 16th century, and was concealed from the thoroughfare by a high wall that enclosed it on all sides. It had no garden, only a large yard, covered with faded yellow paving stones and containing a well with an old-fashioned roller and bucket. When the well was cleaned out, an event which took place periodically on a certain date, every utensil in the house was called into requisition for ladling out the water. The Admiral, himself supervising, made every servant in the establishment take an active part in the proceedings. On one of these occasions, the Admiral announced his intention of going down the well in the bucket. This was a rare moment in Letty's life, for when the Admiral had been let down in the bucket, the rope broke. Indeed, the thought of what the Laird would do when he came up, which resulted in his not coming up at all. However, someone, rather bolder than the rest, retained sufficient presence of mind to effect a rescue, and the timid ones, thankful enough to survive the explosion, had to be content on half rations till further orders. But in spite of its association with such a martinet, and in spite of her ghostly experiences in it, Letty loved the house, and she was never tired of singing its praises. It was a 2-storied mansion with roomy cellars, but no basement. Roomy cellars, but no basement. What's the difference between a cellar and a basement? There are 4 reception rooms, all oak-paneled, on the ground floor, numerous kitchen offices, including a cozy housekeeper's room, and a capacious entrance hall, in the center of which stood a broad oak staircase. The cellars, 3 in number, and chiefly used as lumber rooms, were deep down and dank and horrid. On the first floor, 8 bedrooms opened up to a gallery overlooking the hall, and the top story, where the servants slept, consisted solely of attics connected with one another by dark, narrow passages. It was one of these attics that was haunted, although as a matter of fact the ghost had been seen in all parts of the house. When Letty entered the Admiral's service, she was but a bairn, and had never heard of a ghost, nor did the servants appraise her of the hauntings, having received strict injunctions not to do so from the laird. But Letty's home, humble though it was, had been very bright and cheerful, and the dark precincts of the mansion filled her with dismay. But exactly knowing why she was afraid, she shrank in terror from descending into the cellars, and felt anything but pleased at the prospect of sleeping alone in an attic. Still, nothing occurred to really alarm her till about a month after her arrival. It was early in the evening, soon after twilight. She had gone down into the cellars to look for a bootjack, which the Admiral swore by all that was holy must be found before supper. Placing the light she had brought with her on a packing case, she was groping among the boxes when she perceived, to her astonishment, that the flame of the candle had suddenly turned blue. She then felt icy cold, and was much startled on hearing a loud clatter as of some metal instruments on the stone floor in the far-off corner of the cellar. Glancing in the direction of the noise, she saw, looking at her, two eyes. Two obliquely set, lurid, light eyes, full of the utmost devilry. Sick with terror and utterly unable to account for what she beheld, she stood stock still, her limbs refusing to move, her throat parched, her tongue tied. The clanging was repeated, and a shadowy form began slowly to crawl towards her. She dared not afterwards surmise what would have happened to her had not the laird himself come down to this moment. At the sound of his stentorian voice, the phantasm vanished. But the shock had been too much for Letty. She fainted, and the Admiral, carrying her upstairs as carefully as if she had been his own daughter, gave peremptory orders that she should never again be allowed to go into the cellar alone. But now that Letty herself had witnessed a manifestation, the other servants no longer felt bound to secrecy, and soon poured into her ears endless accounts of the hauntings. Everyone, they informed her, except Master Gregory and Perkins, the butler, had seen one or other of the ghosts, and the cellar apparition was quite familiar to them all. They also declared that there were other parts of the house quite as badly haunted as the cellar, and it might have been partly owing to these gruesome stories that poor Letty always felt scared when crossing passages leading to the attics. As she was hastening down one of them early one morning, she heard someone running after her. It was one of the other servants. She turned around, pleased to think that someone else was up early too, and saw to her horror a dreadful-looking object, which seemed to be partly human and partly animal. The body was quite small, and its face bloated and covered with yellow spots. It had an enormous animal mouth, the lips of which, moving furiously without emitting any sound, showed that the creature was endeavoring to speak, but could not. The moment Letty screamed for help, the phantasm vanished. Wait a minute, we're supposed to eat. Be right back. Alright, man. I hope you have a good snack. But her worst experience was yet to come. The spare attic, which she was told was so badly haunted that no one would sleep in it, was the room next to hers. It was a room Letty could well believe was haunted, for she had never seen another equally gloomy. The ceiling was low and sloping, the window tiny, and the walls exhibited all sorts of odd nooks and crannies. A bed, antique and worm-eaten, stood in one recess, a black oak chest in another, and at right angles with the door, in another recess, stood a wardrobe that used to creak and groan alarmingly every time Letty walked along the passage. Once she heard a chuckle, a low, diabolical chuckle, which she fancied came from the chest. Then once, when the door to the room was open, she caught the glitter of a pair of eyes, the same pale, malevolent eyes that had so frightened her in the cellar. From her earliest childhood, Letty had been periodically given to somnambulism, and one night, just about a year after she went into service, she got out of bed and walked, in her sleep, into the haunted room. She awoke to find herself standing, cold and shivering, in the middle of the floor. It was some seconds before she realized where she was. Her horror, when she did discover where she was, is not easily described. The room was bathed in moonlight, and the beams falling into noticeable brilliancy on each piece of furniture the room contained. At once riveted Letty's attention and so fascinated her that she found herself utterly unable to move. A terrible and most unusual silence predominated everywhere, and although Letty's senses were wonderfully and painfully on the alert, she could not catch the slightest sound from any of the rooms on the landing. The night was absolutely still, no breath of wind, no rustle of leaves, no flapping of ivy against the windows. Yet the door suddenly swung back on its hinges and slammed furiously. Letty felt that this was the work of some supernatural agency, and fully expecting that the noise had awakened the cook, who was a light sleeper, or pretended she was, listened in a fever excitement to hear her get out of bed and call out. The slightest noise and the spell that held her prisoner would, Letty felt sure, be broken. But the same unbroken silence prevailed. A sudden rustling made Letty glance fearfully at the bed, and she perceived, to her terror, the valiance swaying violently to and fro. Sick with fear, she had now constrained to stare in abject helplessness. Presently there was a slight, very slight movement on the mattress. The white dust cover rose, and under it, Letty saw the outlines of what she took to be a human figure gradually take shape. Hoping, praying that she was mistaken, that what had appeared to be on the bed was but a trick of her imagination, she continued staring in an agony of anticipation. But the figure remained, extended at full length like a corpse. The minutes slowly passed. A church clock boomed two, and the body moved. Letty's jaw fell, her eyes almost bulged from her head, while her fingers closed convulsively on the folds of her nightdress. The unmistakable sound of breathing now issued from the region of the bed, and the dust cover commenced slowly to slip aside. Inch by inch it moved, until first of all Letty saw a few wisps of dark hair, then a few more, then a thick cluster, then something white and shining, a protruding forehead, then dark, very dark brows, then two eyelids, yellow, swollen, and fortunately tightly closed. Then a purple conglomeration of Letty knew not what, of anything, but what was human. The sight was so monstrous it appalled her. She was overcome with a species of awe and repulsion, for which the language of mortality has no sufficiently energetic expression. She momentarily forgot that what she looked on was merely superphysical, but regarded as something alive, something that ought to have been a child, comely and healthy as herself, but she hated it. It was an outrage on maternity, a blot on nature, a filthy discredit to the house, a blight, a sore, a gangrene. It turned over in its sleep. The cover was hurled aside in a grotesque object, round, pulpy, webbed, and of leprous whiteness. An object which Letty could hardly associate with a hand came groveling out. Letty's stomach heaved. The thing was beastly, indecent, vile. It ought not to live. And the idea of killing flashed through her mind. Boiling over with indignation and absurdly forgetful of her surroundings, she turned round and groped for a stone to smash it. The moonlight on her naked toes brought her to her senses. The thing in the bed was a devil. Though brought up by a member of the Free Church, with an abhorrence of anything that could in any way be contorted into papist practices, Letty crossed herself. As she did so, a noise in the passage outside augmented her terror. She strained her ears painfully, and the sound developed into a footstep, soft, light, and surreptitious. It came gently towards the door. It paused outside, and Letty intuitively felt that it was listening. Her suspense was now so intolerable that it was almost with a feeling of relief that she beheld the door slowly, very slowly, begin to open. A little wider, a little wider, and a little wider. But still nothing came. Letty's heart turned to ice. Another inch, and a shadowy something slipped through and began to wriggle itself stealthily along the floor. Letty tried to divert her gaze, but could not. An irresistible magnetic attraction kept her eyes glued to the gradually approaching horror. Within a few feet of her, it halted, and again Letty felt it was listening to the breathing on the bed, which was heavy and bestial. Then it twisted round, and Letty watched it crawl into the wardrobe. After this, there was a long and anxious wait. Then Letty saw the wardrobe door slyly open. The eyes of the cellar, inexpressibly baleful and glittering like burnished steel in the strong phosphorescent glow of the room, peep out. Not at her, but through her. At the object lying on the bed. There was not only eyes this time, but a form, vague, misty, and irregular, but still with sufficient shape to enable Letty to identify it as that of a woman, tall and thin, and with a total absence of hair, which was emphasized in the most lurid and ghastly fashion. With a snake-like movement, the evil thing slithered out of the wardrobe, and, gliding past Letty, approached the bed. Letty was obligated to follow every proceeding. She saw the thing deftly snatch the bolster from under the sleeping head, noted the gleam of hellish satisfaction in its eyes as it pressed the bolster down, and watched the murdered creature's contortions grow fainter and fainter until they finally ceased. The eyes then left the room, and from afar, way below, in the abysmal cellars of the house, came the sound of digging. Faint, very faint, but unquestionably digging. This terminated the grim, phantasmal drama, for that night at least, and Letty, chilled to the bone, but thoroughly alert, escaped to her room. She spent her few remaining hours of rest wide awake, determining never to go to bed again without fastening one of her arms to the iron staples. With regard to the history of the house, Letty never learned anything more remarkable than that, long ago, an idiot child was supposed to have been murdered in the haunted attic, by whom tradition did not say. The Admiral and his family left Pringles Mansion the year Letty became Miss South's nurse. As no one would stay in the house, presumably on account of the hauntings, it was pulled down, and an inexcusably inartistic edifice was erected in its place. So why was Letty having such great things to say about this place? Sounds to me like she hated being there for very long. Alright, so I'm going to go grab me a quick snack real quick. I'll grab a quick smoke and use the bathroom, so I'll be back in just a few moments. Everyone else, feel free to hydrate, stretch, use the bathroom yourselves, and I'll be back in just a few minutes. I am back. And I had a couple of streamers in chat. Let me give them a quick shout out. There's Simona Vromde Snebone. She does a lot of construction in Sims, making fun little worlds for people to check out. And there is Pepperana, who does all sorts of spooky content as well. She's a fun, spooky lady. So feel free to go check them out as well. And let us get back to our stories. With case number 3, the bounding figure of Blank House near Buckingham Terrace, Edinburgh. I guess he had to blank out the house due to legal reasons. No one is more interested in physical investigation work than Miss Torfrida Vincent, one of the 3 beautiful daughters of Mrs. H.D.B. Vincent, who is herself still in the heyday of life, and one of the loveliest of the society women I have met. Though I have known her sister several years, I only met Torfrida for the first time a few months ago, when she was superintending the nursing of her mother, who had just undergone an operation for appendicitis. One day, when I was visiting my convalescent friend, Torfrida informed me that she knew of a haunted house in Edinburgh, a case which she felt sure would arouse my interest and enthusiasm. It is unfortunate, she added somewhat regretfully, that I cannot tell you the number of the house, but as I have given my word of honor to disclose it to no one, I feel sure you will excuse me. Indeed, my friends, the Gordons, who extracted the promise from me, have got into sad trouble with their landlord for leaving the house under the pretext that it was haunted, and he has threatened to prosecute them for slander of title. The house in question has no claim to antiquity. It may be 80 years old, perhaps a little older, and was at the time of which Torfrida spoke, let out in flats. The Gordons occupied the second story. The one from above them was untenanted, and used as a storage place for furniture. The first floor and ground floor were divided into chambers and offices. They had not been in their new quarters more than a week when Miss Gordon asked the night porter who it was that made such a noise racing up their stairs between 2 and 3 in the morning. It had awakened her every night, and she told him, and she would be glad if the disturbance were discontinued. "I am sorry, madam, but I cannot imagine who it can be," the man replied. "Of course, it may be someone next door. Sounds are so often deceptive. No one inhabits the rooms above you." But Miss Gordon was not at all convinced, and made up her mind to complain to the landlord should it occur again. That night, nothing happened, but the night after she was aroused from her sleep at 2 o'clock by a feeling that something dreadful, some dire catastrophe, was about to take place. The house was very still, and beyond the faraway echoes of a policeman's patrol on the hard pavement outside, nothing, absolutely nothing, broke the universal, as it seemed to her, unnatural silence. Generally, at night time, there are sounds one likes to assure oneself are too trivial to be heard during the day. The creaking of boards, stairs, nearly always stairs, and the tappings of some leaf, of course, some leaf, at the windows. Who has not heard such sounds, and who, in his heart of hearts, has not been only too well aware that they are nocturnal, exclusively nocturnal? The shadows of evening brings with them visitors, prying, curious visitors, grim and ghastly visitors, gray, esoteric visitors. Visitors from a world seemingly inconsequent, wholly incomprehensible. Miss Gordon did not believe in ghosts. She scoffed at the idea of ghosts, and like so many would-be wits, unreasonably brave by day and reverse by night, had hitherto attributed banshees and the like to cats and other animals. But now when all was dark, pitch dark and hushed, and she, for aught she knew to the contrary, the only one in that great rambling building awake, she reviewed again and again in her mind that rushing up the stairs. The wind! It could not have been the wind. The wind shuts doors and rattles windows, and moans and sighs and howls and screeches. but it does not walk the house in boots. Neither do rats. If she had imagined the noises, why did she not imagine other things? Why, for example, did she not see tables dance and terns walk? All that would be fancy, unblushing, genuine fancy, and if she conjured up one absurdity, why not another? That was a conundrum for any skeptic. Thus did she argue, naturally and logically, in the quite sensible fashion of a lawyer or a scientist, yet all the while her senses told her that the atmosphere of the house had undergone some profoundly subtle and unaccountable change. A change that brought with it a presence, at once sinister and hostile. She longed to strike a light and awake one of her daughters, Diana by preference, since Diana was the least likely to mind being disturbed and had the strongest nerves. She made a start, and, loosening the bedclothes that she always liked tightly tucked around her, thrust out a quivering toe. The next instant she drew it back with a tiny gasp of terror. The cold darkness without had suggested to her mind a great, horny hand, mouse-shaped and murderous, that was lying in wait to seize her. A deadly sickness overcame her, and she lay back on the pillow, her heart beating with outrageous irregularity and loudness. Very slowly she recovered, and holding her breath, sidled to the far edge of the bed, and with a dexterous movement, engendered by the desperation of fear, made a lightning-like dab in the direction of the electric bell. Her soft pink finger missed the mark, and coming in violent contact with the wall, bent the carefully polished nail. She bit her lips to stop a cry of pain, and shrinking back with the folds of her dainty lace-embroidered nightdress, abandoned herself to despair. Her consciousness of the unknown presence increased, and she instinctively felt the thing pass through the closed door, down onto the landing outside, and it dashed upstairs with a loud clatter, and entering the lumber room immediately overhead, began bounding as if its feet were tied together, backwards and forwards across the floor. After continuing for nearly half an hour, the noises abruptly ceased, and the house resumed its accustomed quiet. At breakfast, Miss Gordon asked her daughters if they had heard anything in the night, and they laughingly said, "No, not even a mouse." There was now an intermission of the disturbances, and no further demonstration occurred for about a month. Diana was then sleeping in her mother's room, Miss Gordon being away on a visit to Lady Foss, who was entertaining a party of friends at her shooting box in Argyle. One evening, as Diana was going into her bedroom to prepare for dinner, she saw the door suddenly swing open, and something, she could not tell what, it was so blurred and indistinct, came out with a bound. Tearing past her on the landing, it rushed up the stairs with so much clatter that Diana imagined, though she could see nothing, that it must have on its feet heavy, lumbering boots. Filled with an irresistible curiosity in spite of her alarm, Diana ran after it, and on reaching the upper story, heard it making a terrific racket in the room above the one in which she now slept. Nothing daunted, however, she boldly approached, and flinging open the door, perceived its filmy outline standing before a shadowy and very antique 8-day clock, which apparently it was in the habit of winding. A great fear now fell on Diana. What was this thing? And supposing it should turn around and face her, what would she see? She was entirely isolated from her sisters and the servants, alone, the lights fading, in a big, gloomy room full of strange old furniture which suggested hiding places for all sorts of grim possibilities. She was assured now that the thing she had followed was nothing human, neither was it a delusion, for when she shut her eyes and opened them, it was still there, and oddly enough, it was now more distinct than it was when she had been in downstairs. A curious feeling of helplessness stole over Diana. The power of speech forsook her, and her limbs grew rigid. She was so fearful, too, of attracting the notice of the mysterious thing that she hardly dared breathe, and each pulsation of her heart sent cold chills of apprehension down her spine. Once she endured agonies through a mad desire to sneeze, and once her lips opened to scream as something suspiciously like the antennae of a huge beetle and which she subsequently discovered was a devil's coach horse, tickled the calf of her leg. She fancied, too, that all of sorts of queer shapes lurked in the passage behind her, and that innumerable unseen eyes were malignantly rejoicing in her terror. At last, the climax to her suspense seemed at hand. The unknown thing, until now too busy with the clock to take heed of her, paused for a moment or so, as if undecided what to do next, and then slowly began to veer around. But the faint echo of a voice below, calling her by name, broke the hypnotic spell that bound Diana to the floor. With a frantic spring, she cleared the threshold of the room, and then tore madly downstairs, never halting till she reached the dining room, where she sank on a sofa and, more dead than alive, panted out to her amazed sisters a full account of what had transpired. That night she stayed at her sister's bedroom, but neither she nor her sister slept. From this time to the return of Miss Gordon, nothing happened. It was one evening after she came back, and she was preparing to get into bed, that the door of her own room unexpectedly opened, and she saw standing on the threshold the unmistakable figure of a man, short and broad, with a great width of his shoulders and very long arms. He was clad in a pea jacket, blue serge trousers, and jackboots. He had a big, round, brutal head, covered with a tangled mass of yellow, but where his face ought to have been, there was only a blotch, underlying which Miss Gordon detected the semblance to something fiendishly vindictive and immeasurably nasty. But in spite of the horror of his appearance produced, her curiosity was roused with regard to the two objects he carried in his hands, one of which looked like a very bizarre bundle of red and white rags, and the other a small bladder of lard. While she was staring at them in dumb awe, he swung around, and hitching them savagely under his armpits, reached across the landing and, with a series of apish bounds, sprang up the staircase and disappeared in the gloom. This was the climax. Miss Gordon felt another such encounter would kill her. So in spite of the fact that she had taken the flat for a year and only been just commenced her tenancy, she packed up her goods and left the very next day. The report that the building was haunted spread rapidly, and Miss Gordon had many indignant letters from the landlord. She naturally made inquiries as to the earlier history of the house, but of so many tales she listened to, only one, the authenticity of which she could not guarantee, seemed to suggest any clue to the haunting. It was said that a retired captain of the merchant service, many years previously, had rented the rooms she had occupied. He was an extraordinary individual, and despite the fact that he had lived so far inland, would never wear any but nautical clothes, blue jersey and trousers, reefer coat, and jackboots. But this was not his only peculiarity. His love of grog eventually brought on delirium tremens, and his excessive irritability in the interval between each attack was a source of anxiety to all who came in contact with him. At the time, there happened to be a baby in the rooms overhead, whose crying so annoyed the captain that he savagely informed its mother that if she did not keep it quiet, he would not be answerable for the consequences. His warnings having no effect, he flew upstairs one day, when she was temporarily absent, and snatched up the bread knife from the table, decapitating the infant. He then stuffed both of its head and its body into the grandfather's clock, which stood in one corner of the room, and, retiring to his own corners, drank until he was insensible. He was, of course, arrested on a charge of murder, but being found insane, he was committed during His Majesty's pleasure to a lunatic asylum. He eventually committed suicide by opening an artery in his leg with one of his fingernails. As the details of this tragedy filled in so well the phenomenon they had witnessed, the Gordons could not help regarding the story as a very probable explanation of the hauntings. But remember, its authenticity is dubious. Yeah, I'd probably be leaving that house pretty quickly myself. Case 4. Jane of George Street, Edinburgh. Edinburgh is apparently a hot spot. How many of these stories take place in Edinburgh? The next one takes place in Edinburgh. That one doesn't. That one doesn't. Note to self. Plan a vacation to Edinburgh. That place has got a lot of history and hauntings, apparently. So, Jane of George Street, Edinburgh. The news that, for several years at any rate, George Street, Edinburgh, was haunted, wrote a correspondent of mine some short time ago, might cause no little surprise to many of its inhabitants, and my friend proceeded to relate his experience of the haunting, which I will reproduce as nearly as possible in his own words. I quote from memory, having foolishly destroyed the letter. Hey, Esco, how you doing, man? Welcome in. I was walking in a leisurely way along George Street the other day towards Strunnell's, where I get my cigars, and I had arrived opposite number blank, when I suddenly noticed, just ahead of me, a tall lady of remarkably graceful figure, clad in a costume which, even to an ignoramus in fashions like myself, seemed extraordinarily out of date. Good, thank you. Have you been? I've been doing all right. Telling ghost stories round the campfire. Grab a seat. Get yourself something warm to drink and relax. So we got something warm to drink. We can get some of that tea. There we go. In my untechnical language, it consisted of a dark blue coat and skirt trimmed with black braid. The coat had a very high collar, turned over to show a facing of blue velvet. Its sleeves were very full at the shoulders, and a band of blue velvet drew it tightly in at the waist. Moreover, unlike every other lady I saw, she wore a small hat, which I subsequently learned was a toque, with one white and one blue plume placed moderately high at the side. The only other conspicuous items of her dress, the effect of which was, on the whole, quiet, were her white lace gloves, over which dangled gold curved bracelets with innumerable pendants, shoes which were of patent leather with silver buckles and a rather high Lewis heel, and fine blue silk openwork stockings. So much for her dress. Now for her herself. She was a strikingly fair woman with very pale yellow hair and a startlingly white complexion. And this later peculiarity so impressed me that I had hastened my step, determined to get a full view of her. Passing her with rapid strides, I looked back, and as I did so, a cold chill ran through me. What I looked at was the face of the dead. I slowed down and allowed her to take the lead. I now observed that, startling as she was, no one else seemed to notice her. One or two people, obviously, though probably unconsciously possessing the germs of psychism, shivered when they passed her. But as they neither slackened their pace nor turned to steal a second glance, I concluded they had not seen her. Without glancing either to the right or left, she moved steadily on, past Moulton's, the confectioner's, past Perrin's, the hatter's. Once I thought she was coming to a halt, and then she intended crossing the road, but no. On and on, till we came to D Street. We were preparing to cross over when an elderly gentleman walked deliberately into her. I half expected to hear him apologize, but naturally nothing of the sort happened. She was only too obviously a phantom, and in accordance with the nature of a phantom, she passed right through him. A few yards further on, she came to an abrupt pause, and then, with a slight inclination of her head as if meaning me to follow, she glided into a chemist's shop. She was certainly not more than 6 feet ahead of me when she passed through the door, and as I was even nearer than to her than... And as I was even nearer than that to her when she suddenly disappeared as she stood before the counter. I asked the chemist if he could tell me anything about the lady who had just entered his shop. But he merely turned away and laughed. "Lady," he said, "what are you talking about? You're a bit out of your reckoning. This isn't the 1st of April. Come, what do you want?" I bought a bottle of ornaments and reluctantly and regretfully turned away. That night I dreamed I again saw the ghost. I followed her up George Street, just as I had done in reality, but when she came to the chemist's shop, she turned swiftly round. "I'm Jane," she said in a hollow voice. "Jane, only Jane." With that name ringing in my ears, I awoke. Some days elapsed before I was in George Street again. The weather had, in the meanwhile, undergone one of those sudden and violent changes so characteristic of the Scottish climate. The floodgates of heaven had been opened, and the rain was descending in cataracts. The few pedestrians I encountered were enveloped in macintoshes and carried huge umbrellas, though which the rain was soaking and pouring off every point. Everything was wet. Everywhere was mud. The water, splashing upwards, saturated the tops of my boots and converted my trousers into sodden sacks. Some weather isn't fit for dogs, but this weather wasn't good enough for tadpoles. Even fish would have kicked at it and kept in their holes. Imagine then the anomaly. Amidst all this aquacious inferno, this slippery, sloppery, filth-bespattering inferno, a spotlessly clean apparition in blue, without either waterproof or umbrella. I refer to Jane. She suddenly appeared as I was passing the Ladies' Tea Association rooms, walking in front of me. She looked just the same as when I last saw her, spick and span and dry. I repeat the word, dry. That is what attracted my attention most. Despite the deluge, not a single raindrop touched her. The plumes on her toque were splendidly erect and curly, her shoe buckle sparkled, her patent leathers were spotless, and whilst her cloth of coat and skirt looked as sheeny as if she had just come from Keeley's. Anxious to get a look at her face, I quickened my pace, and darting past her, gazed straight into her countenance. The result was a severe shock. The terror of what I saw, the ghastly horror of her dead white face, sent me reeling across the pavement. I let her pass me, and impelled by a sickly fascination, followed in her wake. Outside a jeweler's stood a hansom, quite a curiosity in these days of motors, and as Jane glided past, the horse shied. I have never seen an animal so terrified. We went on, and on the next crossing halted. A policeman had his hand up, checking the traffic. His glance fell on Jane. The effect was electrical. His eyes bulged, his cheeks whitened, his chest heaved, his hand dropped. And he would undoubtedly have fallen had not a good Samaritan, in the guise of a non-psychical public house loafer, held him up. Jane was now close to the chemist, and it was with a sigh of relief that I saw her glide in and disappear. Had there been any doubt at all, after my first encounter with Jane, as to her being superphysical, there was certainly none now. The policeman's paroxysm of fear and the horse's fit of shying were facts. What had produced them? I alone knew, and I knew for certain it was Jane. Both man and animal saw what I saw, hence the phantom was not subjective, it was not illusionary, it was a bona fide spirit manifestation. A visitant from the other world, the world of earthbound souls. Jane fascinated me. I made endless researches in connection with her, and in answer in one of my inquiries, I was informed that 18 years ago, that is to say, about the time Jane's dress was in fashion, the chemist shop had been occupied by a dressmaker of this name of Bosworth. I hunted up Miss Bosworth's address and called on her. She had retired from business and was living in St. Michael's Road, Bournemouth. I came to the point straight. Can you give me any information, I asked, about a lady whose Christian name was Jane? That sounds vague, Miss Bosworth said. I've met a good many Janes in my time. But not Janes with pale yellow hair and white eyebrows and eyelashes, and I described her in detail. How do you come to know about her? Miss Bosworth said, after a long pause. Because, I replied with a certain slowness and deliberation characteristic of me, because I've seen her ghost. Of course I knew Miss Bosworth was no skeptic. The moment my eyes rested on her, I saw she was psychic and that the superphysical was often at her elbow. Accordingly, I was not in the least surprised at her look of horror. What? She exclaimed. Is she still there? I thought she would surely be at rest by now. Who was she? I inquired. Come, you need not be afraid of me. I have come here solely because the occult has always interested me. Who was Jane, and why should her ghost haunt George Street? It happened a good many years ago, Miss Bosworth replied, in 1892. In answer to an advertisement I saw in one of the daily papers, I call on a Miss Jane Vernault. Mademoiselle Vernault, she called herself, who ran a costumer's business in George Street, in the very building, in fact, now occupied by the chemist you have mentioned. The business was for sale, and Miss Vernault wanted a big sum for it. However, as her books showed a very satisfactory annual increase in receipts and her clientele included a duchess and other society leaders, I considered the bargain a tolerably safe one, and we came to terms. Within a week, I was running the business, and exactly a month later, I had taken it over. I was greatly astonished to receive a visit from Miss Vernault. She came into the shop quite beside herself with agitation. "It's all a mistake," she screamed. "I didn't want to sell it. I can't do anything with my capital. Let me buy it back." I listened to her politely, and then informed her that as I had gone through all the trouble of taking over the business and had already succeeded in extending it, I most certainly had no intention of selling it, at least not for some time. Well, she behaved like a lunatic, and in the end created such a disturbance that I had to summon my assistants and actually turn her out. After that, I had no peace for 6 weeks. She came every day, at any and all times. I was at last obliged to take legal proceedings. I then discovered that her mind was really unhinged, and that she had been suffering from softening of the brain for many months. Our medical advisors had, it appeared, warned her to give up business and place herself in the hands of trustworthy friends and relations, who would see that her money was properly invested. But yet she had so delayed doing so, and when at last she did make up her mind to retire, the excitement resulting from so great a change to her mode of living accelerated her disease, and exactly 3 weeks after her sale of her business, she became a victim of the delusion that she was ruined. This delusion grew more and more pronounced as her malady increased, and amidst her wildest ravings, she clamored to be taken back to George Street. The hauntings, indeed, began before she died, and I frequently saw her, when I knew her material body to be under restraint, just as you describe, gliding in and out of the showrooms. For several weeks after her death, the manifestations continued. They then ceased, and I have never heard of her again until now. If I remember rightly, the account of the George Street ghost here terminated, but my friend referred to it again at the close of his letter. "Since my return to Scotland," he wrote, "I have frequently visited George Street, almost daily, but I have not seen Jane. I only hope that her poor distracted spirit has at last found rest." And with this kindly sentiment, my correspondent concluded. Alright. Case 5. The Sallow-Faced Woman of number blank, Forest Road, Edinburgh. Yeah, I definitely gotta visit Edinburgh. Sounds like a fun place. Alright, let me refill my tea super quick before I read this next story. Hopefully you're all enjoying the stories so far. We haven't gotten to my favorite one out of that book yet. There's more orange green tea. So, the sallow-faced woman. The public, unfortunately, includes a certain set of people, of the middle class very middle-ish, who are ever on the lookout for some opportunity, however slight and seemingly remote, of bettering themselves socially. Learning that those in a higher stratum of society are interested in the supernatural, they think that they may possibly get in touch with them by working up a little local reputation for psychical research. I've often had letters from this type of pusher, letters from genuine believers in the occult I always welcome, stating that they had been greatly interested in my books. Would I be so very kind as to grant them a brief interview or permit them to accompany me to a haunted house, or give them certain information with regard to Lady So-and-so, whom they have long wanted to know? Occasionally I have been so taken in as to give permission to the writer to call me, and almost always I have bitterly repented. A wily one, no matter how wily, cannot conceal the cloven hoof for long, and he has either tried to thrust himself into the bosom of my family, or he has written to my neighbors declaring himself to be my dearest friend. And when in desperation I have shown him the cold shoulder, he has attacked me virulently in some brag of a local paper, the proprietor, editor, or office boy of which happens to be one of his own clique. I have even known an instance where this type of person has, through trickery, actually gained access to some notoriously haunted house, and from its owners, the family he has long had his eyes on, or motive anything but psychic, has ferreted out the secret and private history of the haunting. Then, when he has been found out and forced to see that his friendship is not wanted, he has, in revenge for the slight, unblushingly revealed the facts that were only entrusted to him in the strictest confidence. And, through influence with the lower stratum of the press, caused a most glaring and sensational account of the ghost to be published. With such a case in view, I cannot be surprised that possessors of family ghosts and haunted houses should show the greatest reluctance to be approached on the subject, save by those they feel assured will treat it with the utmost delicacy. But I have quoted the above breach of confidence merely to give another reason for my constant use of fictitious names that I regard to people and places, and having done so, I hope to some purpose, I will proceed with the following story. Miss Dulcie Vincent, some of whose reminiscence appeared in my book of Ghostly Phenomena last year, is nearly connected with Lady Adela Minkin, who owns a considerable amount of house property, including number blank, Forest Road in Edinburgh, and whose yacht it cows as the envy of all who have cruised in her. 3 years ago, Lady Adela stayed at number blank, Forest Road. She had heard about the house haunted and was anxious to put it to the test. Lady Adela was perfectly open-minded. She had never experienced any occult phenomena herself, but very rationally, she did not consider that her non-acquaintance with the superphysical in any way negated the evidence of those who declare that they have witnessed manifestations. Their statements, she reasoned, were just as worthy of credence as hers. She thus commenced her occupation of the house with a perfectly unbiased mind, resolved to stay there for at least a year, so as to give it a fair trial. The hauntings, she was told, were at their height in the late summer and early autumn. It is, I think, unnecessary to enter into any detailed description of her house. In appearance it differed very little, if at all, from those adjoining it. In construction it was, if anything, a trifle larger. The basement, which included the usual kitchen offices and cellars, was very dark, and the atmosphere, after sunset on Fridays, only on Fridays, was tainted with a smell of damp earth. Shockingly damp earth, and of a sweet and nauseating something that greatly puzzled Lady Adela. All the rooms in the house were in fair dimensions and cheerful, excepting on this particular evening of the week. A distinct gloom settled on them then, and the strangest of shadows were seen playing about the passages and on the landings. Welcome back, Bobby. We just started up a new story. When we've discovered that apparently Edinburgh is super, super haunted, and I need to go visit that place. It may be fancy, Lady Adela said to herself, merely fancy. And after all, if I encounter nothing worse than a weekly menu of aromatic smells and easily digested shadows, I shall not suffer any harm. But it was early summer then, the psychic season had yet to come. As the weeks went by, the shadows and the smell grew more and more pronounced. And by the arrival of August had become so emphatic that Lady Adela could not help thinking that they were both hostile and aggressive. About 8 o'clock on the evening of the second Friday in the month, Lady Adela was purposely alone in the basement of her house. The servants especially irritated her. Like the majority of present-day domestics, products of the county council schools, they were so intensely supercilious and silly that, and Lady Adela felt that their presence in the house minimized her chances of seeing the ghost. No apparition with the smallest amount of self-respect could risk coming in contact with such inane creatures, so she sent them out for a motor drive, and, for once, rejoiced in the house to herself. A curious proceeding for a lady, true, but then Lady Adela was a lady, and being a lady was not afraid of being thought anything else, and so acted just as unconventionally as she chose. But stay a moment, she was not alone in the house, for she had 3 of her dogs with her, 3 beautiful boarhounds, trophies of her last trip to the Baltic. With such colossal and perfectly trained companions, Lady Adela felt absolutely safe and ready, as she acknowledged afterwards, to face a whole army of spooks. She did not even shiver when the front door of the basement closed, and she heard the sonorous burring of the motor, drowning the giddy voices of the servants, grow fainter and fainter until it finally ceased altogether. When the last echoes of the vehicle had died away in the distance, Lady Adela made a tour of the premises. The housekeeper's room pleased her immensely. At least she persuaded herself it did. Why, it's quite as nice as any other rooms upstairs, she said aloud, as she stood with her face to the failing sunbeams and rested her strong white hand on the edge of the table. Quite as nice. Colin, Max, come here. But the boarhounds, for once in their lives, did not obey her with a good grace. There was something in the room they did not like, and they showed how strong was their resentment by slinking unwillingly through the doorway. I wonder why that is, Lady Adela mused. I have never known them to do it before. Then her eyes wandered round the walls and struggled in vain to reach the remoter angles of the room, which had suddenly grown dark. She tried to assure herself that this was but the natural effect of the departing daylight, and that, had she watched in other houses at this particular time, she would have noticed the same thing. To show how little she minded the gloom, she went up to the darkest corner and prodded the walls with her riding whip. She laughed. There was nothing there, nothing whatsoever to be afraid of, only shadows. With a careless shrug of her shoulders, she strode into the passage and, whistling to Carl and Max, who, contrary to their custom, would not keep to heel, made another inspection of the kitchens. At the top of the cellar stopped, she halted. The darkness had now set in everywhere, and she argued that it would be foolish to venture into such a dungeon-like places without a light. She soon found one, and armed with candles and matches, began her descent. There were several cellars, and they presented such a dismal, dark appearance that she instinctively drew her skirts tightly around her and exchanged the slender riding whip for a poker. She whistled again to her dogs. They did not answer, so she called them both by name angrily. But for some reason, some quite unaccountable reason, she told herself, they would not come. She ransacked her mind to recall some popular operatic air, and although she knew scores, she could not remember one. Indeed, the only air that filtered back to her was the one she detested, a vaudeville tune she had heard 3 nights in succession, when she was staying with a student friend in the Latin Quarter in Paris. She hummed it loudly, however, and holding the lighted candle high above her head, walked down the steps. At the bottom she stood still and listened. From high above her came noises which sounded like the rumbling of distant thunder, but which, on analysis, proved to be the rattlings of window frames. Reassured that she had no cause for alarm, Lady Adela advanced. Something black scudded across the red-tiled floor, and she made a dash at it with the poker. The concussion awoke countless echoes in the cellars, and called into existence legions of other black things that darted hither and thither in all directions. She burst out laughing. They were only beetles. Facing her, she now perceived an inner cellar which was far gloomier than the one in which she stood. The ceiling was very low and appeared to be crushed down beneath the burden of a stupendous weight, and as she advanced beneath it, she half expected it would cave in and bury her. A few feet from the center of the cellar, she stopped, and bending down, examined the floor carefully. The tiles were unmistakably newer here than elsewhere, and presented the appearance of having been put in at no very distant date. The dampness of the atmosphere was intense, a fact that struck Lady Adela as somewhat odd, since the floor and walls looked singularly dry. To find out if this were the case, she ran her fingers over the walls, and on removing them, found they showed no signs of moisture. Then she rapped the floor and walls, and could discover no indications of hollowness. She sniffed the air, and a great wave of something sweet and sickly half choked her. She drew out her handkerchief and beat the air vigorously with it, but the smell remained, and she could not in any way account for it. She turned to leave the cellar, and the flame of her candle turned blue. Then, for the first time that evening, almost indeed for the first time in her life, she felt afraid. So afraid that she made no attempt to diagnose her fear. She understood the dog's feelings now, and caught herself wondering how much they knew. She whistled to them again, but not because she thought they would respond. She knew only too well they would not. Because she wanted company, even the company of her own voice, and she had some faint hope, too, that whatever might be with her in the cellar would not so readily disclose itself if she made a noise. The one cellar was past, and she was nearly across the floor to the other when she heard a crash. The candle dropped from her hand, and all the blood in her body rushed to her heart. She could never have imagined it was so terrible to be frightened. She tried to pull herself together and be calm, but she was no longer mistress of her limbs. Her knees knocked together, and her hands shook. It was only the dogs, she feebly told herself. I will call them. But when she opened her mouth, she found her throat was paralyzed. Not a syllable would come. She knew, too, that she had lied, and that the hounds could not have been responsible for the noise. It was like nothing she had ever heard, nothing she could imagine. And although she struggled hard against the idea, she could not help associating this sound with the cause of the candle burning blue and this sweet, sickly smell. Incapable of moving a step, she was forced to listen in breathless expectancy for a recurrence of the crash. Her thoughts became ghastly, inky sea of darkness that hemmed her in on every side, just every sort of ghoulish possibility. And with each pulsation of her overstrained heart, her flesh crawled. Another sound, this time not a crash, nothing half so loud or definite, drew her eyes in the direction of the steps. An object was now standing on the top of them, and something lurid, like the faint phosphorescent glow of decay, emanated from all over it. But what it was she could not for the life of her tell. It might have been the figure of a man, or a woman, or a beast, or of anything that was inexpressibly antagonistic and nasty. She would have given her soul to have looked elsewhere, but her eyes were fixed. She could neither turn nor shut them. For some seconds the shape remained motionless, and then with a sly, subtle motion, it lowered its head and came stealing stealthily down the stairs towards her. She followed its approach, like one in a hideous dream, her heart ready to burst, her brain on the verge of madness. Another step, another, yet another, till there were only 3 left between her and it, and she was at length enabled to form some idea of what the thing was like. It was a short and squat, and appeared to be partly clad in a loose flowing garment that was not long enough to conceal the glistening extremities of its limbs. From its general contour and the tangled mass of hair that fell about its neck and shoulders, Lady Adela concluded it was a phantasm of a woman. Its head being kept bent, she was unable to see the face in full, but every instant she expected the revelation would take place. With each separate movement of the phantasm, her suspense became more and more intolerable. At last it stood on the floor of the cellar, a broad, ungainly, horribly ungainly figure that glided up to and past her into the far cellar. There it halted, as nearly as she could judge on the new tiles, and remained standing. As she gazed at it, too fascinated to remove her eyes, there was a loud reverberating crash, a hideous sound of wrenching and tearing. The whole of the ceiling of the inner chamber came down with an appalling roar. Lady Adele thinks that she must have then fainted, for she distinctly remembers falling to what seemed to her a black, interminable abyss. When she recovered consciousness, she was lying on the tiles, and all around her was still and normal. She got up, found and lighted her candle, and spent the rest of the evening without further adventure in the drawing room. All the week Lady Adela struggled hard to master a disinclination to spend another evening alone in the house. When Friday came, she succumbed to her fears. The servants were poor, foolish things, but it was nice to feel that there was something in the house besides ghosts. She sat reading in the drawing room till late that night, and when she looked out of the windows to take a farewell look at the sky and stars before retiring to rest, the sounds of traffic had completely ceased, and the whole city lay bathed in refreshing silence. It was very heavenly to stand there and feel the cool, soft air, unaccompanied for the first time during the day by the rattling, rumbling sounds of locomotion and joined discordant murmurs of unmusical voices, fanning her neck and face. Lady Adela used to be used as she was to the privacy of her yacht and the freedom of her big country mansion, where all sounds were regulated at her will, chafed at the near proximity to her present habitation to the noisy thoroughfare, and vaguely looked forward to the hours when shops and theaters were closed, and all screeching, harsh-voiced products of the gutter were in bed. To her, the nights in Waterloo Palace were all too short, the days too long for anything. The heavy, lumbering steps of a policeman at last broke her reverie. She had no desire to arouse this curiosity. Besides, her costume had become somewhat disordered, and she had the strictest sense of propriety, at least in the presence of the lower orders. Retiring, therefore, with a sigh of vexation, she sought her bedroom, and after the most scrupulous attention to her toilet, put out the lights and got into bed. It was just when she fell asleep, and 3 when she awoke with a violent start. Why she started puzzled her. She did not recollect experiencing any very dreadful dream. In fact, no dream at all, and there seemed nothing in the hush, the apparently unbroken hush, that could be in any account for her action. Why then had she started? She lay still and wondered. Surely everything was just as it was when she went to sleep, and yet, when she ventured on a diagnosis, there was something different, something new. She did not think it was actually in the atmosphere, nor in the silence. She did not know where it was until she opened her eyes, and then she knew. Bending over her, within a few inches of her face, was another face. The ghastly caricature of a human face. It was on a larger scale than that of any mortal Lady Adela had ever seen. It was long in proportion to its width. Indeed, she could not make out where the cranium terminated at the back, as the hinder portion of it was lost in a mist. The forehead, which was very receding, was partly covered with a mass of lank, black hair, that fell straight down into space. There were no neck nor shoulders, at least none had materialized. The skin was leaden-hued, the emaciation so extreme that the raw cheekbones had burst through in places. The size of the eye sockets, which appeared monstrous, were emphasized by the fact that the eyes were considerably sunken. The lips were curled downwards and tightly shut, and the whole expression of the withered mouth, as indeed that of the entire face, was one of bestial, diabolical malignity. Lady Adela's heart momentarily stopped. Her blood ran cold. She was petrified. And as she stared helplessly at the dark eyes pressed close to hers, she saw them suddenly suffused with fiendish glee. The most frightful change then took place. The upper lip writhed away with a few greenish-yellow stumps. The lower jaw fell with a metallic click, leaving the mouth widely open, and disclosing to Lady Adela's shocked vision a black and bloated tongue. The eyeballs rolled up and entirely disappeared, whilst their places were immediately filled with the foulest and most loathsome indications of advanced decay. A strong vibratory movement suddenly made all the bones in the head rattle and the tongue wag, whilst from the jaws, as if belched up from some deep-down well, came a gust of wind, putrescent with the ravages of the tomb, yet at the same time tainted with the same sweet, sickly odor with which Lady Adela had latterly become so familiar. This was the culminating act. The head then receded, and, growing fainter and fainter, gradually disappeared altogether. Lady Adela was now more than satisfied. There was not a house more horribly haunted in Scotland, and nothing on earth would induce her to remain in it another night. However, being anxious, naturally, to discover something that might in some degree account for the apparitions, Lady Adela made endless inquiries concerning the history of former occupants of the house. But failing to find out anything remarkable in this direction, she was eventually obliged to content herself with the following petition. It is said that on the site of No. Forest Road that there was once stood a cottage occupied by 2 sisters, both nurses. Oh, Celine, thank you for the lurk. Let's see. Said that on the site of number blank Forest Road, there had once stood a cottage occupied by two sisters, both nurses. That one was suspected of poisoning the other, and that the cottage, moreover, having, through their parsimonious habits, got into a very bad state of repair, was blown down during a violent storm, the surviving sister perishing in the ruins. Granted this story is correct, it was in all probability the ghost of this latter sister that appeared to Lady Adela. Her ladyship is, of course, anxious to let number blank Forest Road, as is only about 1 in 1,000 people seem to possess the facility of seeing psychic phenomena. She hopes she may one day succeed in getting a permanent tenant. In the meanwhile, she's doing her level best to suppress the rumor that the house is haunted. Whew. Alright, that's 5 cases down. We're on case 6 now, almost halfway through the book. So, I'm going to go grab a quick smoke and use the bathroom and try to recover my voice a little bit. So, get yourself something to drink, use the bathroom, stretch, and I'll be back in just a moment as we enjoy the sounds of the campfire. And I am back. Ooh, she was playing Potion Permit last night. I need to actually look at the game. Looks like it'd be fun. Now then. Which story are we on now? Case 6. The Phantom Regiment of Killiecrankie. Many are the stories that have, from time to time, been circulated with regard to the hauntings of the pass of Killiecrankie by phantom soldiers. But I don't think there's any stranger story than that related to me some years ago by a lady who declared she had actually witnessed the phenomena. Her account of it I shall reproduce as far as possible in her own words. Let me commence by stating that I am not a spiritualist, and that I have the greatest possible aversion to convoking with earthbound souls of the dead. Neither do I lay any claim to mediumistic powers. Indeed, I have always regarded the term medium with the gravest suspicion. I am, on the contrary, a plain, practical, matter-of-fact woman, with the exception of this one occasion, never witnessed any psychic phenomena. The incident I am about to relate took place the autumn before last. I was on a cycle tour in Scotland, and making Pitlochry in a temporary headquarters, rode over one evening to view the historic pass of Killiecrankie. It was late when I arrived there, and the western sky was one great splash of crimson and gold. Such vivid coloring I had never seen before and never have seen since. Indeed, I was so entranced by the sublimity of the spectacle that I perched myself on a rock at the foot of one of the great cliffs that forms the walls of the pass, and, throwing my head back, imagined myself in fairyland. Lost thus in a delicious luxury, I paid no heed to the time, nor did I think of stirring, until the dark shadows of the night fell across my face. I then started up in a panic and was about to pedal off in hot haste when a strange notion suddenly seized me. I had a latchkey, plenty of sandwiches, a warm cape. Why should I not camp out here till early morning? I had long yearned to spend the night in the open. Now was my opportunity. The idea was no sooner conceived than put into operation. Selecting the most comfortable-looking boulder I could see, I scrambled onto the top of it, and with my cloak drawn tightly over my back and shoulders, commenced my vigil. The cold mountain air, sweet with the perfume of gorse and heather. Hey, Jonas, how you doing, man? Welcome in. Grab yourself a seat by the fire. Sip on your tea, coffee, or beverage of choice. I think a couple people were enjoying cocoa. Let's see. The cold mountain air, sweet with the perfume of gorse and heather, intoxicated me, and I gradually sank into a heavenly torpor, from which I was abruptly aroused by a dull boom that I at once associated with distant musketry. All was then still as the grave, and on glancing at the watch I wore strapped to my wrist, I saw it was 2 o'clock. A species of nervous dread now laid hold of me, and 1,001 vague fancies, all the more distressing because of their vagueness, oppressed and disconcerted me. Moreover, I was impressed for the first time with the extraordinary solitude that seemed to belong to a period far other than the present. As I glanced around at the solitary pines and gleaming boulders, I more than half expected to see the wild, ferocious face of some robber chief, some fierce yet fascinating hero of Sir Walter Scott's, peering at me from behind them. This feeling at length became so acute that in a panic of fear, ridiculous puerile fear, I forcibly withdrew my gaze and concentrated it abstractedly on the ground at my feet. I then listened, and in the rustling of a leaf, the humming of some night insect, the whizzing of a bat, the whispering of the wind as it moaned softly past me, I fancied, nay, I felt sure, I detected something that was not ordinary. I blew my nose, and had barely ceased marveling at the loudness of its reverberations, before the piercing, ghoulish shriek of an owl sent my blood in torrents to my heart. I then laughed, and my blood froze as I heard a chorus of what I tried to persuade myself could only be echoes proceed from every crack and rock in the valley. Yay for cozy atmosphere with probably spooky story. Well, it's getting there, yeah. For some seconds after this, I sat still, hardly daring to breathe and pretending to be extremely angry with myself for being such a fool. With a stupendous effort, I turned my attention to the most material things. One of the shirt buttons on my hip. They were much in vogue then. Being loose, I endeavored to occupy myself in tightening it. And when I could no longer derive any employment from that, I set to work on my shoes and tied knots in the laces merely to enjoy the task of untying them. But this too, ceasing at last to attract me, I was desperately racking my mind for some other device, when there came again the queer, booming noise I had heard before, but which I could now no longer doubt was the report of gunfire. I looked in the direction of the sound, and my heart almost stopped. Racing towards me, as if not merely for his life, but his soul, came the figure of a Highlander. The wind rustling through his long disheveled hair blew it completely over his forehead, narrowly missing his eyes, which were fixed ahead of him in a ghastly, agonized stare. He had not a vestige of color, and in the powerful glow of the moonbeams his skin shone livid. He ran with huge bounds, and what added to my terror and made me doubly aware he was not a thing mortal was that each time his feet struck the hard, smooth road upon which I could well see there was no sign of stone, there came the sound, the unmistakable sound of the scattering of gravel. On he came with cyclotic swiftness, his bare, sweating elbows pressed into his panting sides. His great, dirty, coarse, hairy fists grew up in bony bunches in front of him, the foam flakes thick on his clenched, grinning lips, the blood drops oozing down his sweating thighs. It was all real, infernally, hideously real, even to the most minute details. The flying up and down of his kilt, sporran and swordless scabbard, the bursting of the seam of his coat, near the shoulder, and the absence of one of his clumsy shoe buckles. I tried hard to shut my eyes, but was compelled to keep them open and follow his every movement as, darting past me, he left the roadway and, leaping several of the smaller obstacles that barred his way, finally disappeared behind some of the bigger boulders. I then heard the loud rat-tat of drums, accompanied by the shrill voice of fifes and flutes, and at the further end of the pass, their arms glittering brightly in the silvery moonbeams, appeared a regiment of scarlet-clad soldiers. At the head rode a mounted soldier. After him came the band, and then, four abreast, a long line of warriors. In the center, two ensigns. On their flanks, officers and non-commissioned officers with swords and pikes. More mounted men bringing up the rear. On they came, the fifes and flutes ringing out in a weird clearness in the hushed mountain air. I could hear the ground vibrate, the gravel crunch and scatter as they steadily and mechanically advanced. Tall men, enormously tall men, with set white faces and livid eyes. Every instant I expected they would see me, and I became sick with terror at the thought of meeting all those pale, flashing eyes. But from this I was happily saved. No one appeared to notice me, and they all passed me by without so much as a twist or turn of the head, their feet keeping time to one everlasting and monotonous tramp, tramp, tramp. I got up and watched until the last of them had turned the bend on the pass, and the sheen of weapons and trappings could no longer be seen. Then I remounted my boulder and wondered if anything further would happen. It was now 2:30, and blended with the moonbeams was a peculiar whiteness, which rendered the whole aspect of my surroundings indescribably dreary and ghostly. Feeling cold and hungry, I set to work on my beef sandwiches and was religiously separating the fat from the lean, for I am one of those foolish people who detest fat, when a loud rustling made me look up. Confronting me on the opposite side of the road was a tree, an ash, and to my surprise, despite the fact that the breeze had fallen and there was scarcely a breath of wind, the tree swayed violently to and fro, whilst there proceedings from it the most dreadful moanings and groanings. I was so terrified that I caught hold of my bicycle and tried to mount, but I was obliged to desist as I had not a particle of strength in my limbs. Then, to assure myself the moving of the tree was not an illusion, I rubbed my eyes, pinched myself, called aloud, but it made no difference. The rustling, bending, and tossing still continued. Summoning up courage, I stepped into the road to get a closer view, when, to my horror, my feet kicked something, and On looking down, I perceived the body of an English soldier, with a ghastly wound in his chest. I gazed round, and there, on all sides of me, from one end of the valley to the other, lay dozens of bodies. Bodies of men and horses, Highlanders and English, white-cheeked, lurid eyes, and bloody-browed. A hodgepodge of livid, gory awfulness. Here was the writhing, wriggling figure of an officer with half his face shot away, and there a horse with no head, and there, but I cannot dwell on such horrors, the very memory of which makes me feel sick and faint. The air, that beautiful fresh mountain air, resounded with their moanings and groanings, and reeked with the smell of their blood. As I stood rooted to the ground with horror, not knowing which way to look or turn, I suddenly saw drop from the ash the form of a woman, a Highland girl, with bold, handsome features, raven black hair, and the whitest of arms and feet. In one hand she carried a wicker basket, and the other a knife, a broad-bladed, sharp-edged, horn-handled knife. A gleam of avarice and cruelty came into her large dark eyes as, wandering around her, they rested on the rich facings of the English uniforms of the officers. I knew what was on her mind, and forgetting that she was a ghost, that they were all ghosts, I moved heaven and earth to stop her. I could not. Making straight for a wounded officer that lay moaning piteously on the ground some 10 feet away from me, she spurned with her slender, graceful feet the bodies of the dead and dying English that came in her way. Then, snatching the officer's sword and pistol from him, she knelt down, and with a look of devilish glee in her glorious eyes, calmly plunged her knife into his heart, working the blade backwards and forwards to assure herself that she had made a thorough job of it. Anything more hellish I could not have imagined, and yet it fascinated me. The girl was so fair, so wickedly fair and shapely. Her act of cruelty over, she spoiled her victim of his rings, epaulets, buttons, and gold lacings, and having placed them... Alright, Bobby, thanks for stopping in. Thanks for the coffin dance. And yep, it did go south rather quick, didn't it, Jonas? I will take this opportunity to grab a sip of tea. Rather appropriate song, really. Take care, Bobby. Hope you have a great day, man. Let's see. Her act of cruelty over, she spoiled her victim of his rings, epaulets, buttons, and gold lacing, and having placed them in her basket, proceeded elsewhere. In some cases, unable to remove the rings easily, she chopped off the fingers and popped them, just as if they were, into her basket. Neither was her mode of dispatch always the same. While she put some men out of their misery in the summer I have described, she cut the throats of others with as great as nonchalance as if she had been killing fowls. Whilst others, again, she settled with the butt ends of their guns or pistols. In all, she murdered a full half-score, and was decamping with her booty when her gloating eye suddenly encountered mine. With a shrill scream of rage, she rushed me. I was an easy victim, for strain and pray how I would, I could not move an inch. Raising her flashing blade high overhead, an expression of fiendish glee in her staring eyes, she made ready to strike me. This was the climax. My overstrained nerves could stand no more, and ere the blow had time to descend, I pitched heavily forward and fell flat at her feet. When I recovered, every phantom had vanished, and the past glowed with all the cheerful freshness of the early morning sun. Not a whit the worse for my venture, I cycled swiftly home, and ate as only one can eat who has spent the night amid the banks and the braes of bonny Scotland. And now we are on Case 7, Perlin Jean of Allenbank. Yeah, we're out of Edinburgh now. A lot of the stories took place in Edinburgh. Let me refill my tea from my carafe over here real quick. mouth a little bit later. But not right now. So everyone doing well this morning? Perlin Jean of Allenbank. Few ghosts have attained more notoriety than Perlin Jean, the phantasm for which many years haunted Allenbank, a seat of the Stuarts. The popular theory as to the identity of the apparition is as follows. Mr. Stuart, afterwards created first Baronet of Allenbank, went on a tour in France, met a young and beautiful French sister of charity with the name of Jean, whom he induced to leave her convent. Tiring of her at length, Mr. Stuart brutally left her and returned abruptly to Scotland, became engaged to be married to a lady of his own nationality and position in life. But Jean was determined he should not escape her so easily. For him, she had sacrificed everything. Her old vocation life was gone, she had no home, no honor, nothing. So she resolved to leave no stone unturned to discover his whereabouts. At last, her perseverance was rewarded, and fortune favoring her, she arrived without mishap at Allenbank. Then I could tell soldiers getting fingers chopped off to start the day off with. I know, right? The truth was then revealed to her. Her cruel and faithless lover was about to be wedded to another. But despair gave her energy, and burning with indignation, she hastened to his house to upbraid him. She reached the spot just as he was driving out with his fiancée. With a cry of anguish, Jean rushed forward and, swinging her nimbly onto the forewheel of the coach, turned her white and passionate face towards his occupants. For a moment, Mr. Stuart was too dumbfounded to do anything. He could scarcely believe his senses. Who on earth was this frantic female? Good heavens, Jean! Impossible! How on earth had she got here? And the tumultuous beating of his guilty heart turned him sick and faint. Then he glanced fearfully and covertly to his fiancée. She must not know the truth at any cost. Possibly he had lost his head. At all events, this is the kindest construction to put on his subsequent action. More dastardly as his behavior had been to Jean in the past, no one can hardly imagine him capable of deliberately murdering her in so horrible a fashion. There was not a second to lose, and since more, and the secret that he had so assiduously hidden from the lady beside him would be revealed. Jean's mouth was already open to speak. He waved her aside. She adhered to her post. He shouted to the postilion, and the huge lumbering vehicle was set in motion. At the first turn of the wheels, Jean slipped from her perch, her dress caught in the spokes, and she was crushed to death. Her fate does not appear to have made any deep impression either on Mr. Stuart or his lady love, for they continued their drive. The hauntings began that autumn, and Mr. Stuart, as was only fit and proper, being the first to witness the phenomenon. Returning home from a drive one evening, perceived to his surprise the dark outlines of a human figure perched on the arched gateway of his house, exactly opposite the spot where Jean had perished. But wondering who it might be, he leaned forward to inspect it closer. The figure moved, an icy current of air ran through him, and he saw to his horror the livid countenance of the dead Jean. There she was, staring down at him with lurid, glassy eyes, her cheeks startlingly white, her hair fluttering in the wind, her neck and forehead bathed in blood. Paralyzed with terror, Mr. Stuart could not remove his gaze, and it was not until one of the menials opened the carriage door to assist him down that the spell was broken, and he was able to speak and move. He then flew into the house and spent the rest of that night in the most abject fear. Last thing, he dumped her and abandoned her after she gave up literally everything to be with him. So, yeah, woman scorned and all that. You don't go pissing them off too easily, especially in death. After this, he had no peace. Allenbank was constantly haunted. The great oak doors opened and shut of their own accord at night, with loud clanging and bangs, and the rustling of silks and pattering of high-heeled shoes were heard in the oak-paneled bedrooms and along the many dark and winding passages. From her attire, which was a piece of lace made of thread, the apparition became known as Perlin Jean, and a portrait of her was actually painted. It is recorded that when this picture was hung between one of Mr. Stewart and his lady love, the haunting ceased, but as soon as it was removed, they were renewed. Presumably, it was not allowed to remain in the aforesaid position long, for the manifestations appear to have gone on for many years without intermission. Most phantoms of the dead inspire those who see them with horror, and that is my own experience, but Pearl and Jane seems to have been an exception to this rule. A housekeeper called Betty Norrie, who lived for many years at Allenbank, declared that other people besides herself had so frequently seen Jean they had grown quite accustomed to her and were consequently no more alarmed at her appearance than they were by her noises. Another servant of the house, of the name of Jenny Blackadder, used constantly to hear Jean, but could never see her, though her husband did. The latter, when courting Jenny, received a rare scare which suggested to me that Jean, in spite of her tragic inning, may not have been without a spice of humor. Thomas, for that was the swain's name, made an assignation one night to meet Jenny in the orchard at Allenbank. It was early when he arrived at the trysting place, where Thomas, like all true lovers, was ever rather more than punctual, and he fully contemplated a long wait. Judge, then, of his astonishment when he perceived in the moonlight what he took to be the well-known and adored figure of his lady-love. With a cry of delight, Thomas rushed forward and, swinging his arms widely open to embrace her, beheld her vanish and found himself hugging space. An icy current of air thrilled through him, and the whole place, trees, nooks, moonbeams, and shadows, underwent a hideous metamorphosis. The very air bristled with unknown horrors till flesh and blood could stand no more, and even at the risk of displeasing his beloved Jenny, Thomas fled. Some few minutes later, at the appointed hour, Jenny arrived on the scene, and no one was there. She dallied for some time, wondering whatever could have happened to Thomas, and then returned, full of grave apprehensions, to the house. It was not until the next morning that the truth leaked out, and Jenny, after indulging in a hearty laugh at her lover, who felt very shamefaced now that it was daylight, sensibly forgave him, and raised no obstacle when asked to fix a day for their marriage. In after years, Jenny used to retail the story with many harrowing allusions to Pearl and Jean, whom she somewhat foolishly made use of a bogey to frighten children into being good. A Mr. Sharp, who, when he was a little boy, was once placed in her charge, confessed that he was dreadfully scared at her stories, and never ventured down a passage in those days without thinking Pearl and Jean, in her ghostly blood-stained face, claw-like hands, and rustling lace dress, was after him. Nurse Jenny used to tell about the Stewarts tried in vain to lay Jenny's spirit to rest, actually going to the length of calling in 7 ministers to exorcise it, but all to no purpose. It still continued its nocturnal peregrinations. Good Lord. Throwing in all sorts of words I'm not familiar with. In the year 1790, the Stewarts had let the house go to strangers who, when they took it, had not the least idea that it was haunted. However, they did not long remain in ignorance, for 2 ladies, who occupied the same bedroom, were awakened in the night by hearing someone walking across the floor. The presence did not suggest burglars, but for the intruder behaved in the most noisy manner, pacing restlessly and apparently aimlessly backwards and forwards across the room, swishing the floor, although it sounded like a long lace train, and breathing heavily. They were both terrified, and so cold that they could hear one another's teeth chatter. They were too frightened to call for help. They could only lie still, hoping and praying it would not come nearer to them. The sufferings of those 2 ladies were indescribable, for the ghost remained in the room all night, moving restlessly until about daybreak. It was not until some days later, when other people in the house had experienced the phenomenon, that they were told the story of the notorious Pearl and Jean. But was the so-called Pearl and Jean really the apparition of the murdered Frenchwoman? To my mind, her identity with that of the beautiful Sister of Charity has not been satisfactorily established. I think there are reasons to doubt it. If, for instance, the apparition were that of a Sister of Charity, why should it appear incongruously attired in a long, trailing gown of lace? If it were that a woman of the presumably staid habits of a Sister of Charity, why should it delight in mischief and play the pranks of a poltergeist? And yet, if it wasn't the ghost of Jean, whose ghost was it? Case 8. The Drummer of Cortachi. Cortachi? I need to ask you to get in here so you can tell me how to pronounce these words. And then past most of them, many, many years later. Let's see. What ancient Scottish or Irish family has not its family ghosts? A banshee, the heritage of Niall of the Nine Hostages, is still the unenviable position of his descendants. The O'Donnells and I, who am a member of the clan, have both seen and heard it several times. As it appears to me, it resembles the decapitated head of a prehistoric woman. I shall never forget my feelings one night when, aroused from slumber by its ghastly wailing, I stumbled frantically out of bed, and groping my way upstairs in the dark, without venturing to look to left or right lest I should see something horrible, found every inmate of the house huddled together at the landing, paralyzed with fear. I did not see it on that occasion, but on the following morning, as I had anticipated, I received the news that a near and dear relative had died. Possessing such an heirloom myself, I can therefore readily sympathize with those who own a similar treasure. Such, for example, as the famous, or rather infamous, drummer of Cortachi Castle, who was invariably heard beating a tattoo before the death of a member of the clan Ogilvy. Ogilvy. That's a tongue twister. Mrs. Crow, in her Night Side of Nature, referring to the haunting, says, Miss D, a relative of the present Lady C, who had been studying some time with the Earl and Countess at their seat, near Dundee, was invited to spend a few days at Cortachi Castle with the Earl and Countess of Airlie. She went, and whilst she was dressing for dinner, the first evening of her arrival, she heard a strain of music under her window, which finally resolved itself into a well-defined sound of a drum. When her maid came upstairs, she made some inquiries about the drummer, and she was playing near the house, but the maid knew nothing on the subject. For the moment, the circumstance passed from Mrs. D's mind, but recurred to her again during the dinner. She said, addressing Lord Airlie, My lord, who is your drummer? Upon which his lordship turned pale. Lady Airlie looked distressed, and several of the company, who had all heard the question, embarrassed. Whilst the lady, perceiving that she had made some unpleasant allusion, although she knew not to what their feelings referred, forbore further inquiry till she reached the drawing-room, when, having mentioned the circumstance again to a member of the family, she was answered. What, have you heard of the drummer, boy? No, Miss D. Who in the world is he? Why, yes, replied the other person, he is a person who goes about the house playing his drum, whenever there is a death impending in the family. The last time he was heard was shortly before the death of the last countess, the Earl's former wife. And that is why Lord Airlie became so pale when you mentioned it. The drummer boy is a very unpleasant subject in this family, I assure you. Mrs. D was naturally much concerned, and indeed not a little frightened at this explanation. And her alarm being augmented by hearing the sounds the following day, she took her departure from Cortachi Castle and returned to Lord C.'s, where she related the strange circumstance of the family, with whom the information reached me. Came back, finished cooking and eating. Welcome back, Mr. Loff. I hope you had a good meal. This affair was very generally known in the north, and we related the event with interest. The melancholy death of the Countess about 5 or 6 months afterwards at Brighton sadly verified the prognostications. I have heard that a paper was found on her desk after her death declaring her conviction that the drum was for her. Mrs. Crow goes on to explain the origin of the phenomenon. According to legend, she says there was once a Cortachi drummer who, incurring the jealousy of the then Lord Airlie, was thrust into his own drum and flung from a window of the tower, in which, by the way, Mrs. D slept. Oh, great. Before being put to death thus, the drummer is stated to have said he would forever after haunt the Airlie family, a threat he has obviously been permitted to fulfill. During one of my visits to Scotland, I stayed some days in Forfarshire, not far from Cortachi. Among the visitors at my hotel was a very old gentleman of the name of Porter, who informed me that, when a boy, he used to visit some relatives who, at the time, lived within easy walking distance of Cortachi. One of these relatives was a lad of about 14 named Alec, with whom he had always been the closest of friends. The recollection of many adventures evidently afforded Mr. Porter infinite amusement, and one of these adventures, in particular, he told me, was as fresh in his mind as if it happened yesterday. Looking back upon it now, he said with a faraway look in his eyes, it certainly was a strange coincidence. And if you are interested in the hauntings of Quartershee, Mr. O'Donnell, then you may perhaps like to hear the account of my ghostly experiences in that neighborhood. Of course, I replied, that nothing would give me greater pleasure, and Mr. Porter forthwith began his story. One misty night in October, my friend Alec and I, both being keen on rabbiting, determined to visit a spinney adjoining the Quartershee estate, in pursuit of our quarry. Alec had chosen this particular night, thinking, under cover of the mist, to escape the vigilance of the keepers, who had more than once threatened to take him before the Lord for trespassing. To gain access to the spinney, we had to climb a granite wall and drop to the other side. The drop, in addition to being steep, being rendered all the more precarious by reasons of the man-traps the keepers were in the habit of setting. When I got astride the wall and peered into the well-like darkness at our feet and heard the grim rustling of the wind through the giant pines ahead of me, I would have given all I possessed to have found myself snug and warm in bed. But Alec was of a different kidney. He had come prepared for excitement, and he meant to have it. For some seconds we both waited on the wall in breathless silence, and then Alec, with a reckless disregard of what might be in store for him, gently let himself drop, and I, fearing more if anything than the pressing danger, to be forever after branded as a coward if I held back, timidly followed suit. By a great stroke of luck, we alighted in safety on a spot soft carpeting of moss. Not a word was spoken, but falling on hands and knees and guiding ourselves by means of a dark lantern, Alec brought second-hand from the village blacksmith, we crept on all fours along a tiny bramble-covered path that, after innumerable windings, eventually brought us into a broad glade shut in on all sides by lofty trees. Alec prospected the spot first of all to see no keepers were about, and we then crawled into it, and approaching the nearest burrows, set to work at once with our ferrets. 3 rabbits were captured in this fashion, and we were eagerly anticipating the taking of more, when a sensation of icy coldness suddenly stole over us, and on looking around we perceived, to our utmost consternation, a very tall keeper standing only a few yards away from us. For once in a way, Alec was nonplussed, and a deathly silence ensued. It was too dark for us to see the figure of the keeper very distinctly, and we could only distinguish a gleaming white face set on a very slight and perpendicular frame, and a round, glittering something that puzzled us both exceedingly. Then a feeling that perhaps it was not a keeper gradually stole over me. In a paroxysm of ungovernable terror, I caught hold of Alec, who was trembling from head to foot as if he had the ague. The figure remained absolutely still for about a minute, during which neither Alec nor I could move a muscle, and then, turning round with a direct movement, came towards us. Half dead with fright, but only too thankful to find that we were now regained the use of our limbs, we left our spoil and ran for our lives in the direction of the wall. We dared not look back, but we knew the figure followed us, for we heard its footsteps close at our heels, and never to my dying day shall I forget the sound. Rat-tat-tat, rat-tat-tat, for all the world like the beat of a muffled drum. How he ever managed to breach the wall I could never tell, but as we scrambled over it, regardless of the man-traps and bruises, and plunged into the heather on the other side, we heard the weird footsteps receding in the direction of the castle, and ere we had reached home, the rat-tat-tat, rat-tat-tat had completely died away. We told no one a word of what had happened, and a few days after, simultaneously with the death of one of the Airleys, we learned for the first time the story of the phantom drummer. I have little doubt, Mr. Porter added in conclusion, that the figure we took to be a keeper was the prophetic drummer, for I can assure you there was no possibility of hoaxers, especially in such ill-omened guise, anywhere near the Quartershee estate. Poor old Mr. Porter, he did not long survive our rencontre. When I next visited the hotel some months later, I was genuinely grieved to hear of his decease. His story had greatly fascinated me, for I love the solitude of the pines, and have myself from time to time witnessed some many remarkable occult phenomena under the shadow of their lofty summits. One night during this second visit of mine to the hotel, the mood to ramble came upon me, and unable to resist the seductive thought of a midnight stroll across the bracken-covered hills, I brought a latch key and, armed with a flask of whiskey and a thick stick, plunged into the moonlit night. The keen, heather-scented air acted like a tonic. I felt younger and stronger than I had felt for years, and I congratulated myself that my friends would hardly know me if they saw me now, as I swung along with the resuscitated stride of 20 years ago. The landscape for miles around stood about with startling clearness in the moonshine, and I stopped every now and then to drink in the beauties of the glittering mountain ranges and silent, glimmering tarns. Not a soul was about, and I found myself, as I loved to be, the only human element in the midst of nature. Every now and then a dark patch fluttered across the shiny road, and with a weird and plaintive cry, a night bird dashed abruptly from hedge to hedge and seemingly melted into nothingness. I quitted the main road on the brow of a low hill and embarked upon a wild expanse of moor, lavishly covered with bracken and white heather, intermingled with which were the silvery surfaces of many a pool of water. For some seconds I stood still, lost in contemplating the scenery, its utter abandonment and grand sense of isolation, and inhaling at the same time in deep draughts of the delicious moorland air, unmistakably impregnated now with breaths of ozone. My eyes wandered to the horizon. I detected at the very margin of the moorland a dense clump of trees, which I instantly associated with the spinney in my old friend Mr. Porter's story. And determining that the renowned spinnery should be my goal, I at once aimed for it, vigorously striking out along the path which I thought would be most likely to lead to it. Half an hour's brisk walking brought me to my destination, and I found myself standing opposite a granite wall, which my imagination had no difficulty in identifying the wall so well described by Mr. Porter. Removing the briars and gorse prickles which left a little of my stockings whole, I went up to the wall and, measuring it with my body, found it was a good foot taller than I. This would mean rather more climbing than I had bargained for, but the pines, the grim silence of their slender frames and gently swaying summits, fascinated me. They spoke of possibilities few could see or appreciate as I could, possibilities of a sylvan phantasmagoria enhanced by the soft and mystic radiance of the moon. An owl hooted, and the rustling of brushwood told me of the near proximity of some fur-coated burrower in the ground. High above this animal life, remoter even than the tops of my beloved trees or the mountain ranges, etched in the dark firmament, shone multitudes of stars, even the ring around Saturn being plainly discernible. From the Milky Way my eyes at length wandered to the pines, and a puff of air laden with the odor of their resin and decaying brushwood decided me. I took a few preliminary sips of whiskey, stretched my rusty limbs, and placed one foot on a jagged crevice in the wall, swore painfully up. How slow and how hazardous was the process. I scratched my fingers, inured to my pen, but a stranger to any rougher substance. I ruined my box calf boots, I split my trousers at the knee, and I felt that my hat had parted with its shape forever. And yet I continued the ascent. The end came all too suddenly, when within an ace of victory, I yielded to impulse, and with an energy the desperate condition of my skin and clothes alone could account for, I swung up, and the outer edge of the wall melted beneath me. My hands frantically clutched at nothingness, a hideous sensation of falling surged through my brain, my ears and eyes filled to bursting. And with a terrific crash that seemed to drive my head and spine right through my stomach, I met the black, uprising earth and lost consciousness. Providentially for me, I had pitched headfirst into a furze bush, which broke the fall, though as I might have met with serious injury. As it was, when I recovered my momentary loss of consciousness, I found that I had sustained no worse harm than a severe shaking, scratches galore, and the utter demolition of my clothes. I picked myself up with difficulty and spent some time searching for my hat and stick, which I at length discovered, lodged, of course, where one could have thought of looking for them, or would at least have thought of looking for them. I then took close stock of my surroundings and found them even grimmer than I anticipated. Though the trees were packed closely together, there was so much undergrowth, the moonbeams were so powerful and so fully concentrated on the spinney, that I could see no inconsiderable distance ahead of me. Over everything hung a solemn and preternatural hush, I saw shadows everywhere, shadows that defied analysis and had no material counterparts. A sudden crashing of brushwood brought me to a standstill and sent the blood in columns to my heart. Then I laughed loudly. It was only a hare, the prettiest and pertest thing imaginable. I went on. Something whizzed past my face. I drew back in horror. It was a bat, merely a bat. My nerves were out of order. The fall had unsteadied them. I must pull myself together. I did so and continued to advance. A shadow, long, narrow, and grotesque, fell across my path and sent 1,001 icy shivers down my back. In an agony of terror, I shut my eyes and plunged madly on. Something struck me in the face and hurled me back. My eyes opened involuntarily and I saw a tree that, either out of pique or sheer obstinacy, had planted itself halfway across the path. I examined its branches to make sure they were branches and continued my march. A score more paces, a sudden bend, and I was in an open space brilliantly illuminated by moonbeams and people with countless moving shadows. One would have to go far to find a wilder, weirder, and more grimly suggestive spot. As I stood gazing at the scene in awestruck wonder, a slight breeze rocked the tops of the pine trees and moaned through their long and gloomy aisles, reverberating like thunder. The sound suggested slightly, ever so slightly, a tattoo, brought with them vivid pictures of the drummer, too vivid just then to be pleasant, and I turned to go. To my unmitigated horror, a white and lurid object barred my way. My heart ceased to beat, my blood turned to ice. I was sick, absolutely sick, with terror. Besides this, the figure held me spellbound. I could neither move nor utter a sound. It had a white, absolutely white face, a tall, thin, perpendicular frame, and a small, glittering, rotund head. For some seconds it remained stationary, and then with a gliding motion left the path and vanished in the shadows. Again a breeze rustled the tops of the pine trees, moaned through their long and gloomy aisles, and reverberated like thunder. Rat-tat-tat, rat-tat-tat. And with this sound beating in my ears, reaction set in, and I never ceased running till I had reached my hotel. Case 9. The Room Beyond, an account of the hauntings at Hendersley near Ayr. Have a drink of tea first. To me, Hendersley is what the transformation scene at a pantomime was to the imaginative child. The dreamy child of long ago. A floral paradise full of the most delightful surprises. Here at Hendersley, from out the quite recently icebound earth, softened and moistened now by spring rain, rises up row upon row of snowdrops, hyacinths, and lilies, with surpassing sweetness and beauty that I hold my breath in astonishment and ecstatically chant a Te Deum, the fairies for sending such white-clad loveliness. And then, ere my wonder had time to fade, it is summer. The ground opens, and there springs up on all sides a veritable sea of vivid, variegated colors. Scarlet, pink, and white geraniums, red, white, and yellow roses, golden honeysuckle, bright-hued marigolds, purple pansies, pale forget-me-nots, wallflowers, sweet peas, many-tinted azaleas, showy hydrangeas, giant rhododendrons, foxgloves, buttercups, daisies, hollyhocks, and heliotropes, a floral host too varied to enumerate. Overcome with admiration, bewildered with happiness, I kneel on the soft carpet of grass and bury my face extravagantly in alternate laps of luxurious, downy, scent-laden petals, fill my lungs with soul-inspiring nectar. My intoxication has barely worn off before my eyes are dimly conscious that the soil all around me is generously besprinkled with the remains of my floral friends. I spring hurriedly to my feet and, gazing instantly about me, suddenly perceive the gaily nodding heads of new arrivals. Dahlias, sunflowers, anemones, chrysanthemums, As I continue gazing, the aromatic odor of mellow apples from the Hindersley orchards reach my nostrils. I turn around, and there in front of me, I see row upon row of richly laden fruit trees, their leaves a brilliant copper in the scintillating rays of the ruddy autumn sun. I gasp for breath. The beauty of tint and tone surpasses all that I have hitherto seen. It is sublime, the grand climax of transformation. As the curtain falls with the approach of winter, I hurry to my Edinburgh home and pray for the prompt return of early spring. For many years, my aged relatives, the Misses Amelia and Deborah Harbordings, lived at Hendersley. Rarest in kindness of old ladies, they were the human prototypes of the flowers both they and I loved. Miss Amelia, with her beautiful complexion, rounded form, and regal mien, suggested to my childish mind much more than the mere semblance of a rose, while Miss Deborah, with her sprightly grace and golden hair, was only masquerading as a woman. She was in reality a daffodil. Unlike so many of the fair sex who go in for gardening, my aunts were essentially dainty. Their figures were shapely and elegant, their hands slim and soft. I never saw them working without gloves, and I have good reason to believe they anointed their fingers every night with a special preparation to keep them smooth and white. They were not, decidedly not, brainy, neither were they accomplished, neither having made any special study of the higher arts, but they evinced nevertheless the keenest appreciation of painting, music, and literature. Their library, a large one, boasted a delightful arbitrage of such writers as Jane Austen, Miss Mitford, and Maria Edgeworth. And in their drawing room, on the walls of which art was represented by the old as well as modern masters, might be seen and sometimes heard the Mrs. Harbordings often entertained a well-tuned Broadwood and a Buxton harpsichord. I will describe this old-world abode, not as I first saw it, for when I first visited my aunts Millie and Deborah, I was only 1 year old, but as I first remember it, a house with the glamour of a many-gabled roof and diamond window panes. The house stood by the side of the turnpike road, that broad, white, intermingled road originating from goodness knows where in the north, and passing through Ayr, the nearest town of any importance, to goodness knows where in the south. A shady avenue, entered by a wooden swing gate bearing the superscription Hindersley in neat white letters, led by a circassious route to it, and not a vestige of it could be seen from the road. In front of it stretched a spacious lawn, flanked on either side and at the farthest extremity by a thick growth of chestnuts, beeches, poplars, and evergreens. The house itself was curiously built. It consisted of 2 stories and formed a main building in one wing, which gave it a peculiarly lopsided appearance that reminded me somewhat ludicrously of Chanticleer, with a solitary, scant, and clipped appendage. It was often on the tip of my tongue to ask my relatives the reason of this singular disparity, whether it was the result of a mere whim on the part of the architect, or whether it had been caused by some catastrophe. But my curiosity was always held in check by a strange feeling that my relatives would not like to be approached on the subject. My aunts Amelia and Deborah belonged to that class of people, unhappily rare, who possess a power of generating in others an instinctive knowledge of dangerous ground. A power which enabled them to avert, both from themselves and the might-be offender, many a painful situation. To proceed, the nakedness of the walls of Hindersley was veiled. We shall say it was not designedly veiled by a thick covering of clematis and ivy, and the latter innumerable specimens of feathered tribe found a sure and safe retreat. On entering the house, one stepped at once into a large hall. A gallery ran around it, and from the center rose a broad oak staircase. The rooms, with 1 or 2 exceptions, opened into one another. They were large and low and long in shape. The walls and floors were of oak, and the ceilings were crossed by ponderous oak beams. The fireplaces, too, were of the oldest fashion, and in their comfortable ingle nook my aunts, in the winter, loved to read or knit. When the warm weather came, they made similar use of the deep-set window-sills, over which they indulgently permitted me to scramble on to the lawn. The sunlight was a special feature of Hindersley. Forcing its way through the trellised panes, it illuminated the house with a radiancy a soft golden radiancy I have never seen elsewhere. My relatives seemed to possess some phenomenal attraction for the sunlight, for no matter where they sat, a beam brighter than the rest always shone on them. When they got up, I noticed it would always follow them, accompanying them from room to room and along the corridors. But this was only one of many pleasant mysteries that added to the joys of my visit to Hendersley. I felt sure that the house was enchanted. It was under the control of some benevolent being who took a kindly interest in the welfare of my relatives. I remember once, on the occasion of my customary good morning to Miss Amelia, who invariably breakfasted in bed, I inhaled the most delicious odor of heliotrope. It was wafted towards me in the cool current of air, and as I approached her bed, it seemed to my childish fancy to be the friendly greeting of a sparkling sunbeam that rested on Miss Amelia's pillow. I was so charmed with the scent that, alas, forgetful of my manners, I gave a loud sniff and with a rapturous smile ejaculated, "Oh, Auntie, cherry pie!" Miss Amelia started. "Dear me, child," she exclaimed. "How quietly you entered. I had no idea you were in the room. Heliotrope is the name of the scent, my dear, but please do not allude to it again. Your Aunt Deborah and I are very fond of it." Here she sighed, "But for certain reasons you would not understand, we do not like to hear the word heliotrope mentioned. Kiss me, dear, and run away to your breakfast." For the first time in my life, perhaps, I was greatly puzzled. I could not see why I should be forbidden to refer to such a pleasant and harmless subject. A subject that, looked at from no matter what point of view, did not appear to me to be in the slightest degree indelicate. The more I thought over it, the more convinced I became that there was some association between the scent and the sunbeam, and that association I felt sure much of the mystery lay. The house was haunted, agreeably, delightfully haunted, by a golden light, a perfumed, radiant light that could only have been in my mind, one origin, one creator, Titania. Titania, the queen of the fairies, the guardian angel of my extremely aged relatives. "Aunt Deborah," I said one morning, as I found her seated in the embrasure of the breakfast room with window crochet. "Aunt Deborah, you love the sunlight, do you not?" She turned on me with a startled face. "What makes you ask such strange questions, child?" she said. "Of course I like the sun. Most people do. It is no uncommon thing, especially at my age." "But the sunbeams do not follow everyone out to, do they?" I persisted. Miss Deborah's crochet fell into her lap. "How queerly you talk," she said with a curious trembling of her lips. "How can the sunbeams follow one?" "But they do want to, they do indeed," I cried. "I have often watched a bright beam of golden light fall at Amelia and you in different parts of the room. They settled on your lace collar now." Miss Deborah looked at me very seriously, but the moistening of her eyes I attributed to the strong light. "Esther," she said, laying one of her soft hands on my forehead, "there are things God does not want little girls to understand. Question me no more." I obeyed, but henceforth I felt more than ever assured that my aunts, consciously or unconsciously, shared their charming abode with some capricious genie, or whose presence in their midst I had become accidentally aware. I found out the enchanted neighborhood of its mysteries retreat was to me now a matter of all-absorbing importance. I spent hour after hour roaming the corridors, the copses, and my beloved flower gardens, in eager search of some spot I could unhesitatingly affirm was the home of the genie. Most ardently I then hoped that the sunbeams would follow me, and that the breeze charged with cool heliotrope would greet me as they did Aunt Deborah. In the daytime, all Hendersley was sunshine and flowers, and stray where I never felt lonely or afraid. As the light waned, I saw and felt a subtle change creep over everything. Long aisles of trees that in the morning only struck me as enchanting, peacefully and shady, gradually filled with strangely terrifying shadows. The hue of the broad swards deepened into a darkness I did not dare interpret. Whilst in the house, in its every passage, nook, and corner, a gloom arose that, seeming to come from the very bowels of the earth, brought with it every possible suggestion of bogey. I never spoke of these things to my relatives, partly because I was ashamed of my cowardice, and partly because I dreaded a fresh rebuke. How I suffered, and how I ridiculed my sufferings in the morning, when every trace of darkness was obliterated. And amid the radiant blooms of the trees, I thought only of heliotrope and sunbeams. One afternoon, my search for the abode of the genie led me to the wingless side of the house. a side I have rarely visited. At the foot of the ivy-covered walls, and straight in their center, was laid a wide bed of flowers, every one of which was white. But why white? Again and again I asked myself this question, but I dared not broach it to my relatives. A garden all white was assuredly an enigma, and to every enigma there is undoubtedly a key. Was this garden, which was all white, in any way connected with the sunbeams of the heliotrope? Was it another of the mysteries God concealed from little girls? Could this be the home of the genie? This letter had no sooner entered my head than it became a conviction. Of course, there's no doubt whatsoever, it was the home of the genie. The white petals were now a source of peculiar interest to me. I was fascinated. The minutes sped by, and I was there. It was not until the sun had disappeared and the far distant horizon and the grim shadows of twilight were creeping out upon me from the neighboring trees and bushes that I awoke from my reverie and fled. That night, unable to sleep through the excitement caused by my discovery of the home of the genie, I lay awake, my whole thoughts concentrated on one soul-absorbing desire, the passionate desire to see the Fairy of Hendersley. I had never heard of ghosts, and to hear its story. My bedroom was halfway down the corridor, leading from the head of the main staircase to the extremity of the wing. After I said good night, I did not see my aunts again until the morning. They never by any chance visited me after I was in bed. Hence I knew when I had retired for the night I should not see a human face nor hear a human voice for nearly 12 hours. When you say Gene, all I can think of is Good Morning Vietnam. Sorry about that. Okay. Was that what you were sorry for? Trying to spook me in the middle of my story? Yep. Rip Williams. May he rest in peace. This, when I thought of the genie, with its golden beams of light and scent of heliotrope, did not trouble me. It was only when my thoughts would not run in this channel that I felt any fear. The fear was not of the darkness itself, but what the darkness suggested. On this particular night, for the first few hours, I was sublimely happy. Then a strange restlessness seized me. I was obsessed with the wish to see the flower garden. For some minutes, stimulated by a dread of what my aunts would think of such a violation of conventionality on the part of a child, I combated furiously with the desire, but at length the longing was so great, so utterly and wholly irresistible, that I succumbed, and getting quietly out of bed, made my way noiselessly into the corridor. All was dark and still, stiller than I had ever known it before. Without any hesitation, I plunged forward in the direction of the wingless side of the house, but there was a long, narrow stained-glass window that commanded an immediate prospect of the white garden. I had seldom looked out of it, as up to the present this side of the house had little attraction to me. But all this was changed now, and as I felt my way cautiously along the corridor, 1,001 fanciful notions of what I might see surged through my brain. I came to the end of the corridor. I descended half a dozen stairs. I got to the middle of the gallery, overlooking the large entrance hall. Below me, above me, on all sides of me, was Stygian darkness. I stopped, and there suddenly rang out, apparently from close at hand, a loud, clear, most appallingly clear, blood-curdling cry, which, beginning in a low key, ended in a shriek so horrid, harsh, and piercing that I felt my heart shrivel up within me. In sheer desperation, I buried my fingers in my ears to deaden the sound. I was now too frightened to move one way or another. All the strength departed from my limbs, and when I endeavored to move my feet, I could not. They appeared to be fastened to the ground with lead weights. I intuitively felt, that the author of this disturbance was regarding my terror with grim satisfaction, that it was merely postponing further action in order to enjoy my suspense. To look outside of this dreadful creature, I clenched my eyelids tightly together, at the same time earnestly imploring God to help me. Suddenly, I heard the low wail begin again, and the echo of a far-off silvery voice came softly to me through the gloom. It's an owl, only an owl. With lightning-like rapidity, the truth then dawned on me. and as I withdrew my climbing fingertips from my ears, the faint fluttering of wings reached me through the open skylight. Once again, I moved on. The gallery was left behind, and I was well on my way down to the tortuous passage leading to my goal, when a luminous object of vast height and cylindrical shape suddenly barred my progress. Overcome by a deadly sickness, I sank on the floor, and burying my face in my hands, quite made up my mind that my last moments had come. How long I remained in this position I cannot say. To me it seemed eternity. I was eventually freed from it by the echo of a gentle laugh, so kind and gay and girlish that my terror at once departed, and on raising my head, I perceived that the cause of my panic was nothing more than a broad beam of moonlight on a particularly prominent angle of the wall. Heartily ashamed of my cowardice, I got up, and stepping briskly forward, soon reached the stained glass window. Pressing my face against the pane, I peered through it, and there immediately beneath me lay the flowers, glorified into dazzling gold by the yellow color of the glass. The sight thrilled me with joy. It was sublime. My instinct had not deceived me. This was indeed the long-looked-for home of the genie. The temperature, which had been high, abnormally so for June, now underwent an abrupt change, and a chill current of air sweeping down on me from the rear made my teeth chatter. I involuntarily shrank back from the window, and as I did so, to my utter astonishment, it disappeared, and I saw in its place a room. It was a long, low room, and opposite to me, at the farthest extremity, was a large bay window, through which I could see the nodding tops of the trees. The furniture was all green, and of a lighter, daintier make than any I had hitherto seen. The walls were covered with pictures, the mantel-shelf with flowers. Whilst I was busy employing noting of all these details, the door of the room opened. The threshold was gorgeously illuminated by a brilliant sunbeam. What suddenly evolved the figure of a young and lovely girl. I could see her now as I saw her then, tall and slender, with masses of golden hair, waved artistically aside from a low forehead of snowy white, finely penciled brows, and long eyes of the most lustrous violet. A straight, delicately molded nose, a firm, beautifully proportioned chin, and a bewitching mouth. At her bosom was a bunch of heliotrope, which, deftly undoing, she raised to her nose and then laughingly held out to me. I was so charmed I took a step forward towards her. The instant I did so, a wild look of terror distorted her face. She waved me back, something jarred against my knee, and in place of the room I saw only the blurred outline of trees with the yellow window panes. Bitterly disappointed, but absolutely sure of what I had seen was objective, I retraced my steps to my bedroom and passed the remainder of the night in sound sleep. After breakfast, however, unable to restrain my curiosity longer, I sought Miss Amelia, who was easier to approach than her sister, and imagined with several efforts to screw up courage, blurted out the story of my nocturnal escapade. My aunt listened in silence. She was always gentle, but on this occasion she surpassed herself. "I am not going to scold you, Esther," she said, smoothing out my curls. "After what you had seen, it is useless to conceal the truth from you. God perhaps intended that you know all. Years ago, Esther, this house was not as you see it now. It had two wings, and the one which no longer exists was the bedroom you saw in your vision. We called it the green room because everything in it was green. Your Aunt Alicia, an aunt you have never heard of, who slept there, have a peculiar fancy for that color. Alicia was our youngest sister, and we all loved her dearly. She was just as you describe her, beautiful as a fairy, with golden hair and violet eyes, and she always wore a bunch of heliotrope on her dress. One night, Esther, one lovely, calm midsummer night, 40 years ago, this house was broken into by burglars. They got out through the green room window, which was always left open during the warm weather. We, my mother, your Aunt Deborah, and I, were awakened by a loud shriek for help. Recognizing Alicia's voice, we easily flew out of the bed and, summoning the servants, toward the green room as fast as we could. To our horror, Esther, the door was locked. Before we could break the lock, the ruffians had murdered her. They escaped through the window and were never caught. My mother, your great-grandmother, had that part of the house pulled down, and on the side of it she planted the white garden. Although Alicia's earthly body died, she was not taken from us. Her beautiful spirit remains with us here." It follows us about in the daytime in the form of a sunbeam, while occasionally, at night, it assumes her earthly shape. The house is what is generally termed haunted, and no doubt some people would be afraid to live in it, but that answer is because they do not understand spirits. Your Aunt Deborah and I do. Do you think, Auntie, I asked with a thrill of joy, do you think it at all likely that I shall see Aunt Alicia again tonight? Aunt Amelia shook her head gently. No, my dear, she said, slowly. I think it will be impossible because you are going home this afternoon. Yep. All right. Hope you liked that story. That was a pretty good story. I don't remember that one too well. It is nice to see stories of ghosts that is benevolent. You don't get too many stories of friendly, cheerful ghosts. Oh, all right. I will be right back. I'm going to go use the bathroom and grab a quick smoke. So everyone, go ahead and stretch out, and we'll resume with some more stories soon. Thank you for popping in when you could, Simona. I hope you drive home safely. And yes, we will soon be playing Final Fantasy at the normal time. So, Case 10. House near Blisswood Square, Glasgow, the haunted bath. When Captain W.D.S. Smith went to look over Blank House in the neighborhood of Blisswood Square, Glasgow, the only thing about the house he did not like was the bathroom. It struck him as excessively grim. The secret of the grimness did not lie, he thought, in any one particular feature. In the tall, gaunt geyser, for example, there was always something in the look of the geyser when it was old and dilapidated, as with the case of this one, that repelled him. Or in the dark, drying cupboard, or in the narrow, slit-like window, but in the room as a whole, in its atmosphere and general appearance. He could not diagnose it. He could not associate it with anything else he had ever experienced. It was a grimness that he could only specify as grim. Grim with a grimness that made him feel he would not like to be alone, there in the dead of night. It was a nuisance because thus the house pleased him. Moreover, the locality was convenient, and the rent moderate. Very moderate for such a neighborhood. He thought the matter well over as he leaned in the doorway of the bathroom. He could, of course, have the room completely renovated. New paper, new paint, and a fresh bath. Hot water pipes. The geysers should be done away with. Geysers were hideous, dangerous, and what nonsense. Ghostly, what absurd rot. How his wife would laugh. That decided the question. His wife, she had expressed a very ardent wish that he should take a house in or near Blisswood Square if he could get one on anything like reasonable terms. And here was his chance. He would accompany the agent to the property, to the latter's office, and the preliminaries should be forthwith settled. 6 weeks later, he and his family were installed in the house, which still reeked with the smell of fresh paint and paper. The first thing the captain did when he got there was to steal away slyly to the bathroom, and as soon as he opened the door, his heart sank. Despite the many alterations the room had undergone, the grimness was still there. There, everywhere. In the fine new 6-foot bath and its glistening, gleaming wooden framework, in the newly papered, newly painted cupboard, in the walls with their fresh, bright paper, in the snowy surface of the whitewashed ceiling, in the air, the very air itself was full of it. The captain was, as a rule, very fond of his bath, but in his new quarters he was firmly resolved that someone else should use the bath before he made the experiment. In the very few days the family had all settled down, and everyone, with the exception of the captain, had had a bath, but no matter how many and how bitter were his wife's complaints, try how he would not, could not, and possibly could not, bring himself to wash in the bathroom alone. It was all right so long as the door was open, but his wife resolutely refused to follow him to keep it open. And the moment it was shut, his abject terror returned. A terror produced by nothing that he could in any way analyze or define. At last, ashamed of his cowardice, he scooped courage, and with a look of determined exasperation in his eyes and mouth, an expression which sent his wife into fits of laughter, and set one night from his bedroom, candle in hand, and entered the bathroom. Shutting and locking the door, he lighted another candle, and after placing them both on the mantel shelf, turned on the bathwater and began to undress. "I might as well have a peep in the cupboard," he said, "just to satisfy myself that no one is hiding there. For everyone in the house knows how I hate this beastly bathroom, and the intentions of playing me a practical joke. Supposing one of the maids, Polly, for example, I'm sure she'd be quite capable, took it into her pretty head, too." But here the captain was obliged to stop. He really was not equal to facing, even in his mind's eye, the situation such a supposition involved. In the bare idea of such a thing, his countenance assumed a deeper hue. I am loath to admit an amused grin. The grin, however, died out as he cautiously opened the door and peered furtively in. No one. Nothing was there. With a breath of relief, he closed the door again, placed a chair against it, and, sitting down, proceeded to pull off his clothes. Coat, vest, undergarments, he placed them all tenderly in an untidy heap on the floor, and then, with a last lingering affectionate look at them, walked sedately towards the bath. But this sedateness was only momentary. The first few steps he walked, but a noise in the grate startled him. He suddenly assumed an air of the greatest gaiety, and bowing with mock gallantry to his trousers, he now waltzed cociously to the bath. It was grim, horribly grim, and horribly hot, too, for when he felt the temperature with one of his squat, pudgy toes, it made him swear quite involuntarily. Turning on the cold water and slapping his thighs playfully, he felt again. Too hot, yet far too hot, even for him. He loved heat. More cold. And he was hoisting one chubby leg to feel again when a repetition of the noise in the grate made him swing round. He lost his balance and descended on the floor with a very hard bump. For some seconds he lay still, too sulky and aggrieved even to get up. But the draught from under the ill-fitting door tickled his bare flesh in the most immodest fashion. He roused himself from his lethargy, and was about to rise himself on the floor when the lights went out. Went out without a moment's warning, and he found himself engulfed in the most funeral darkness. To say he was startled is to put it very mildly. He was absolutely terror-stricken, far too terror-stricken to think of moving now, and least of all getting up and groping for the matches. Indeed, when he came to think of it, he had not seen any matches in the room, and he had not brought any with him. His wife had flirted him so much. The moment the candles were extinguished, the grimness sensibly increased, and he could feel all around him, thickly amalgamated with the ether, a superphysical presence, at once hostile and horrible. Then, to bring his terror to a climax, there issued from the bath a loud rubbing and splashing as if someone, some very heavy person, was vigorously washing. The water rose and fell, squished and bubbled as it does when one is laying at full length in it, rising and lowering oneself, kicking and plunging first to one side and then to the other. Whilst, to add to the realism, Captain Smith distinctly heard gasping and puffing from the soft, greasy sound of a well-soaped flannel. He could indeed follow every movement of the occupant of the bath as graphically as if he had seen them. With a brisk scrubbing of body and legs, the finicky process of cleaning the ears and toes. It was whilst the bather was occupied thus that the cupboard door began to open very quietly and stealthily, and Captain D. Smith heard the chair he had so carefully placed against it being gradually propelled across the floor. Then something, he would have given anything to tell what, came out and began to steal towards him. He tried to crawl out of its way, but could not. His limbs no longer acted conjointly with his brain. And when he opened his mouth to shout at it, his voice withered away in his throat. It came up to him, and directly it touched his naked skin. He knew it was a woman with such a much beflounced silk skirt and silk petticoats, a woman whose person was perfumed with violets, a scent for which the captain had a particular weakness, without doubt loaded with jewelry. Her behavior did not betray any symptom of embarrassment when she encountered the captain lying on the floor, but planting one icy-cold, high-heeled shoe on his chest and the other on his cheek, she stepped on him as if he had been an orthodox cushion or footstool, perfectly placed there for her convenience. A hollow exclamation, which died away in a gasp, issued from the bath, as the woman, with a swift movement of her arms, threw something over it. First thing about real estate: location, bathroom ghosts. What followed, the captain could only surmise, but from the muttered imprecations and the splashes of the water, it seemed to him that nothing short of murder was taking place. After a while, the noise in the bath grew feebler and feebler, and when they finally ceased, the woman, with a sigh of relief, shook the water from her arms and stepped off the captain, moved towards the fireplace. The spell, which had, up to the present, enthralled the unfortunate captain, was now broken, and thinking that the ghostly visitor had betaken herself right away, he sat up. He had hardly done so before the darkness was rudely dissipated, and to his horror he saw looking at him from a distance of only a few feet a white, luminous face, presumably that of a woman. But what a woman! What a devil! What a match for the most lurid of any of Satan's male retainers! Yet she was not without beauty. Beauty of the richest sensual order, beauty that, had it been flesh and blood, would have sent men mad. Her hair, jet black, wavy, and parted in the center, was looped over her shell-like ears, which were unusually low and far back on her head. Her nose was that of a rare and matchless shape termed Grecian, and her mouth and form a triumph of all things heavenly, an expression, a triumph of all things hellish. The magnificent turn of its short upper lip and the soft voluptuous line of its underlip, its supportive dimples and the ripe red color, its even rows of bedazzling pearly teeth were adorable, but they appealed to the senses and in no sense or shape to the soul. Her brows, slightly irregular in outline, met over the nose. Her eyelashes were of great length, and her eyes, ever so slightly obliquely set, and larger than those of the living human beings, were black as her hair, and the pupils sparkled and shone with the most damnable expression of satanical hatred and glee. The whole thing, the face and the light that emanated from it, was so entirely awful and devilish that Captain Smith sat like one turned to stone. It was not long until after it had advanced that he groped his way for the door, and in Adam's costume, for he dared not stay to put on his clothes, fled down the passage to his bedroom. From his wife he got little sympathy. Her sarcasm was too deep for words, and she merely ordered her husband on no account to breathe a word of his silliness for either the children or the servants. The injunction, however, which was naturally carried out to the letter, was futile as a precaution, for on running into the bathroom one morning, when everyone else was downstairs, the eldest boy Ronald saw floating in the bath the body of a hoary-headed old man. It was bloated and purplish blue, and had big, glassy eyes that stared at him with such a hideous, meaningless manner that he uttered a scream of terror and fled. Alarmed at the noise, most of the household ran to see what had happened. Only the captain remained behind. He knew only too well, and he hid, letting his wife and the servants go upstairs alone. They entered the bathroom, but there was nothing in the bath, not even water. But as they were leaving, they ran into a dark, handsome, evil-eyed woman clad in the most costly of dresses and sparkling with jewelry. She glided past him with sly, silent footsteps and vanished by the cupboard. Cured of skepticism and throwing dignity to the wind, the captain's wife raced downstairs and, bursting into the drawing room, flung herself on the sofa in hysterics. Within a week, the house was once again empty, and the rumor getting about it that it was haunted. The landlord threatened the Smiths with an action for slander of title, but I did not think the case was taken to court. The Smiths agreed to contradict the report they had originated. Astute inquiries, however, eventually led them to discover that a lady, answering to the description of the ghost they had seen, had once lived at blank house. Of Spanish descent, she was young, beautiful, and gay, and she was married to an extremely wealthy man. People remembered how rich he was after he died, old enough to be her grandfather. They had nothing in common. The husband only wanted to be quiet, the wife to flirt and to be admired. The neighbors often heard them quarrel, and it was declared that the wife possessed the temper of a fiend. The man was eventually found dead in his bath, and there was no indications of violence. It was generally supposed that he had fainted. His wife had been previously heard to declare that he often had fainting fits, and had thus been accidentally drowned. The beautiful young widow, who inherited all his money, left the house immediately and went abroad, and the neighbors, when questioned by the Smiths as to whether anything had been seen of her since, shook their heads dubiously, but refused to commit themselves. This is why you shower, don't bathe. Don't have to worry about being drowned then. Case 11. The choking ghost of blank house near Sandyford Place, Glasgow. Now this is actually one of my favorite stories. Years later, this story still pops in my head and I remember it. It's one of my favorites. Just since it's been a little while since I've done this. Anyone lurking that would like to join us in our little necropolis, hang out with us, possibly find out more stories. Now then. The last time I was passing through Glasgow, I put up for the night at a hotel near Sandyford Place, and there met an old theatrical acquaintance named Pelly Brown. Having seen him since I gave up acting, which is now, alas, a good many years, we had much to discuss. Touring days, lodgings, managers, crowds, and a dozen other subjects, all included in the vulgar term shop. We spent the whole of one evening debating thus in the smoke room, whilst the following night we went to an entertainment given by that charming reciter and raconteur, Miss Lillian North, who, apart from her talent, which in my opinion places her in the first rank of her profession, is the possessor of extraordinary personal attractions, not the least remarkable of which are her hands. Indeed, it was through my intention being called to the latter that I am indirectly indebted for this story. Miss North has typically psychic hands, exquisitely white and narrow, and her long tapering fingers and filbert nails, which, by the way, were always trimmed manicured, are the most perfect I have ever seen. I was alluding to them on our way back to the hotel after my performance when Haley Brown interrupted me. Talking about psychic things, O'Donnell, he said, do you know where there is a haunted house near where we are staying? It's held. Very well, then I shall tell you what I know, and you write about it. Will you promise not to allude to the house by its right number? If you do, there will be the dickens to pay. Simply call it Blank House, near Sandyford Place. You promise? Good. Let's take a little stroll before we turn in. I feel I want a breath of fresh air, and I will tell you the experience I once had there. It is exactly 2 years ago, and I was on tour here in the Green Bushes. All the usual theatrical diggings had been snapped up long before I arrived, and, not knowing where else to go, I went to number blank Sandyford Place, which I saw advertised in one of the local papers as a first-class private hotel with very moderate charges. A wild bit of extravagancy, but then one does do foolish things sometimes, and to tell the truth, I wanted to change badly. I had digged for a long time with a fellow called Charlie Grosvenor, and not at all a bad chap, but rather apt to get on one's nerves after a while. He had got on mine horribly. Consequently, I was not at all sorry for an excuse to get away from him for a bit, even though I had to pay dearly for it. A private hotel in a neighborhood like that of Sandyford Place is a big order for an ordinary comedian. I forget exactly what the terms were, but I know I pulled rather a long face when I was told. Still, being as I say tired of my usual digs, I determined to try it, and accordingly found myself landed in a nice-sized bedroom on the second floor. The first 3 nights passed, and nothing happened, saving that I had the most diabolical nightmares, a very unusual thing for me. It was the cheese, I said to myself when I got out of bed the first morning. I will take very good care I don't touch cheese tonight. I kept this resolution, but I had the nightmare again, and even if anything worse than before. Then I fancied it must be cocoa. I was that time a teetotaler, so I took hot milk instead. But I had nightmares all the same, and my dreams terrified me to such an extent that I did not dare get out of bed in the morning. It was then winter. Till it was broad daylight. It was now becoming a serious matter to me. As you know, an actor, more than most people, needs sleep. It soon became as much as I could do to maintain my usual standard of acting. On the 4th night, determined to get rest at all costs, I took a stiff glass of hot brandy just before getting into bed. I slept. I could scarcely help sleeping, but not for long, for I was rudely awakened from my slumbers with a loud crash. I sat up in bed, thinking the whole house was falling about my ears. The sound was not repeated, and all was profoundly silent. Wondering what on earth the noise could have been, and feeling very thirsty, I got out of bed to get a drink of lime juice. To my annoyance, however, though I groped about everywhere, knocking an ashtray off the mantelpiece and smashing the lid of a soap dish, I could find neither the lime juice nor matches. At length, giving it up as a bad job, I decided to get into bed again. With that end in view, I groped my way back through the darkness, steering myself by the furniture, the position of which was, of course, quite familiar to me, at least I imagined it was. Judge, then, of my astonishment when I could not find the bed. At first I regarded it as a huge joke and laughed. How rich! Fancy not being able to find one's way back to bed in a room of this dimension. Good enough for Punch. Too good, perhaps, now. But it soon grew past a joke. I had been around the room, completely around the room twice, and still no bed. I became seriously alarmed. Could I be ill? Was I going mad? But no, my forehead was cool, my pulse normal. For some seconds I stood still, not knowing what else to do. Then, to make one more desperate attempt, I struck straight in front of me and ran into something. Something that recoiled and hit me. Thrilled with amazement, I put my hand to feel what it was and touched a noose. A noose! I ejaculated, interrupting Haley Brown for the first time since he began. Yes, a noose, he repeated, suspended in midair. As you can imagine, I was greatly astonished, for there had been nothing that I could be now mistaken for a noose in the room overnight. I stretched out my arms to feel what it was fastened, but to add to my surprise, the cord terminated in thin air. Then I grew frightened and, dropping my arms, tried to move away from the spot. I could not; my feet were glued to the floor. With a gentle purring sound, the noose commenced fawning. I use that word because the action was so intensely bestial, so that of a cat or a snake, round my neck and face. It then rose above me, and after circling fiercely round and round, and creating a miniature maelstrom in the air, descended gradually over my head. Lower and lower it stole, like some sleek, caressing slug. Now past the tips of my ears, now my nose, and now my chin, until, with a tiny thud, it landed on my shoulders. Then, with a fierce snap, it suddenly tightened. I endeavored to tear it off, but every time I raised my hands, a strong magnetic force drew them to my side. I opened my mouth to shriek for help, and an icy current of air froze the breath in my lungs. I was helpless, O'Donnell, utterly, wholly helpless. Cold, clammy hands tore my feet from the floor. I was hoisted bodily up and then let drop. A frightful pain shot through me. 100 wires cut into my throat at once. I gasped, choked, suffocated in my mad efforts to find a foothold, kicked out frantically in all directions. This only resulted in an increase to my torments, since with every plunge the noose grew tauter. My agony at last grew unbearable. I could feel the sides of my raw and palpitating thorax driven into one another, while every attempt to heave a breath from my bursting lungs was rewarded with the most excruciating paroxysms of pain. Pain more acute than I had thought possible for any human being to endure. My head became 10 times its natural size. Blood, foaming, boiling blood, poured into it from God knows where, and under its pressure my eyes bulged in their sockets, and the veins of my nose cracked. Terrific thunderings echoed and re-echoed in my ears. My tongue, huge as a mountain, shot against my teeth. A sea of fire raged through my brain, and then blackness. Blackness inconceivable. When I recovered consciousness, O'Donnell, I found myself standing, cold and shivering, but otherwise sound and whole, on the chilly oil cloth. I had now no difficulty in finding my way back to bed, and in about an hour's time succeeded in falling asleep. I slept till late, and on getting up, tried to persuade myself that my horrible experience was but the result of another nightmare. As you may guess, after all this, I did not look forward to bedtime, and counted the minutes as they flew by with the utmost regret. Never had I been so sorry with my performance at the theater was over, and the lights of my hotel once again hove in sight. I entered my bedroom in fear and trembling, and was so apprehensive lest I should again be compelled to undergo the sensations of hanging that I decided to keep a light burning all night, and for that reason had brought half a pound of wax candles. At last I grew so sleepy that I could not keep awake longer. And placing the candlestick on a chair by the bed, I scrambled in between the sheets. Without as much as a sip of spirits, I slept like a top. When I awoke, the room was in pitch darkness. A curious smell at once attracted my notice. I thought at first it might be but the passing illusion of a dream. But no, I sniffed again. It was there close to me, under my very nose. The strong, pungent odor of drugs. But not being a professor of smells, nor even a humble student of physics, I was consequently unable to diagnose it. I could only arrive at the general conclusion that it was a smell that brought with it a very vivid recollection of a chemist shop in my old school laboratory. Wondering whence it originated, I thrust my face forward with the intention of trying to locate it, when, to my horror, my lips touched something cold and flabby. In an agony of fear, I rolled away from it, and then, the bed being narrow, I slipped over the edge and bumped onto the floor. I think it's quite possible that up to this point you may have attributed my unhappy experience to nothing more nor less than a bad dream, but your dream theory can no longer hold good, for on coming in such contact with the floor, I gave my funny bone a knock, which I can assure you made me thoroughly awake, and for the first thing I noticed on recovering my scattered senses was the smell. I sat up and saw to my terror my bed was occupied, but occupied in the most alarming manner. On the middle of the pillow was a face, the face of... I looked closer. I would have given every penny I possessed not to have done so, but I could not help myself. I looked closer, and it was the face of my brother Ralph. You may recollect my mentioning him to you. He was the only one of us at the time making money, whom I believed him to be in New York. He'd always been rather sallow, but apart from the fact that he now looked very yellow, his appearance was quite natural. Indeed, as I gazed at him, I grew so convinced it was he that I cried out, "Ralph!" The moment I did so, there was a ghastly change. His eyelids opened, and his eyes I recognized at once, protruded to such a degree that they almost rolled out. His mouth flew open, his tongue swelled, his whole countenance became convulsed, the most unparalleled, and for that reason indescribable expression of agony, whilst the yellowness of his complexion deepened to a livid, lurid black. It was so inconceivably repellent and hellish that I sprang away from the bed, appalled. There was then a gasping, rasping noise, and a voice that, despite its unnatural hollowness, I identified as that of Ralph, broke forth. I have been wanting to speak to you for ages, but something I cannot explain has always prevented me. I have been dead a month. Not cancer, but Dolly. Poison. Goodbye, Helly. I shall rest in peace now. The voice stopped, and there was a rush of cold air, laden with the scent of the drug, and faintly tainted with the nauseating smell of the grave. And the face on the pillow vanished. How I got to the remainder of the night I cannot say. I dare not think. I dare only remember that I did not sleep. I was devoted to Ralph, and the thought that he had perished in the miserable manner suggested by the apparition completely prostrated me. In the morning, I received a black-edged letter from my mother stating that she had just heard from Dolly, my brother's wife, saying Ralph had died from cancer in the throat. Dolly added in a postscript that her dearly beloved Ralph had been very good to her and left her well provided for. Of course, we don't have had the body exhumed, but we were poor, and Ralph's widow was rich, and in America. You know, everything goes in favor of the dollars, hence we were obliged to let the matter drop, sincerely trusting Dolly would never take it into her head to visit us. She never did. My mother died last year. I felt her death terribly, O'Donnell, and as I no longer have any fixed abode, but am always touring the British provinces, there's not much fear of Ralph's murderess and I meeting. It is rather odd, however, that after my own experience at the hotel, I heard that it was borne the reputation of being haunted for many years, that a good many visitors who had passed the night in one of the rooms, presumably mine, had complained of hearing strange noises and having dreadful dreams. How can one explain it all? One can't, I responded as we turned in for the night. Hey, Luis, how you doing? Welcome in. First-time chatter. So that was The Choking Ghost. That was always one of my favorite stories. Let's see. If memory serves. There we go. Oh my god, I can't type. There we go. Ooh, I played Pokemon last. Nice. I haven't played Pokemon in years. One of these days I gotta try to get back into it. So now then, Case 12. The Grey Piper and the Heavy Coach of Donaldgary House, Perth. The Choking Ghost, yeah, that was my favorite story when I was growing up. That has stuck with me for years. I always end up flashing back to that story. Because this book of stories I'm telling stories from is older than I am. The author died in 1965, so these stories are pretty old. Donaldgary House, until comparatively recent times, stood on the outskirts of Perth. It was a long, low, rambling old place dating back to the beginning of the 17th century. At the time of the narrative, it was in the possession of a Mr. William Whittington, who bought it at a very low price for some people named Tyler. It is true that it would have cost a small fortune to repair, but notwithstanding this disadvantage, Mr. Whittington considered his purchase a bargain. He was more than satisfied with it. Indeed, he knew of no other house of a similar size and such an imposing appearance, and so pleasantly situated that he could have bought it for far less than twice the amount he had paid for it. He was really very, very sorry for the Tylers, who explained to him in confidence that they had not been in such urgent need of money that they would never have sold Dongarry House at such a ridiculously low figure. However, when it was a question of cash down, Mr. Wayne had only to write out a check for the modest sum they asked, and the house was his. Ancient tomb. Well, it's fitting for me, I would think, considering I'm a collector of lore. It was June when Mr. Whittington took possession of the house. June, when the summer sun was brightest and the gardens looked their best. The Whittington family consisted of Mr. and Mrs. Whittington, two sons, Ernest and Harvey, and three daughters, Ruth, Martha, and Mary, were, as one might gather from their names, alone, plain, practical, genteel, in fact, very superior people, who were by no means lacking in that exceedingly useful quality of caniness, so characteristic of the lowland Scots, to which race they belonged. Mr. Whittington had for years conducted a grocery business in Jedburgh, twice filling the honored and coveted post of a mayor, and when he at length retired into private life, his friends, and it was astonishing how many friends he had, surely suspected that his pockets were not only well lined, but full to bursting. Acting on the advice of his wife and daughters, who were keen on social distinction, he sent Ernest to Oxford, conditionally that he should take holy orders in the Church of England, whilst Harvey, who then scarcely out of the petticoat stage, displayed the regular Whittington talents for business by covertly helping himself to the sugar of his father's shop, and disposing of it at strictly sale prices to his sister's cronies in the nursery. Was sent to one of those half-preparatory and half-finishing schools, of course for the sons of gentlemen only, at Edinburgh, where he was kept till he was old enough to be articled as to a prosperous, exceedingly prosperous firm of solicitors. The girls, Ruth, Martha, and Mary, had likewise been highly educated, that is to say, they had remained so many years at an English seminary for young girls, and been given a final 12 months in France and Germany to enable them to obtain the correct accent. At the time of the story, they were as yet unmarried, and were awaiting for the most laudable patience the advent of men of title. They were delighted with their new home, which Ruth had persuaded her father to christen Donald Gowrie, after the house and the romantic novel she had just been reading. And proud of their gilded premises and magnificent tennis lawns, they had placed a gigantic and costly tray in the hall, in confident assurance that it would speedily groan beneath the weight of cards from all the gentry in Perthshire. But please be it understood that my one and only object in alluding to these trifling details is to point out that the Whittingtons, being entirely engrossed in matters mundane, were the very last people in the world to be termed superstitious. And although imaginative where future husbands' calls and cards were concerned, prior to the events about to be narrated had not an ounce of superstition in their natures. Indeed, until then they had always smiled in a very supercilious manner at even the smallest mention of a ghost. September came, their first September in Donogary, and the family welcomed with joy Ernest and his youthful bride. The latter was not, as they had fondly hoped and roundly announced in Perth, the daughter of a peer, but of a wealthy Bristol draper, the owner of a house near the Downs, whose son had been one of Ernest's many friends at Oxford. The coming of the newly married pair at Donogary brought with it a burst of bird-like gaiety, all sorts of entertainment, musical at-homes, dinners, dances, tennis, and garden parties. In fact, every variety, according with the family's idea of good taste, were given. And with praiseworthy push for which the Whittingtons had fast become noted, all the county was invited. This splendid display of wealth and hospitality was not disinterested. I fear it might be not only a countenance sent off for the immaculately clad curate and his wife, but also a determined effort on the part of Mr. and Mrs. Gummington to attract the right sort of lover for their girls. It was during the progress of one of their al fresco entertainments that the skepticism of certain of the Whittingtons with regard to the supernatural received a rude blow. Martha, Mary, and two eligible young men, friends of Harvey's, having finished a somewhat spirited game of croquet, refreshing themselves with lemonade whilst they continued their flirtation. Presently, Mary, whose partner declared how much he should like to see some photographs she had recently taken of herself, with a well-affected giggle of embarrassment, set off to the house to fetch her album. The minutes passed, and as she did not return, Martha went in search of her. The album, she knew, was in their boudoir, which was situated at the end of a long and rather gloomy corridor of the upper story. Highly incensed at her sister's slowness, she was hastening along the corridor when, to her supreme astonishment, she suddenly saw the figure of a man in kilts with bagpipes under his arm, emerge through the half-open door of the boudoir, and with a peculiar gliding motion advanced towards her. A curious feeling, with which she was totally unfamiliar, compelled her to remain mute and motionless, and in this condition she awaited the approach of the stranger. Who was he, she asked herself, and how on earth had he got there, and what was he doing? As he drew nearer, she perceived that his face was all one hue, a ghastly, livid gray, and that his eyes, which were at the time fixed on hers, were lurid and menacing. So terrible, in fact, that she turned cold with fear, and felt the very hair on her head beginning to rise on end. She opened her mouth to shriek, but found she could not ejaculate a syllable. Neither could she, even with her most desperate efforts, tear her feet from the floor. On came the figure, and, without swerving either to the right or left, it glided right up to and through her. And as she involuntarily turned around, she saw it disappear through a half-open staircase window, at least 20 feet above the ground outside. Shaking all over with terror, and not understanding in the slightest what to make of it, Martha ran to the boudoir, where her heart almost sprang out of her body at the spectacle of her sister Mary stretched at full length on the floor, her cheeks ashy pale, her lips blue. Martha at once made a frantic rush to the bell, and in a few minutes half the establishment, headed by Mr. Whittington, poured into the room. With the aid of the little cold water, Mary speedily recovered, and replied to the anxious inquiries of her sympathetic rescuers as to what had happened, indignantly demanded why such a horrible-looking creature as that piper had been allowed not merely to enter the house, but to come up to her room and half frighten her to death. I had just got my album, she added, when, feeling someone was in the room, I turned around, and there, she indicated a spot in the carpet, was the piper, not 10 paces away from me, regarding me with the most awful look imaginable. I was too taken aback by surprise as anything, nor, for some unaccountable reason, could I escape. For he touched me on the shoulder with one of his icy-cold hands, and then commenced playing. Up and down the floor he paced, backwards and forwards, never taking his hateful glance off my face, never piping the same dismal dirge. At last, unable to stand the strain of it any longer, and convinced he was a madman bent on murdering me, for who but a lunatic could have behaved in such a way, I gave way to a violent fit of hysterics and fainted. Now tell me who he was and why he was permitted to frighten me in this manner. And Mary stamped her feet and grew vicious, as only her class will when they are at all vexed. Her speech was followed by a silence that exasperated her. She repeated her inquiries with crimson cheeks, and then, as again no one responded, she signaled out the head footman and raved at him. Up to this point, Mr. Whittington had been dumb with amazement. The idea of a strange piper having the twofold effrontery to enter his house, proceed to the private and chaste sanctuary of his highly respectable daughters, almost deprived him of breath. He could scarcely believe his ears. What in the name of... What does it all mean? He at length stammered, addressing the unfortunate footman. A piper! Without any invitation from me, how dare you let him in? I did not, sir, the luckless footman replied. No such person came to the door when I was in the hall. No more than he did when I was there, chimed in the second footman, and all the other servants vociferated in the body. We never saw any piper, sir, nor heard one either, and they all looked at Mary reproachfully. At this, Mr. Whittington looked exceedingly embarrassed. In the face of such an unanimous denial, what could he say? And if he suggested the servants were untrue, they would all give notice to leave on the spot, and knowing good servants are scarce in Perth as elsewhere, felt rather in a fix. At length, turning to Mary, he asked if she was sure it was a piper. Sure! Mary screamed. Why, of course I am. Didn't I tell you he marched up and down here playing on his disgusting bagpipes, which nearly broke the drum of my ear? And I saw him too, Pa, Martha put in. I met him in the corridor. He had pipes under his arm and the most dreadful expression on his face. I don't wonder Mary was frightened. But where did he go? Mr. Whittington cried. You would not believe me if I told you, Martha said, her cheeks flushing. He seemed to pass right through me, and then to vanish through the staircase window. I've never been so terribly upset in my life. And sinking onto the sofa, she began to laugh hysterically. Dear me, it is very odd, Mr. Whittington exclaimed, as Mary handed her sister a wineglass of sal volatile. They can't both have been dreaming. It must. But what a nonsensical notion. There is no such thing as ghosts. Only children and nursemaids believe in them nowadays. As soon as you have quite recovered, my dears, you will return to the garden, and I think under the circumstances, the rather peculiar circumstances, it would be better to say nothing to your mother. Do you understand? Mr. Whittington went on, eyeing the servants. Nothing to your mistress. The affair thus terminated, and for some days nothing further happened to disturb the peace of the family. At the end of a week, however, exactly a week after the appearance of the piper, Mary met with a serious accident. She was running across the croquet lawn to speak to her sister-in-law when she tripped over a hoop that had been accidentally left there, and in falling, ran a hat pin into her head. Blood poisoning ensued, and within a fortnight she was dead. Martha was the only one in the house, however, who associated Mary's accident and death with the piper. To her, that sinister expression in the mysterious Highlander's eyes portended mischief, and she could not but suspect that in some way or another he had brought about the catastrophe. The autumn waned, and Christmas was well within sight, when another mysterious occurrence took place. Still, it was early one Sunday evening. Tea was just over, and the Whittington family were sitting around the fire, engaged in a somewhat melancholy conversation. The loss of Mary had affected them all very deeply, when they heard the far-away rumble of a heavy coach on the high road. Nearer and nearer it came, till it seemed to be about on the level with the front lodge gate. Then, to their surprise, there was a loud crunching of gravel, and they heard it careening at a breakneck speed up the carriage drive. They looked at one another in the utmost consternation. A coach, and driven in this mad fashion? Whose was it? What did it mean? Not visitors, surely. They pulled up to the front door, and all the champing and stamping of the horses vibrated loudly through the still night air. Sounds as if one or more people were next heard, and then there came a series of most terrific knockings at the door. The Whittington family stared at one another aghast. There was something in those knockings, something they could not explain, that struck terror in their souls and made their blood run cold. They waited in breathless anxiety for the door to be opened, but no servant went to open it. The knocks were repeated, if anything louder than before. The door swung back on its hinges, and the tread of heavy footsteps were heard slowly approaching the drawing room. Mrs. Whittington gave a low gasp of horror. Ruth screamed. Harvey buried his face in his hands. Mr. Whittington rose to his feet and made desperate efforts to get to the bell, but could not stir, whilst Martha rushed to the drawing-room door and locked it. They then, with one accord, began to pray. The steps halted outside the room. The door slowly opened. The blurred outlines of a group of ghastly-looking figures supporting a grotesquely shaped object in the midst appeared on the threshold. For some seconds there was grim silence. It was abruptly broken by a thud. Ruth had slipped from her chair to the floor in a dead faint, whereupon the shadowy forms solemnly veered round and made their way back again to the front door. The latter swung violently open. There was a rush of icy wind, which swept like a hurricane across the hall into the drawing-room. The front door then slammed to with a crash, and the coach drove away. Everyone's attention was now directed to Ruth. At first, so volatile and the cold water produced no effect, but after a time she slowly, very slowly, regained consciousness. As soon as she had recovered sufficiently to speak, she expressed an earnest desire that no reference should ever be made in her presence to what had just happened. It was for me, she said in such an emphatic tone as filled her audience with the direst forebodings. I know it was for me. They all looked in my direction. God help me, I shall die like Mary. Though greatly perplexed as to what she meant, for no one excepting herself had been able to make out the phenomenon with any degree of distinctness, they yielded to her entreaties and asked her no questions. The servants had neither heard nor seen anything. A fortnight later, Ruth was taken ill with appendicitis. Peritonitis speedily set in, and she died under the operation. The Whittingtons now began to wish they had never come to Donaldgowrie, but with the astuteness that had been characteristic of the family through countless generations of fair days and foul, they took the greatest precautions never to drop even as much as a hint to the servants or to anyone in the town that the house was haunted. A year passed without any further catastrophe, and they were beginning to hope their ghastly visitors had left them when something else occurred. It was Easter time, and Ernest, his wife, and baby were staying with them. The baby, a boy, was fat and bonny, the very picture of health and happiness. Mrs. Whittington and Martha vied for one another in their devotion to him, and either one or the other of them was always dancing attendance on him. It so happened that one afternoon, whilst the servants were having their tea, Martha found herself alone in the upper part of the house with her precious nephew. Mr. Whittington had gone to Edinburgh to consult his lawyer, the head of the firm with whom Harvey was articled, on business. Whilst Mrs. Whittington had taken her son and daughter-in-law for a drive, the weather was glorious, and Martha, though as little appreciative of the beauties of nature as most commercial-minded young women, could not but admire the coloring of the sky as she looked out of the nursery window. The sun had disappeared, but the effects of its rays were still apparent on the western horizon, where the heavens were washed with alternate streaks of gold and red and pink, the color of each streak excessively brilliant in the center, but paling toward the edges. Here and there were the golden pink-tipped clouds and crimson islets surrounding with seas of softest blue. Outside the limits of this sun-kissed pale, the blue of the sky gradually grew darker and darker, until its line was altogether lost in the black shadows of night that, creeping over the lone mountain tops in the far east, slowly swept forward. Wafted by the gentle breeze came the dull moaning and whispering of the pine trees, the hummings of the wind through the telephone wires, and the discordant cawing of the crows. And it seemed to Martha, as she sat there and peered out into the garden, that over the whole atmosphere of the place had come a subtle and hostile change. A change in the noises of the trees, the birds, the wind. A change in the flower-scented ether. A change, a most marked and emphatic change, in the shadows. What was it? What was this change? Whence did it originate? What did it portend? A slight noise, a most trivial noise, attracted Martha's attention to the room. She looked round and was quite startled to see how dark it had grown. In the old days, when she had scoffed at ghosts, she would have as soon have been in the dark as in the light. The night had no terrors for her, but now, since those awful occurrences last year, all was different. As she peered apprehensively about her, her flesh crawled. What was there in that corner opposite, that corner hemmed in on one side by the cupboard? How she hated cupboards, particularly when they had shiny surfaces in which were reflected all sorts of curious things. The chest of drawers on the other. It was a shadow, only a shadow, but of what? She searched the room everywhere to find its material counterpart, and at last discovered it in the nurse's shawl which hung from the back of the chair. Then she laughed and would have gone on laughing, for she tried to persuade herself that laughter banished ghosts, when suddenly something else caught her eye. What was it? An object that glittered evilly like two eyes. She got up in the state of the most hideous fascination and walked towards it. Then she laughed again. It was a pair of scissors. The nurse's scissors, clean, bright, and sharp. Why did she pick them up and feel the blade so caressingly with her thumb? Why did she glance from them to the baby? Why? In the name of God, why? Frightful ideas laid hold on her mind. She tried to trace them away, but they quickly returned. The scissors. Why were they in her fingers? Why could she not put them down? For what were they intended? Cutting thread, and tape, and throats. Throats? And she giggled hysterically at the bare notion. But what was this round her waist, this shadowy arm-like object? She looked fearfully round, and her soul died within her as she encountered the malevolent, gleeful eyes of the sinister piper, pressed closely against her face. Was it she he wanted this time? She, or whom in the name of all that was pitiable? Desperately, as if all the lives in the universe and the future of her soul were at stake, did she struggle to free herself from his grasp, but in vain. Every fiber, every muscle of her body was completely at his will. On and on he pushed her until foot by foot, inch by inch, she approached the cradle. And all the while his hellish voice was breathing the vilest of inspirations into her brain. At At last she stood by the side of the baby and bent over it. What a darling! What a dear! What a duck! A sweet, pretty, innocent, prattling duck. How like her mother! How like her handsome brother! How like herself! Very, very like herself! Oh, everyone loved it! How everyone worshipped it! How, and here the grave face beside her chuckled, everyone would miss it! How pink its toes! How fat its calves! How chubby its little palms! How bonny its cheeks! And how white, how gloriously, heavenly, snowy white its throat! And she stretched forth one of her stubby, inartistic fingers and played with its flesh, which then she glanced furtively at the scissors and smiled. It was soon done, soon over, and she and the grave-faced piper danced a minuet in the moonbeams. Afterwards he piped a farewell dirge, a wild, weird, funeral dirge, and marching slowly backwards, his dark, gleaming eyes fixed floatingly on hers, disappeared through the window. Then the reaction set in, and Martha raved and shrieked till everyone in the house flew on to the rescue. Of course, no one, saving her father and mother, believed her. Ernest, his wife, and the servants attributed her bloody act to jealousy, the law to madness, and they were subsequently journeyed from Donegowrie to a criminal lunatic asylum, where the recollection of all she had done soon killed her. Thus was the climax. Mr. Whittington sold Donegowrie, and a new house was shortly afterwards erected in its stead. Well, that got dark quick. Alright. How many more stories we got left here? We have 4 stories left. We are almost done with this book. I'm going to go grab a smoke and rest my voice for a moment. I will be back in just a few minutes. I hope you're all enjoying them so far, so meantime, please stretch, get yourself something to drink, and do some little bit of self-care, and I'll be back shortly. I am back. We have about 40 minutes before we do Final Fantasy, so maybe I'll be able to finish these stories by then. As the next one is Case 13, The Floating Head of the Penratchet Inn near the Perth Road, Dundee. Some years ago, when I was engaged in collecting cases for a book I was contemplating publishing on haunted houses in England and Wales, I was introduced to an Irish clergyman whose name I have forgotten, whom I have never met since. Had the incident he related taken place in England or Wales, I should have noted it down carefully, but as it occurred in Scotland, and I had no intention then of bringing out a volume on Scottish phantasms, I did not do so. My memory, however, I can assure my readers, in spite of the many ghost tales committed to it, for scarcely a day passes that I do not hear one, seldom fails, and the Irish clergyman's story, of which I am about to relate, comes back to me now with startling vividness. One summer evening, early in the 80s, Mr. Murphy, the name by which I will designate the originator of this story, and his wife arrived in Dundee. The town was utterly unknown to them, and they were touring Scotland for the first time. Not knowing where to put up for the night, and knowing no one to whom they could apply for information, they consulted a local paper. From the long list of hotels and boarding houses advertised therein, selected the Penratchet Inn near the Perth Road as being the one most likely to meet their modest requirements. They were certainly not disappointed with the exterior of the hotel they had chosen, for as soon as they saw it, they exclaimed simultaneously, "What a delightful old place!" And old it certainly was, for the many-gabled, oaken structure and projecting windows unquestionably indicated the 16th century, whilst to enhance the effect and give it to a true touch and detail of ye ancient times. A huge antique lantern was hung over the entrance, nor did the interior impress them far less favorably. The rooms were large and low, the ceilings, walls, and floors and staircases all of oak. You are very welcome to shout out, Eloise. I try to shout out to anyone that I recognize as a streamer coming in. Eloise also plays spoopy games and does some cool stuff, so go check her out. The diamond lattice windows and narrow, tortuous passages and innumerable nooks and crannies and cupboards created an atmosphere of combined quaintness and comfort that irresistibly appealed to the Murphys. Viewed from the searching rays of the sun, and cheered by the voices of the visitors, the interior of the house, for artistic taste and cheerfulness, would indeed be hard to beat. But, as Mrs. Murphy's eyes wandered up the stairs and down the corridor, she was filled with misgivings as to how the place would strike her at night. Though not nervous naturally, and by no means superstitious, at night, when the house was dark and silent, and the moon called forth the shadows, she was not without the feelings of uneasiness that most people, even avowed skeptics, experience when passing the night in strange and novel quarters. The room they engaged, I cannot say selected, as the hotel being full, they had Hobson's choice, was at the end of a very long passage, at the back of the house and overlooking the yard. It was a large apartment. In one of its several recesses stood the bed, a gigantic ebony four-poster with spotlessly clean valance, and, what was of even greater importance, well-aired sheets. The other furniture in the room, being of the same sort as that of the majority of the old-fashioned hostels, needs no descriptions. But a fixture of the shape of a cupboard, a deep, dark cupboard, let into the wall facing the bed, instantly attracted Miss Murphy's attention. There is always something interesting in cupboards, particularly old and roomy cupboards. When it is night time and one is about to get into bed, it is then that it suggests all manner of fascinating possibilities. It was to this cupboard, then, that Miss Murphy paid the greatest attention before commencing to undress prior to getting into bed. She poked about in it for some moments, and then, apparently satisfied that no one was hidden there, continued her investigation of the room. Mr. Murphy did not assist. He pleaded fatigue and sat in the corner of the bed, munching a gingerbread and reading the Dundee Advertiser, till the operation was over. He then helped Miss Murphy unpack her portmanteau, and during the process, whiled away so much time in conversation that they both were startled when a clock from some adjacent church suddenly boomed 12. They were then seized with something approaching a panic and hastened to disrobe. "I wish we had a nightlight, John," Miss Murphy said as she got up from her prayers. "I suppose it wouldn't do to keep to one of the candles burning. I'm not exactly afraid, or I don't fancy being left in the dark. I had a curious sensation when I was in the cupboard just now. I can't exactly explain it, but I feel now that I would like the night left burning." "It certainly is a rather gloomy room," Mr. Murphy remarked, raising his eyes to the black oak ceiling and then allowing them to dwell in turn on each of the angles and recesses. "I agree with you. It would be nice to have if we had a nightlight, or, better still, gas. But as we haven't, my dear, we shall have to be on our feet a good deal tomorrow. Then we ought to try and get some sleep as soon as possible." He blew out the candle as he spoke and quickly scrambled into bed. A long hush followed, broken only by the sound of breathing and an occasional ticking as of some long-legged creature on the wall and window blind. Mrs. Murphy could never remember if she actually went to sleep, but she is sure her husband did, and she distinctly heard him snore. And the sound, so detestable to her as a rule, was so welcome to her then. She was lying listening to it and wishing with all her soul that she could get to sleep, when she suddenly became aware of a smell, a most offensive, pungent odor, that blew across the room and crept up her nostrils. The cold perspiration of fear at once broke out on her forehead. Nasty as the smell was, it suggested something more horrible, something she dared not attempt to analyze. She thought several times of rousing her husband, but remembering how tired he had been, she desisted. With all her faculties abnormally on the alert, she lay awake and listened. A death-like hush hung over the house, entered at intervals by the surreptitious noise peculiar to the night. Enigmatical creaks and footsteps, rustlings as of drapery, sighs and whisperings, all very faint, all very subtle, and all possibly, just possibly, attributable to natural causes. Mrs. Murphy caught herself, why she could not say, waiting for some definite auditory manifestation of what she instinctively felt was near at hand. At present, however, she could not locate it. She could only speculate on its whereabouts. It was somewhere in the direction of the cupboard, and each time the stench came to her, the conviction that its origin was in the cupboard grew. At last, unable to sustain the suspense any longer, urged on by the irresistible fascination, she got softly out of bed, and creeping stealthily forward, found her way with surprisingly little difficulty, considering it was pitch dark and the room was unfamiliar to her, to the cupboard. With every step she took the stink increased, and by the time she had reached the cupboard she was almost suffocated. For some seconds she toyed irresolutely with the door handle, longed to be back again in bed, but unable to tear herself away from the cupboard. At last, yielding to the demands of some pitiless, exacting, unknown influence, she held her breath and swung open the door. The moment she did so, the room filled with a faint phosphoric glow of decay, and she saw exactly opposite her a head, a human head, floating in midair. Petrified with terror, she lost every atom of strength, and entirely bereft of the power to move or articulate a sound, she stood stock still staring at it. That was the head of a man, she could only guess from the matted crop of short red hair that fell in disordered entanglement over the upper part of the forehead and ears. All else was lost in a loathsome, disgusting mass of detestable decomposition, too utterly vile and foul to describe. On the abnormal thing beginning to move forward, the spell that bound Miss Murphy to the floor was broken. With a cry of horror, she fled to the bed and awoke her husband. The head was by this time close to them, and had not Miss Murphy dragged her husband forcibly out of its way, it would have touched him. His terror was even greater than hers, but for the moment neither could speak. They stood clutching one another in an awful silence. Miss Murphy at length gasped out, "Pray, John, pray! Command the thing in the name of God to depart!" Miss Murphy made a desperate attempt to do so, but not a syllable would come. The head now veered round and was moving swiftly towards them, its awful stench causing them both to retch and vomit. Mr. Murphy, seizing a stick, lashed at it with all his might. The result was one they might have well expected. The stick met with no resistance, and the head continued to advance. Both Mr. and Mrs. Murphy then made a frantic attempt to find the door, the head still pursuing them, and tripping over something in their wild haste, fell together on the floor. There was now no hope. The head had caught up with them and hovered immediately above them and descended lower, lower, and lower. Finally, passing right through them, through the floor, and out of sight. It was long ere either of them could sufficiently recover to stir from the floor, and when they did move, it was only to totter to their bed, and to lie with the bedclothes well over their heads, quivering and quaking till the morning. The hot morning sun dissipating their fears, they got up, and hurrying downstairs, demanded an interview with their landlord. It was in vain the latter argued that it was all a nightmare. They showed the absurdity of such a theory by vehemently attesting that they had both seriously experienced the phenomena. They were about to take their departure when the landlord, dredging all they had said, offered them another room and any terms they liked, if only they would stay and hold their tongues. "I know every word of what you say is true," he said in such submissive tones that the tender hearts of Mr. and Mrs. Murphy instantly relented. They promised to remain. "What am I to do? I cannot shut up a house with which I have taken on a 20-year lease because one room in it is haunted. And, after all, there is only one visitor in 20 who is disturbed by that apparition. What is the history of the head? Why, it is said to be that of a peddler who was murdered here over 100 years ago. The body was hidden behind the wainscoting and his head under the cupboard floor. The miscreants were never caught. They are supposed to have gone down in a ship that sailed from this port just about that time and was never heard of again. This is the gist of the story the clergyman told me, and believing it as I undoubtedly do to be true, there's every reason to suppose that the inn, to which I am, of course, given a fictitious name, if still in existence, is still haunted." Case 14. The Hauntings of Blank House in the neighborhood of the Great Western Road, Aberdeen. Get a drink of water real quick. The following experience of a haunting is that of Mr. Scarf, who told it to me some few summers ago, expressing at the same time great eagerness to accompany me in some of my investigations. I append it as nearly as possible in his own words. "I was spending Easter," he began, "with some friends of mine in Aberdeen, and learning from them that there was a haunted house in the immediate vicinity of the Great Western Road. I begged them to try and get me permission to spend a night in it. As good luck would have it, the landlord happened to be a connection of theirs. And although at first rather reluctant to give me leave, lest by doing so he could create a precedent and consequently be pestered to death by people whom he knew to be as anxious as I was to see the ghost, he eventually yielded. The following evening at 8 p.m., accompanied only by my dog Scott, I entered the premises. I cannot say I felt very comfortable when the door slammed behind me, and I found myself standing alone in a cold, dark passage out of which rose a gloomy staircase, suggestive of all sorts of uncanny possibilities. However, overcoming these nervous apprehensions as best I could, I began a thorough search of the premises to make sure that no one was hiding there. Sitting first of all into the basement, I explored the kitchens, scullery, larder, and other domestic offices. The place fairly reeked with damp, and this was not to be wondered at, taking into consideration the fact that the soil was clay, the floor of the very poorest quality of cement, cracked and broken in 12 places, and that there had been no fires in any of the rooms for many months. Here and there, in the darkest corners, were the clusters of ugly cockroaches, whilst more than one monstrous rat scampered away at my approach. My dog, or rather the dog that was lent me, and which went by the name of Scott, kept close to my heel, showing no great enthusiasm in his admission and giving even the rodents as wide a berth as possible. I invariably trust my psychic faculty, as you know, Mr. Donald, some people are born with the faculty, to enable me to detect the presence of the superphysical. I generally feel the latter incorporated in some inexplicable manner in the ether or see it inextricably interwoven with the shadows. Here in the basement, it was everywhere. The air was simply saturated with it, and the fading sunlight called shadow after shadow to existence. It confronted me enigmatically, whichever way I turned. I went upstairs, and the presence followed me. In one or two of the top bedrooms, more particularly in a tiny garret overlooking the backyard, the presence seemed inclined to hover. For some seconds I waited there in order to see if there would be any further development, there being none. I obeyed the mandates of a sudden impulse and made my way once more to the basement. Arriving at the top of the kitchen stairs, Scott showed a decided disinclination to descend further. Crouching down, he whined piteously, and when I attempted to grasp him by the collar, snarled in the most savage manner. Consequently, thinking it better to have no companion at all than one so unwilling, I descended without him. The stairs terminated in a very dark and narrow passage, onto which the doors of the kitchen, larder, storeroom, etc., opened respectively, and at the further extremity there was a doorway leading back to the backyard. The superphysical presence seemed to be more pronounced in this patch than anywhere else. I decided to spend the night in it, and selecting a spot opposite the entrance to the scullery, I constructed a seat out of two of the drawers of the kitchen dresser, by placing them one on the other, bottom uppermost on the floor. It was now 9:30. The traffic in the street overhead was beginning to diminish. The rumblings of drays or heavy four-wheelers had almost ceased, whilst the jingling of hansoms and even the piercing hoot-hoot and loud burr-burr of motors was becoming less and less frequent. I put out my candle and waited, and as I waited, the hush and gloom of the house deepened and intensified until, by midnight, all around me was black and silent. Black with a blackness that defies penetration, and silent with a silence that challenges only the rivalry of the grave. Occasionally I heard sounds, such for example as the creaking of a board, the flopping of a cockroach, and the groveling of Scott, sounds which in the daytime would have been too trivial to attract attention, which now assumed the most startling and exaggerated proportions. From time to time I felt my pulse and took my temperature to make sure that I was perfectly normal, whilst at 1 o'clock, the hour when human vitality begins to be on the wane, I ate some chicken and ham sandwiches, which I helped down with a single glass of oatmeal stout. So far, beyond my feelings that there was a superphysical something in the house, nothing had occurred. There had been the slightest attempt at manifestation, and as the minutes sped swiftly by, I began to fear that, perhaps, after all, the hauntings were only of a negative nature. As the clock struck 2, however, Scott gave an extra savage snarl, and the next moment became racing downstairs. Darting along the passage and tearing towards me, he scrambled up the overturned drawers and buried his face in my lap, set up in the most piteous whinings. The sensation of icy coldness, such as could not have been due to any physical cause, now surged through me. As I got out of my pocket light, ready for emergencies, I heard an unmistakable rustling in the cellar opposite. At once my whole attention became riveted in the direction of the sound, and as I sat gazing fixedly in front of me, the darkness was suddenly dissipated, and the whole passage from one end to the other was illuminated by a phosphoric glow, which glow I can best describe as bearing as close resemblance, in kind though not in degree, to the glow of a glowworm. I then saw the scullery door begin to open. A hideous fear seized me. What in the name of heaven should I see? Transfixed with terror, unable to move or utter a sound, I crouched against the wall, paralyzed, helpless, whilst the door opened wider and wider. At last, at least after an interval which to me seemed an eternity, something, an as yet indefinite shadowy something, loomed in the background of the enlarging space. My suspense was now sublime, and I felt that another second or so of such tension would assuredly see me swoon. The shadowy something, however, quickly developed, and in less time than it takes to write, it assumed the form of a woman. A middle-aged woman with a startlingly white face, straight nose, and curiously lined mouth, the two front upper teeth of which projected considerably and were very long. Her hair was black, her hands coarse and red, and she was clad in the orthodox shabby print of a general servant in some middle-class family. The expression in her wide-open, glassy blue eyes as they glared into mine was one of such intense mental and physical agony that I felt every atom of blood in my veins congeal. Creeping stealthily forward, her gaze still on me, she emerged from the doorway and, motioning to me to follow, glided up the staircase. Up we went, the cold, gray dawn greeting us on our way. Entering the garret to which I had already alluded, the phantasm noiselessly approached the hearth, then pointed downward with a violent motion of her index finger in its right hand, suddenly vanished. A great feeling of relief now came over me, and yielding to a reaction which was the inevitable consequence of such a severe nervous strain, I reeled against the windowsill and shook with laughter. Equanimity at length reasserted itself. I carefully marked the spot on the floor indicated by the apparition, and descended into the basement to fetch Scott. I made hurried treks to my friend's house, where I was allowed to keep on till late in the day. I then returned to the haunted house of the landlord and my friend, and on rising the boarding on the garret, we discovered a stamped and addressed envelope. As a result of our combined inquiries, we learned that a few years previously the house had been occupied by some tradespeople by the name of Pibblington, who, some 6 or 7 months before they left the house, had had in their employment a servant named Anna Webb. This servant, the description of whose person corresponded in every way with the ghost I had seen, had been suspected of stealing a letter containing money and had hanged herself in the cellar. The letter, I gathered, with several others, had been given to Anna to post by Mrs. Pibblington, as no reply to the one containing money was received. Anna was closely questioned. Naturally nervous and highly strung, the Inquisition confused her terribly. In her embarrassment of being construed into guilt, she was threatened with prosecution. As a proof of my innocence, she scribbled on a piece of paper, which was produced at the subsequent inquest, "I am going to hang myself. I never stole your letter, and can only suppose it was lost in the post." The mere fact of the accused committing suicide would, in many people's opinion, point to guilt, and as the postal order was never traced, it was generally concluded that Anna had secreted it, and had only been awaiting until inquiries ceased and the affair was forgotten to cash it. Of course, the letter I found was the missing one, and although apparently hidden with intent, the fact of its never having been opened seemed to suggest that Anna was innocent. The envelope had, by some extraordinary accident, fallen unnoticed by Anna through the crack between the boards. However, anyhow, its discovery put an end to the disturbances and the apparition of the unfortunate suicide. Whether guilty or innocent, and the judgment day can alone determine that has never been seen since. And ow! How's it going? Doing pretty good. Let's see. I've got 2 more stories. Actually, 3 more stories. Ooh, we're approaching the time for the game. I think I got time to tell 1 more story before I need to switch over. Let's see how long it is. Maybe. Probably not. So, I might tell the rest of these stories later on as redeems, or just as a continuation after a little bit of time. I'm going to go get a snack and get ready to switch over to the games, as we will be playing Final Fantasy. And I think my voice is getting more gravelly. So, I'll be right back. Let me grab something to snack on real quick. And we will switch over. I've returned with an apple fritter. Yep, let's see. Where are you, Final Fantasy? I need to switch things over. So how's work, Simona? Work was busy. Well, it is holidays. I suppose it would be. Oof, I'll bet. Okay, let me choose the capture. Do that. Alright, and switch this over to That's it online. There we go. Pause that music. And make sure I'm on the right data center, which I am not currently. Either proceed. I should probably get into the Discord. That would make it much easier to talk with them.
Well, hi there.
Howdy, howdy, howdy. Hopefully everyone enjoyed the stories.
It's such a shame I couldn't watch so much of it.
Solid.
I was low-key hoping, because I totally did the math wrong, and I was like, maybe I can watch it over lunch, because I got an hour-long lunch break. And then I had lunch, I'm like, I did the math wrong. There's no stream yet.
I'm sorry.
No, that's not your fault. I just suck at math, apparently.
Math be hard, yo.
Yeah. I did sad math in school.
Ah, well, there's always the VOD.
Yeah.
So on a scale of 1 to 10, how messed up does my voice sound now?
It's not that bad.
Oh, that's surprising.
Oh, I keep finding pictures of the puppies online, and they're so cute. My grandparents, they are in contact with a lady whose dog had puppies, and they're gonna have one of those puppies. And now I stalk the lady on Facebook so I can see all the puppies, and they're so cute.
Nice.
Oh, they're Belgian shepherds, so they're like a black shepherd. Oh, they're so cute and fluffy. Oh.
Let's see. Oh, what else is on you? But anyway, I'm still about 12 minutes early. Just remember where everyone was at so I can give everyone a lift soon.
I'm logging into the thing. I forgot to switch my chair. God damn it.
Well, I'll go do that. We still got time.
Yeah. I still have to fix my chair. I've been complaining about the thing that makes it go up and down.
Mm-hmm.
It broke. So I have like my old chair in my room, but my new chair is way more comfy. So if I'm just like chilling, listening to music with Mark, I still sit on the old one. Yeah, because it has like in the back that it can lean back, and I can basically lay down in the chair.
Ah.
Not me falling asleep in said chair yesterday night, but hey.
That's right. We all unlocked our jobs. That's right.
Did we?
Yep. I am white mage. You should be becoming warrior.
I feel like I was like one quest away from that. Not sure. Because I thought I was doing the one where I unlocked that, and then apparently I wasn't.
Ah.
I have to double check. But I found that out at the end of the last stream.
Oh, you're almost there.
And I very hopefully say, oh, I'll just look into that sometime this week, and then I don't, because I forget. And suddenly it's Wednesday again. I'm like, wait, what happened? Why is it Wednesday again? Where did the time go?
I know, right?
Oh, man. I can't believe that tomorrow it's already December.
Mm-hmm.
And Christmas chaos is about to happen. Not looking forward to that. But due to my employer being sick at the moment, like terminally ill, he still works, but he's ill. They've done a lot more preparing this year.
Ah.
They're trying to like make this process as smooth as possible and prepare everything and make it easier, and that's just great.
Hold up. I just saw something. Is this what I think it is?
Wait, what? The house that Death built?
Oh, wait. This is the Wanderer's Palace, I think. Or not Wanderer's Palace. House of the Dead. Bro, looking for work, there must be an adventure too, am I right? You won't find much here, I'm afraid. Seems the only thing people talk about these days is that next bit of business down near Ismhar. Surely you've heard the stories of a strange portal silly appearing in the ruins down there? Yeah, with that look, I'm only telling you what I've heard from the whalers. There's on the other end of it just some sort of labyrinth. The thing is, every time they go down there to map the place out, nothing's the same. A mystery if I've ever heard one. Frankly, I'm more than happy to let it stay a mystery. Strange apparitions, booby-trapped corridors, going down there is nothing short of suicide. Still, the prospect of treasure is awfully tempting. Don't take my word for it, though. Head down to Ismhar and you can hear it straight from the Chocobo's mouth. And a sight to behold. What's this one? Ah, yeah, okay. I don't really care about the sightseeing one. I'll take that up some other time. Palace of the Dead. That is a fun and very difficult place. Just dungeon crawling all over the place. We might have to try that out sometime, if you guys are interested.
Oh, here says achievements approaching completion. To crush your enemies, dungeon siege, all the more region. To leave one. Okay. Move to log
Da, 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 da.
my feisty little chocobo. Alright then.
You haven't done that yet?
No. Well, I have a chocobo, but this one says my feisty little chocobo. Like, what's that? I'm supposed to do Pride and Duty. We'll take you from the mountain. Okay.
Okay. Maybe it's where you have your chocobo fighting alongside you or something. Yeah, what was the... Okay, it was over here. Message from Commander Helix, you say? Self-Elder has vanished. Worry not, friend. The Wood-Whalers have eyes under every leaf, behind every branch. If the Elder is anywhere in these forests, we shall find him. Alright.
Not to turn this into an advertisement for Spotify, but have you checked your Spotify Wrapped?
I don't have Spotify.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know.
It's all good. I'm the weird one on that one. A lot of people have it.
Yeah, it's convenient. I'm trying to convince my dad to join us, but he's like, I don't want to lie about being American. I'm like, Dad, that's fine. Please.
Why would you have to lie about being American?
Because Mark has a family account. That he
Ah.
shares with me, and you have to have this. You have to have like the same address. I'm like, just say that you're living in America. Nobody's gonna care. He's like, no, I can't do it. I'm like, okay.
Don't do it. I can't.
I respect his honesty. That's just, I respect his honesty. I was just like, it just bothers me that he's always listening to music on YouTube in the living room, and then there's like random ads that start blasting through the room.
Yeah, I do that too. I can't hate. It's like one of these days I might pay YouTube their blood money, but at the same time I was like, I got enough subscriptions. The ads aren't that bad. I could just skip them after a few seconds generally.
Yeah, but they're always louder.
Yeah, no kidding. But that's the way it goes. You either pay with money or you pay with time.
That's true. I haven't time to listen to the radio anyway, so.
Wee. Let's see. Yay, you're online. Let me invite you to party. Sup, scrub?
I'm running.
I'm to get back into the mindset of a healer instead of a tank, because with the other group I'm playing with, I'm generally the tank.
Oh. Why can't my... Jesus Christ, you're a stupid chicken.
Oh, mid-adventure, we have the finest grog and grub this side of... Not here to fill your belly, then? Ah, hunger for news, is it? There's been talk of a sylph lurking hereabouts, but I couldn't rightly say if it would be the elder you seek. Those woodland scamps all look alike. Sort of painting one red and another one blue, most folk wouldn't struggle to tell the two of them apart. At the time, maybe you could stay a while and see what the gods have in store. You know, you might even stumble across this sylph villager yourself. Well, sure. Why not?
We do have to go on a boat again. I like boats.
No word of the sylph elder yet? I'm sure that it's only a matter of time. In the meantime, how about do me a favor, old Busker, in return? Well, let's put you to work. There's a question outside who's spoiling for a fight, and I need you to cool them off for me. No need to go cracking any skulls, though. Just take this tub of cold water and douse the dunkard. Just to be new to the trick. My parents can still go all night and crowds loud enough to wake the dead if they wish, but as soon as it turns light, I've got to put my boot down. Ah, no forgot to take that skull. What do you mean, no fighting? This Duskwhite scum was... Yeah, I know the rules. That best gets to keep his skin. For now. Nicely done, Viet. I'll not have my patrons picking fights with each other over a petty bit of prejudice. In case you didn't see, the bloke who caught the brunt of that uppers is a Duskwhite Ellison. There are people who shouldn't cease to live in the wilds, making them no better than brigands in the eyes of many. To To be fair, the Dust Rights can be an unruly lot, but they ain't so bad once you get to know them. It don't seem right to bar a whole race of people from the Drillers for the misdeeds of a few. Should be at least one place where anyone willing to pay the coin and drink in peace is welcome, don't you think? Hey, he gave me a chicken egg.
Yay, chicken!
Okay.
I forgot how to get off the chicken. Oh, there we go. I swear I'm smart.
Appreciate all the good you've done to our patrons. If you aren't disinclined, I have a favor of my own to ask you. There's a Quiggern friend of mine, you see, name of Teteroon. Good lad. After the calamity that I came across him falling in the shroud. He nearly died in all the havoc, so I took him in and nursed him back to health as best as I could. We worked here at the Drithers for a spell to that. Got to talking about striking out on his own. He did, not long after he cast his lot with a merchant about for Wanaska. Well, it just happens I got to cleaning up around here and came across something of his scarlet earring. I know he's fond of the thing, but he must have forgotten it when he left. I'd like to see that it gets to him. Can't say for sure where he ended up, but might be a friend of mine can. A Rokadad fellow named Mincing. Find him at Hawker's Alley in Limsa Lominsa. He knows everything of the comings and goings of merchants there. How was it supposed to help me find the Self-Elder? That's not use that one. Let's try to throw them out. Griffin.
Oh no, I died.
You died.
Not yet.
Doing your warrior quest?
No.
You should do that.
I ran into a fate and then I couldn't.
Ah. Do you need me to come help you? You know what? Yeah, it's actually kind of where I need to be at anyway, so let me teleport you. Oh, I'm not tuned to that aetheryte, so I can't. I'm on my way. I'll resurrect you. I do love all the lore that's sprinkled about in this game. So much history to learn. No Alina or Mark yet?
I think Alina's online. She should do something.
Oops. Missed a turn.
Yeah, it looks like Mark came online. I'm just gonna fix the leader real quick then.
Hopefully his internet's playing nice with him today.
Hmm?
Hopefully his internet's playing nice with him today.
Oh yeah, it's being a pain in the ass really. But I think if it's just playing a game and being on call, it's not as bad, but for streaming, it's not enough.
That's true.
That's what I understood, but I don't understand all of that. I'm upset that I died because I walked a long time to get where I was. And I hadn't come across a crystal thing yet.
Oh, this is the hardest place to go.
Hmm?
Let me talk to this person and I'll be running towards where you're at.
Oh, yeah, I just respawned at them, so it's
It's all good. I'll still
I'm
get
gonna
it
try
over
to
there
help
so I
her
can
again.
give you some help. Like, a ride.
Oh.
Actually, you should be able to ride on your own. What am I talking about? But I'll still be over there soon.
Oh, I
You're
was just
in...
not paying attention because I was like fighting these things and I thought I was fine. And then I looked over at my Discord for like 2 seconds because I saw Mark's mom texted me. I was like, I can't ignore Mark's mom. I don't want to get in trouble. No, she's a nice lady. She's very kind to me. And she plays Mario Kart with us, which is really cool.
You found your way to Akker's Alley, friend. Quicker than that you worked at Drithers. Now you speak of Titteroon. Led to that Kyoran bloke over here by some blood or another. Two of them put in together and were making good coin, but old Titteroon up and left Limsa not long ago. Couldn't say as to why or where. Better off asking Kyoran himself, and he can be tight-lipped, though I warn you. Best take this chicken egg with you. The little bastard loves the bloody things. Good to hear about old Busk, though. Sounds like he ain't changed a bit. Just like him to send a venture along, too shy to come his own self. God's mistress of that fool. Here is this egg. Tell me where your friend is hiding. Customer be welcome. Not customer, not come with custom. You're busy with business. Too busy for blather. Eat this fresh chicken egg. If one were so inclined, the freshness of this egg could be checked by placing it in a container of water. Were to lay it outside, it is almost certainly fresh. Should the egg float, however, it may be possessed of a void scent and should be smashed with extreme prejudice. I love the item tooltips in this game sometimes. Chicken egg. You're going to love chicken egg. Love chicken egg more than love customer.
Oh dear.
Looking for Tetrun? Tetrun no here no more. Tetrun leave Limsa. Tetrun go look for Sparklies. Now working at Trading Post. Good Trading Post. Forget what Trading Post is. Weinberg no Tetrun. Weinberg no Trading Post. Weinberg at Ferry Docks. You go to Ferry Docks. Kyokurun forget things. Weinberg remembers things. You talk to Weinberg, not Kyokurun. Well, okay then. Titron? I seen him. That is to say, I saw him. He was heading somewhere up north, up way of the ferry to Elport. Might as well head there and see what you can suss out. Skipper can take you there. When you arrive, I'd start by asking Edelfoot. He's an old hand that knows a great deal about a great many things. God almighty. Unless it gives someone back their damn hearing.
Mark will be right there. He's just testing his internet right now to see if he can do it.
Cute.
He's got to figure out if he's on the right tower before he joins.
Titron, I saw him. That is to say, I seen him. Due south north through Skull Valley into Oakwood. Was looking for a place run by his fellow Kikern. Hello?
I'm so sorry.
Elena!
Hey.
Nope, wait.
Elena?
I kind of forgot that it was Wednesday.
It's fine.
Wow.
You have a holiday, so like all the days are blurred.
Yes, exactly. But I am here now.
Well, welcome in.
That's all that matters.
Ugh.
Alina,
Yes.
you know you were asking me what to make for the dinner?
Yes.
I have a perfect idea.
What is it?
Snared.
Oh my god! Yes!
What's
Oh, that's
snared?
what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna make snares.
It's a shame
That's-
because I thought Yuka was invited. He's not. And then it would have been funnier.
But it is. Wait, it doesn't have to be vegan or anything.
Nah, I would just ignore that. Cause like there's like I think one person that's vegan and the host is making vegan food for them.
Okay, because I can't make Snert vegan.
No, it's not how that goes.
No.
And also you're not gonna like make all the dishes vegan because there's one person that's vegan, right?
I mean, you can, but you
Nah.
don't have to. I mean, I assume that there are also dishes with cheese on it. So
I reckon he meant the one right on the shore of Bronze Lake. Remember Ruin's trading post? Follow the road and you're sure to find it.
I'm in the
I'm supposed to
queue.
eat.
I mean, yeah.
What else am I supposed to do? Yeah, but you also can't really make snert without onions.
Oh god, the music for
It's
the fat
already going to be a
chocobo.
little bit of a thing, anyways.
To be honest, I don't think we do. I don't think we have onions in there. We use leek.
Yeah, but isn't leek like in the family of onions?
Yeah, but it just says onions, right? Not the family
yeah,
of
but I wouldn't
onions.
risk it. If I would say like there's leek in it, and that's like similar to an onion. So
Yes, but if they
at
ask
your own
if
risk.
they're
Well,
Yes,
I wouldn't say similar
definitely.
to an onion. They don't taste anything alike.
Yeah, but they're like in the same group.
Yeah,
of
but then you can
vegetables.
also not eat garlic and stuff.
Yes, but they say that people with onion allergy can't eat garlic either. And it says on the invitation, no onions or garlic.
Oh, it also
If
says
possible.
garlic. Oh, well, no, that there has to be leek in there.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever actually listened to the music that this mount plays. It's fucking hilarious.
Oh, I want to hear. Hold on. Where's my volume mixer? God damn it! I like mute Firefox on my computer so I don't hear you twice.
I've had to do that.
Oh my god, that is ridiculous. It's kind of funny though.
It is. I need to kill some of you. Die.
Bit smarter, thank you. That was actually
The best
great
tip.
design. Yeah, it was the best idea in ages.
I came up with it this morning. All day I've been waiting to go home just so I can tell you. So I fucking love it. I was like bugging my coworkers with this because I was like, this is the best idea.
It is the best idea.
But it was funnier when I thought Yuko wasn't invited.
Oh my god.
Now Niddler, for context, we have someone in our group of friends who hates Snert with a passion. It's like it looks gross, and he thinks it's gross. And for 2 years straight on Miller's Hollow, for 2 years, we've been sending pictures of Snert and tagging him in it.
Because it makes him cute.
What is snared?
It's a
Snert is
soup.
It's a soup made from split peas.
Okay.
And whole peas.
Split peas is like a kind of pea.
I'm aware of what
Oh,
the pea is. I'm
Wait, no. Oh,
yeah, no,
but
Alina's
you-
confused.
I'm just waiting
Yes,
for
you know,
the.
because-
Actual peas in it. Only the special peas.
No, because we use but the split peas are just peas, but then in half.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you also use the whole ones.
Since
do-
when?
You do half and half.
Since when?
Since ever.
You know, I feel like Snert is made differently by every single family, and they're all like super defensive about their own Snert.
Yes, because ours is the best.
Okay, so where's
We
the
don't
discussing part supposed to come in to?
Sorry?
Where's the discussing bit come in at? Because that's just split pea soup.
Well, it looks like baby puke.
Yeah, because you
guess.
only use split peas. It's better when you also use
No!
whole peas because they have more textures.
Yeah, but we have texture from the other veggies because we put the other veggies, like we do half of the veggies in there at the start, and then the rest but closer to the end so they don't get all mushy. And then we
you
put
know
dried
what?
sausage in, and then smoked sausage, and regular sausage, and bacon,
You know what?
and
You will get
potatoes.
you will get to taste my snerts.
I will
on
judge you.
Christmas
I will
Day.
judge you harshly. Bring like a fucking chart. Like, I will give you props and everything.
You know what? I want that out. Please give everybody the chart. I want this.
Okay.
But my mom actually competed in a snert competition with her snert.
Yeah, I'm gonna go look up like an official chart because I've done that for dried sausage before at school, which was funny because my entire class was like trashing my workplace's dried sausage, and then my teacher was sitting there with like a shit-eating grin, and he's like, "You're all wrong." Because you're judging this based on your Groningen and Friesland point of view. But if you look at this, like a dried sausage from Drenthe, it's like a real fucking good dried sausage.
Yes, because it is.
They're so different from the ones from Groningen and Friesland. Because
Yeah,
those are
but
like really
Groningen
soft.
has. Yeah, but
And Groningen is like, do you want some sausage with your gloves?
which way too fatty and no, I don't like the Groninger. No, give me the good Drents sausage. Yes.
Customer, be welcome. Not customer, not come with custom. Bring something for Tetroon. Yes, here's your earring.
I'm sorry, this is probably really weird.
Mildly.
Hey, shout out to
It's
Bonus
weird.
Jonas and Eloise Elidora. And my internet's not doing so great today, guys. Hello to everyone else.
Hey, man, how you doing?
By the way, Bone Daddy, I have words. Sorry, I'm a little groggy. Yesterday was like a huge change in the medicine that I'm supposed to take, and it's fucking with me real bad. It's gonna be fun.
Mark's gonna go on a trip, and we're all gonna go along for the ride. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be fantastic.
I'm going to Frostalina's eggs.
No.
Okay, then.
Want that? No.
After the whole thing,
it's fine.
After the whole
I'm
thing with the cakes, after the whole thing with the cakes, I'm just done with you people.
How is this my fault?
Dude, that was really fucking weird.
I am missing context.
I'm glad this is an 18 plus.
Okay, Alina, can you send the Diddler the thing about the cakes?
Yes,
Oh
I
god.
can.
Well,
You don't
I
wanna
can if you
know.
guys are
It's
playing.
like an
'Cause I'm about to
American
launch
Pie
the game.
moment.
No, it's worse.
Oh boy.
It's
Okay,
worse.
it's worse.
It's definitely worse.
Tetroon, forget this.
They're working on the tower that's near me, so am I coming through clear? Is everything okay?
Yeah, you sound good to me.
Yeah, you're fine.
Ah, well, thank goodness, because I'm connecting to a tower that's 8.3 miles away. The one that's 2.7 miles away is down. So my days of streaming have been essentially cut off. Very
Well,
sad.
we can always start again in the new year when I have more time and we can do more stuff together.
Mhm.
I want to pick up my own channel again in January because then all the Christmas bullshit is over.
So that's the
What's the
tower they
problem?
were working on the other day when your stream got dropped? They're still working on it? Goodness.
Well, I called them after that. I mean, I spent 45 minutes trying to get that stream back up to at least something that was workable, even if I had to put the bit rate down to, 480p and, I don't know, 2,500 bits per second. But, I mean, we're just talking dropping packets left and right. I couldn't get it back up. It happens to guys sometimes.
Yeah. Let's see. Tetroon, forget this, forget that. There's Tetroon swore would never forget earring, but never forgot. Tetroon thank. Good Bushroon doing good. Good Bushroon good to Tetroon. Tetroon miss good Bushroon.
Oh, hey, let me in the game. Cool.
Look at you go.
Is it going to do my fancy thing with the keyboard? Well, I don't know. Sometimes it gets pissy about my internet connection. It's like, you have a slow connection. We're not letting you connect. And I'm like, fuck you.
The keyboard thing is mostly just a Sims. The Sims has a stroke with your keyboard, man.
Do you want to know what
Keyboard
this
do you
does on
have?
the main screen? It's I've got a. What do I have now? It's not the Huntsman, and it's not the old Black Widow 2. It's whatever they came out with after the Black Widow 2. It's an RGB razor.
Since I have the
I want to say green
kitty
switches.
headset, whenever I play The Sims, the whole headset does the same thing your keyboard does.
My keyboard also
I do
turns
that.
it's green and white.
It's better than
but
turning the color of my headset piss yellow.
I just log in and change it sometimes and save it as a default profile when she's not looking.
Yeah, because like I'll ask him to help me with my computer for something, and I let him log in through like Parsec or something, and then all of a sudden my headset is piss yellow.
It's magic.
Okay.
Or she has a new,
It's
or she'll have like a
wallpaper.
new desktop wallpaper.
Connection
Connection
was
for.
about like a
I have
bag
seen
of
those.
unicorn farts.
Yes, I've seen that one. Mark sent me a
Yeah,
picture.
I'm pretty sure I
Let's
sent you a
see.
picture because we were
Yes.
watching F1 that day.
He was very proud of
The game
me,
has literally
so-
nothing to
He
do
was
with
very
Rose
proud of
Cook,
it.
though. You can do with any cookie. I missed the beginning of the story, but it's basically you have the Rose Cook and every guy around comes to, oh. Oh, okay.
Oh, by the way, Undead Lore, before we get into things properly, which we should do, if you want to make me a mod, I am an expert at detecting and removing bots.
Yeah, I just had to kick one earlier.
You have a whole
You've
list
got
of them.
more than just one, my friend.
Yeah, most of them don't do anything but just sit there, though, so it really...
You would
too
be
much
actually
mind.
very surprised what they do in terms of data collection, especially for companies.
True.
I mean, this is anything from content moderation and statistics for other websites to things that are a little more vile, like making sure you don't have copywritten such and such on your stream. And then they report you and get you in trouble.
Uh-huh.
Thank you. I do have chat open. I can't have the stream open. My internet will probably chat itself.
Explode.
I'm lucky I got in the game. Last I checked, I was getting a chocobo.
Yes. Good push around, hop touch around.
And I'm assuming my little chocobo is my mission, so this is where I am going.
Yee. Must give thinkies. Many may thinkies to make quick on firewater for Buskroom. Buskroom love firewater. Go to and take firewater. Need thingies to make. Need many, many thingies. Need curl pup whiskers. Need 3 good curl pup whiskers. Okay. If I know where to go to get them.
Glad I know you know where the hell you're going, because goddammit, I'm lost again. I think I need to be on the lower decks.
Are you in La La Land?
Nope, he's in Limsa.
No, I'm in,
Going to keep calling it La La Land.
Of course.
yes, we're gonna call it La La Land because they're
And then Lord
falafels.
keeps correcting us like that's gonna help.
No, it's not
No.
gonna help. It's a thing.
No.
Just
I'm aware.
accept it.
I was just telling
Just
them where
accept
you
it.
actually were. You weren't in Ul'dah, which is what they were referencing.
Yes,
You're
I
in
know.
Limsa
That's La La
Lomitsa.
Land.
You're in Pirate Land.
I'm in Pirate Land, yes.
Ooh, how much time's left on this fate? 8 minutes. Can I kill you in 8 minutes?
What does this person want? Hello, can you get me a chocobo?
I am slaying giant turtles.
What is a triple triad challenge?
It's a card game.
Oh, that thing. Yes, I don't understand how that works. I am good at poker. Yes, no doubt about it.
I did beat you.
But that ain't poker.
You beat me, excuse me. My apologies. I should have muted before that.
It's all good.
Yeah, you did beat me when we were playing with your dad, but it was mostly because I wanted to make sure your dad had fun.
Good. Oh, I don't
Wait.
have that spell.
And I made some very silly bets.
Why is Carmelina?
Why would her dad have fun when Simone is winning?
What? And I don't think he's ever played that version of poker before. I don't think he's done.
No, he usually plays the Dutch game that I told you about.
Yeah. Dang, this chick has like a pink gun sword. Gun swords are
Nice.
handy. This one's
I
kind of
have
hot.
to teach you that at some point.
So she's a gunbreaker, huh?
Yeah, it's not a class that I'm into. My goal primarily, I think, is going to be
Machinist.
machinist. Yes, thank you. I keep wanting to say artificer because it's what it feels like.
Kinda, yeah.
Why is my game being so fucky?
I
You
should
have to be
heal.
level 20 to do this.
You should be well past that.
Well, I am. I'm level 32,
Exactly.
but for some reason it's locked.
Oh, yeah, you have to get the voucher. You have to get enough scripts for the voucher.
Oh no, these things are
I,
going
did,
to
I thought I did that. I thought I did that yesterday. Do you know what that quest is called?
You have to go to the quartermaster for your grand company and purchase one from him. It'd be in materials. Yeah, it should be under materials.
Means I need to go back up the lift again. I am so bad at navigating these cities, it's not even funny. Don't ask me to lead a party. I'm lost as fuck, at least until we get in the wild. If it's in a city, forget it. See, I don't even know where they are anymore. I thought it was...
Let's see, you joined the Maelstrom, right?
Yeah, I joined the Maelstrom.
Okay.
I was tempted by the one that you joined. They had a much cooler name, but I'm like, well, I want this to be my home city, so... yeah. If you think I get lost here, just wait until we go to La La Land. Fuck all, I'm lost.
Yeah, it's pretty big. Let's see. Just go to the Ethernet shard and go to the aft castle. And from that spot,
okay.
it should be to the
Yeah.
east.
Oh, yada yada yada.
Oh, look, the weird flamingo birds look nice.
It's the aft castle, not on my bloody list.
Uh-oh.
I swear to God, I have that one.
To make firewater for Buskroon, you bring things Citron need. Yes, here are the... It takes almost a full year for a curl to grow its first whiskers. It took less than a minute to remove it.
That doesn't sound nice.
Yep, I ripped it off their corpse. You brought all thingies. Citron make firewater now. Make good firewater for good Buskroon. Should start making firewater now. Good firewater takes time, more good. You come back later.
Good soup.
Oh, what warrior?
I'm back now.
What
Give
did I
me.
do?
Citron make firewater. Good firewater. You take the Buskroon. Good firewater for good Buskroon. Tell Buskroon no drink now. Tell put away 1 year. 1 year make best flavor. Tetron hosts Buskroon happy. Tetron gives Buskroon thinkies. Mini thinkies. You tell
I
Buskroon.
am at the aft castle.
Ah, that'll explain why you couldn't go there then.
Okay. Well, it wasn't on the list, and I was very confused.
Oh, from
Okay,
there.
I found where I'm going. Thank you.
I swear to God, he's not that dumb.
that was a lie.
Just
Hello,
don't give him a
person.
map.
I would like to do things with you.
Oh, God, stretch.
Wait, what? It's... What?
Should make big shop Sunday. Biggest shop in Eorzea. Many sparklies. All thanks to good Buskroon. Crab battle.
Oh no, I don't want to make my own company. Jesus.
Yeah, you gotta talk to the quartermaster.
Well, there's the OIC quartermaster, and
Yeah.
then I guess I want the storm quartermaster?
Yes.
This explains a lot of things. And you said it's under material.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, Chocobo issuance, not insurance. I'm like, oh, that's weird.
So some of the things we put our chocobos through,
Yeah, I mean,
we
that
might
very
need
weird.
insurance.
Yeah, can I get insurance? All right, at least I know how to get here, and now I have insurance. I mean, an issuance.
We have to go talk to the Chocobo Keep, which I believe is near the main Ethernet Plaza.
Yeah, it's a long fucking walk from here.
Or you can just go to the Ethernet shard and just go straight to the plaza.
Well, I guess I could do that, couldn't I? I think I've unlocked all of the ones in this area, finally.
Yep, that's one of the major reasons I like to unlock attune to all of them, because why should I walk when I could just teleport there?
Well, I teleport anywhere. Like I said, when I started playing, a good friend of mine gave me a buttload of free teleports. Just to, make the game easier.
Oh yeah.
For, like, him and I to get around and stuff like that, because I don't have things unlocked. Okay.
Well, I should just
crap,
return.
that disappeared.
Because I can go back to here for free.
This edgelord showing off his 2 extra. Hey, how's it going?
What?
Should I go with
No,
Sakura,
Sakura, what's up,
or
man?
just call you by
Oh,
name?
Sakura. Thanks, Sakura.
Oop, I'm running away.
I'm finally getting a chocobo. It's happening.
Whoop, whoop.
If I can find it in my inventory, which is a disaster.
Oh, you still have some time
I still have some time to what?
to find it.
Nope, I just want a burb.
Burp.
All I ever wanted was a burb.
You're about
And
to
maybe
get
this
it.
burb mask because that's kind of funny.
Sorry?
Honey?
The lady I'm getting the burb from is wearing a burb mask. It's funny.
I'm confused.
The Chocobo keeps wearing a Chocobo mask.
Yes. Oh no, I have to name it? Shit.
Yes, yes you do.
I should have been thinking about this.
Hee.
Up
I
to
had
2.0.
so many good chicken names. It's not Bob. No, this is not Bob. It's not Bertha. You don't name a chicken Bertha. That's a name for a cow. That's what you name a cow.
Mark says I'm not.
It's time to invade the VC once again. Uh-oh.
Do Henry, because hen, and that's a female chicken.
He's Sakura's asking if they're allowed to join the VC.
Oh, is it? I missed the first part of that.
Huh?
I thought he was just about to do that and just give me a warning, like, hey, guess what?
No.
So-
Fuck you, I'm coming in. Well, he is one of the administrators here, and so am I.
Yeah.
I said,
So,
like, hey, dude, I know you
I mean-
have administrator rights, but don't ask first. Ask first.
Well, he did.
it's
That makes it
it's
okay
kind
now,
of-
right?
Huh?
So if I ask you something, that means it's automatically okay?
Oh yeah, I guess.
Alina, can I frost your eggs? Okay.
Sorry, what?
Sorry, we were establishing some logic here, and I think you missed the point.
Oh.
We have been invaded.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Well, at least it's not the Germans.
Is it?
Oh wait, you guys kind of sided with them a little bit. What?
Don't you have some German
Yeah.
blood in your family, Shimona?
Don't go there.
No.
I don't think I do. I have to ask Laura because she's the only one who did one of those tests.
You do.
I don't know. I have to ask Laura. She's the only one in my
I
family
talked
who
to
did one of
Laura.
those DNA tests.
Yeah, I would never do one of those, but I talked to Laura.
I am actually genuinely curious because I think
I
it's
was
interesting, but at
more
the
interested
same
in the
time-
fact that you have quite a bit of Neanderthal.
She told
genetics.
You that, didn't she?
She did. Yes.
Return. Thank you for
God
seeing
damn it.
Tetrarune's
She
Belongs
wasn't
Tomb.
supposed to
What's
tell you
this?
that.
For me.
I specifically instructed her not to tell you because you were never going to let me live that down.
It's okay. You're from the old world, like a hobbit.
I am a hobbit. I am the hobbyist hobbit.
The current firewater remembers my fondness for the drink, does he? Why, that old... Oh, bloody hell. Who's cut any inspect there? Says to show it for you, does he? That sounds about right. I hate to have to wait, but I reckon it'll be worth it. This stuff has aroma and body like any other drink I know. It's going to be a long year. What say we come back then, friend? We'll see if we can't make it through this ball together. I think I'll pass. Don't think I want to drink that.
I mean, if I'm part of something called Maelstrom, and I'm gonna ride this,
Mark, you know
it's
I'm
gonna
no
be
stripper.
Ride the Lightning. So it's named it's Lightning.
All right.
Mark,
Ride the Lightning. What? It's a Metallica song.
I was worried
cool.
while you were away. Still should have seen the
Vin
wood,
is
but
going to Metallica.
near no lands of their own. No, there's a place near to here, a place we've never known
Expensive fucking
ourselves to
ticket.
come.
I think he got it through his daughters. His daughters have like good jobs and they sometimes get cheap tickets for stuff. But I'm not sure.
Cool.
Used to be good friends with somebody at the BOK Plaza, so I'd get dirt cheap tickets too.
You know I know one of his daughters got like free tickets to the Formula One race.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
What?
And
Do you know how much money I paid for that?
I don't know, man. Like a lot. You told me, and then I was like, ha 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 ha. How about no?
Yes.
I mean, I saw Iron Maiden for $30, and I got really good seats.
I think I paid 90 for mine.
Well, I do still have some connections. And bought it at exactly the right time.
That always helps.
I think it's worth it though. I had a fun time at Iron Maiden. I was very groggy because I decided going to a concert and then also flying to America the very next day was a good idea.
Oops.
In the rain.
Oh yeah, there was rain too. I got all
Personal
dressed up, did my hair
chocolates.
pretty, did my makeup pretty for the concert, and then they made us wait for a shuttle bus between the parking lot and the concert place in the pouring rain for 30 minutes.
Oh man.
I literally saw like a gray wash whenever I looked because all my mascara and eyeliner had like poured into my eyes.
That sounds painful.
I mean, that just makes you look edgier for the concert, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, people were looking at me funny, and I was like, you know what? At least I'm in theme. At least it's a metal concert.
All right, what are you guys working on, and what's the plan for today? We should do some dungeons. We should roll. I should figure out how to be a bard.
Yep.
I don't know what the plan is.
Whatever.
EXs.
Oops.
I need to have your character names again because I transferred over my alt.
Oh shoot. Well, I'm Kennicotty, so that's easy. Mark, Marque. I thought it was funny. It sort of fit. Oh god dang it.
Yep, I don't have his character on this one.
I don't think I have your character after you transferred either,
Oh,
to be honest
there we
with
go.
you, but you can add me. I'll be easy. There you go.
As for dungeons, let's see.
Except
We should have the 2 optional dungeons of Holly Tally and the Sunken Temple of Karn. If not,
Cynthia
I can
White?
get you guys to the point where we can all
I
act
have
that
the
real quick.
mission into into the Beast's Maw, and that's a dungeon you have to do, right?
What's it telling you to do?
Total wreck probably.
Wait. Fuck. Where do you see that again?
only if you want frosting.
No!
Mark, behave yourself, for fuck's sake.
Unable to open the map at this time? Are you fucking with me? The hell is that supposed to mean?
I don't know. Where are you?
Standing around in pirate land?
Are you talking to
Minding my
somebody?
own damned business? No. Well, I was talking to someone. I finally got my chocobo.
Oh, it might be the tutorial thing it's telling you about or something.
No, I have recommendations on what I should do, but it's like, do you want to be a rogue? Do you want to be an arcanist? Do you want to be a fisher? And I'm like, I don't want to do any of those.
Well, to be a bard, you have to go back to Gridania to your
Yes, okay.
Archer's Guild.
I found it. You have been granted entry into the 1000 Maws of Totorek. Hurry within and find Frixio before he falls prey to fell fiends. Challenge the 1000 Maws of Totorek with other players via the Duty Finder, or with a party of NPCs via Duty Support.
Oh, yeah, I'll join you on that.
We have to unlock that dungeon first. I have to remember where we have to go to do that, though.
It's a giant frog.
I
Hello.
think I have unlocked that dungeon.
Well,
I feel like I've done this. I don't know.
1,000
It's
miles
the
of.
main quest, though.
Oh, okay, yeah. I'm about to unlock that.
Okay, which one is
Oh,
it?
shit,
Ollie?
then I'm behind then.
Into the Beast's Maw.
Can you look at your journal to see which ones you've done before that, so I can like guess how far away I am?
It's the one for you're finding the Sylph Elder, and he's in that dungeon.
Because I am at Never Forget. I just don't know how far away from that quest I am.
You are 1, 2, 3, 4, or 4 or 5 quests away.
Yeah, I'm at till sea swallows all. Well, shit. I guess I'll go do that then.
So see,
I got a ways to go. Yeah, the sea swallows all. That's part of my main quest at the moment. I have to speak with the Scion on the 7th Dawn at the Walking Sands. So off to La La Land we go.
These swallows all.
Till sea swallows all. That's the name of the mission, anyway. And it's in Thalant.
Oh my god, that
La La
is
Land.
so far away from me. That's 11 quests away from me.
How am I that far ahead?
behind.
No, behind.
Oh, shit. Well, I'll just spend this time questing and asking dumb questions.
No, you're not. It's not dumb, honey. It's not dumb.
It's usually dumb.
But you missed a few because you were sick, so that makes sense.
Yeah, I can blaze through this shit. I'll be fine. Oh, and if you're bored, you can join me.
So,
They might be doing stuff that's more fun. I don't know how big parties can be.
was out to be
Sure,
found the
where-
wood.
How
What
do
did you
I
come
join
to?
you? Where are you?
Garleans, in this part of the Troll's Wood? First Sylphs and now Garleans, all the same place. It cannot be mere coincidence. Might the Garleans be following the Sylphs? Tracking them or giving chase, mayhaps? No, not this far into the forest. The walker's spires are everywhere. Imperials could never steal them past them all. How in the bloody hells could they? Unless someone guided them through. Someone who knew there were spires stand where the whalers watch. A Gadanian trader.
Wait. I can't even find the sea swallows on my quest list.
It's quite a ways away from where we
You
are.
have to join them. I think you only get that if you join Maelstrom.
Oh, it could be that. Yeah, it could be.
Yeah. So I'll take care of that. Unless anyone else has joined in Maelstrom, then I'll just knock it out real quick. I'm already
I
there.
am in Maelstrom.
I need
But
to
I
use the
found
bathroom
it
real quick. I'll
for
back in a few.
Nobody
Yeah,
wants
good.
to be in La La Land.
Why you
I can
around,
join
but I don't
you.
remember their
If you
quest
want, I can join you.
locations.
I'm stuck. I have to kill things with my chocobo, but I don't know how to do that.
You have to use
Oh,
Gissel
yeah,
Greens to
there's
summon
a-
it.
Yeah.
Wait, I have to what?
Gissel
You have to
Greens.
summon it.
These things.
Use the
Oh.
chocobo whistle.
You have to give it the green.
Well, they didn't say that. Oh, maybe
Yeah,
I
it's
didn't.
dead.
Can you make
You had a
my
whole quest to do
invite
that.
3 trial players to a link shell?
I don't know.
I'm gonna try.
Welcome back, Mr. Lore.
Hello. Ooh, cutscene.
Bone Daddy.
Bone Daddy. That's.
That's gonna stay.
Bone
I'm
Daddy.
sorry. We're never gonna get rid of that. Unless there's like a different stupid name, then you're gonna get that. Elena is also.
Some
the
call me
queen of
Bone
stupid
Uncle.
Names on Miller's Hollow, to be honest.
She is
Oh,
our
yes.
cheese queen.
But Mark
Mark's
gave
fault
me all
also.
those names.
Not
They were
all of
great
them.
names.
There were a few that I did that I just blamed Mark for.
Simona!
I feel attacked.
I was like, I don't even have to say anything. She's just gonna blame Mark, and as long as I'm just like acting shocked, like, oh my
The
god.
fuck did you come back to? I don't know, Jonas. Welcome to the ride.
Hi, Jonas.
I'm
Wait,
glad you've come, friend. There's something I want to talk to you about. You know, I said I thought there might be a traitor in our midst. Someone as was aiding the Guardians. I don't think I might have
Where the
identified
heck-
our suspect.
Give me the goddamn greens, man.
It's a
Give
mark.
me.
It
Give
is
me
a
the
mark.
lettuce.
Mark, thank you for the gifted sub. To Jonas.
You're welcome. You
Mark,
have. This is
don't
the
take my
first
crown.
cat. This is the first cat that has ever been invited as a sub.
Oh. I don't
He's your kitty cat now.
Mark.
Well, I can share my cats if I want to.
As a friend of mine, he used to dine on thin soup and sip his pint on account of not being able to afford another, but of late he's taken to ordering my best wines and the finest cuts of meat I can lay my hands on. Ring a merchant, I'd probably think nothing of it, this lad's a wood whaler. Wood don't earn that kind of coin. By chance, I was musing on where the money was coming from when you first told me about the Guardians in the forest. I couldn't help but putting two and two together. So I'd say if a whaler is working for the Empire, none of us is safe. I'm talking about
Here's Jonas. You're welcome.
Nostra Catus.
Where the
He just
heck
thinks
do I
that's
buy
fake
the
Latin for not a
lettuce?
cat. He's definitely a cat.
I can link it to you.
The lad I'm talking about goes by the name of Laurentius. As I heard, he was in the South Shroud. Find of it, and if he is up to no good, put an end to it and him if it comes to that.
I think this vendor sells them.
Yeah, I really gotta
What
save
did
up to
you
get
do?
some emotes.
If you click on the New Gridania thing, it'll show you a flag on the map of the New Gridania area where you can buy them. I'm pretty sure
Okay.
that's where you get them.
Britannia's Thanalan, right?
No, it's the forest area.
Gridania's its own thing.
Gridania is the Black Shroud.
It's the elfie people.
You said black flag.
My home.
Black Shroud.
No, it's fine. He said black flag somewhere on the map.
Cynthia White. I'm assuming that is.
This is my alt. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, just making sure before I just accept it from somebody.
Oh, there. Adder's nest.
We can add a random. They'll just assume the entire party's on crack.
Oh, and another dungeon, the Sunken Temple of Karn.
Yes, that's an optional dungeon.
The
Oh.
bees.
The
Wait,
bees.
there's bees?
Mm-hmm.
Fuck.
The bees give every tank player PTSD.
No,
Mm-hmm.
it's gonna give Mark PTSD.
I'm afraid of bees in real life. I don't like
Oh.
them.
Don't
That's
worry,
okay. Simona will
they're-
be soon eventually because they can one-shot her.
Yep.
Oh, this sounds great.
But
Can I
that's what
join?
we have you for.
Yeah, they can't help against that.
Well, that is just a... s-
It's called Final Sting. They will give you one last sting, die as a result, and take you with them.
I actually have to go to the Black
That's
Shroud,
kinda
so
what
I'm going to
we
be in the
do,
middle of
right?
Gridania.
Can I say I'm on patrol? Be gone. If you have
Fucking
business with the
rabbit.
whalers, take it to the barracks.
People, I need to buy the the lettuce. Give me the lettuce.
Oh, the shop is not open for you?
I don't know. It's like the weird snake troop people. The yellow. They're the yellow ones.
Where are you?
Where are you?
I
What
don't
are
know.
you talking about? I found Simona. She's wandering around very confused, not in our party.
I'll just
There she is.
kidnap everyone into a corner.
Stay! I have to make a heart symbol at you.
Nope, I'm leaving. That's illegal.
Did this character have
I'm in a
emotes?
cutscene now.
No.
Not like now. To think
You know, it's
patrol
like
routes and
Fallout,
rations
like,
would
I try
fetch
to
such
do
a
the heart
price.
emote and he runs away.
More than I deserve those. 'Tis little wonder the empire has risen to such heights if only the whalers paid men their worth. What are you? How have you been? Help! 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 Please come quick, my friends. As I, Laurentius, I am under attack.
Song of Bards and Bowmen. That's the one I've been waiting for, baby.
Yee!
Oh yeah.
It
I have
should
no
be
idea how to be a
this
bard.
vendor that sells them, I think.
That's not the one you tagged, you dumbass.
This is... The only the flag is not that accurate, sadly, yeah.
That is indeed a
Dubious and
chunky
purchase
chocobo.
items. And then
You
Gisel
tagged the
Greens.
one- Oh wait, no. I thought the other thing was a flag. That was not your flag. It didn't have a flag.
Well, yeah, I think the third option is Gisel Greens. I think you can buy them.
How did you? You just... I know nothing. I was on patrol. You just appeared. I thought you were working with the Garleans.
Wait.
This guy's trying to
Hey guys,
laugh.
I know it's hard, but when Undead Lore narrates, please let him narrate.
Oh, yeah.
Bards and bowmen.
It's tough.
Yep, Mark is about to become a bard.
Oh yes, I am actually just full up, straight on fucking owning Bard in this game.
Do I have
At least until you
buttons?
become a
I
machinist.
do.
Oh, I could have just Ethernet traveled here. God damn it.
Yep, I have to leave the party.
Oh.
Oh, that instance.
I wish to become a Bard.
How long do you mean to keep this up? What is it that you imagine I've done? Enough, enough, I say. It's over then. I sold maps and rations to the Empire. It was I meant no harm, only wanted the coin. Warriors are good, strong, I was proud to join the ranks. Am proud, but they do not provide. They preach justice, honor, duty, but in the end it is those with money who do as they will, who live as they will. So I sought an opportunity to change my fortunes and took it. All I've done for money. Endanger myself, my home, everything and everyone I love. I might as well put your life in danger too.
This combines with Bloodletter.
Then he starts laughing.
Hello.
Though you do not yet realize how much. Bloody idiot, did you imagine you had me cornered? It's not I who was cornered. Guardians, I brought the R.L. bastard. Oh, hey. Yeah, you're going to need more men than that. Put me a question, if you will. Are all Avengers so delirious to believe that they can challenge the power of Golemald? You need a veritable mountain of guild to fund such an endeavor, such as the cost of fighting great power, or of making it, or of remaking it, as we will Gridania. So that's the way of it. Swapped your hard bunk at the barracks for a featherbed in Garland, did you? You there, Hara. You sit here at Old Busquish now, then you don't stand alone. I got fucking poachers on my side. Okay. They really hate Garland.
Damn.
Those are kind of hilarious.
Oh crap, how did I become the party leader? Sorry, whoever I teleported.
You're not.
Oh, okay.
You think you just accepted Simona's TP. I think. Wait,
Well,
no.
it said one or more party members couldn't teleport with me, so I'm like, what?
Oh yeah, that's because I had Simona's TP active, so you didn't give me your TP.
That's like TP? What? Total
Yeah,
paper?
like if No.
TP for the bunghole? What?
I thought we were in a party. We're in a party together.
Yeah.
Been fine.
But like, Simona teleported before you, so I got her free teleport. And then you tried to give me a free teleport while that one was still active, so it cancelled it. Because you can't have two of them active at the same time.
Stupid flower
I enter
tried
an
to eat.
area, and I get items in my inventory. Nice.
Oh, hi there.
Hello.
I had to talk to this person real quick, and then I become a bard.
Do-do-do-do.
Oh, hell no. I don't want your weird harp thing. As soon as I can buy a Stratocaster, I'm buying one.
I think you get it instantly.
A Stratocaster?
Oh, I don't have the performance unlocked on this character.
Yeah, you have to unlock the performance first.
I forget, you have to unlock it.
Oops. Well, we'll get there.
I have gun.
Gun does sound nice. I am going for machinist. I want guns.
Possible. How did you best the Empire's finest, with bandits and poachers at your side? They are sworn enemies. Why do they fight with you and not against you? I know the answer only too well. Buskron, this is his doing. His words are wont to inspire men to act better than I. Gods, what have I become? What have I done? Oh, you're about to get executed, probably. I am sorry. No more will I pursue this folly. No more lies, no more bribes. I will go to the Order of the Twin Adder and confess my crimes. There's something I would like you to tell, Buskron. Tell Maurentus the Fool says thank
Why
you.
are we in combat?
As though a veil has been lifted from before my eyes.
Because I attacked something with accident.
It's dead. Let me see where I need to go from here. We're going this way.
Unicorn.
Yay!
Very high. Hey, Mr. Love, how you doing?
Sorry about that. Death mouse. What's a death mouse? Let's kill them all.
A mouse that causes death.
Screw you, I don't believe in death.
Well, Lawrence just confessed to his crimes, and I just had a word from the Twin Adder. Seems he marched straight into the nest and gave himself up. Lad's had quite a life, you know. His mother was killed by a brigand when he was only small. As a young man, he joined the Whalers, hoping to spare his fellow Gardanians the misery he'd known growing up. Trouble is, protecting Gardania is too big a job for one man. He came to believe that he could make a difference, and it was hopeless. There are few things more dangerous than desperation, and a man lost in his dark is easily drawn to the glimmer of coin. Ernie thought that if he couldn't change the lot of his fellow man, he might as well change his own. Thing is, he was making a difference, just not on his own. Somehow, he'd failed to grasp that one simple truth. Those things we cannot do alone, we must do together. He asked you to thank me, did he? Then there's good in him yet. I just hope that the adders are able to see it. What he's done ain't easy to forgive, but I think he's afforded a chance to make amends. But let us leave fates to the 12s. I have other news for you, Viet. The Sylph Elder's been found.
I like these birds. They're cute. And I like your chubby one because he's adorable.
You're doing fine. I'm glad to hear that. I'm doing pretty good. My voice is a little gravelly now. For, I don't know, reasons. Sick of this a fair old while, but we finally got our hands on some reliable information concerning the whereabouts of your
I
missing
pissed off some
green
goblins.
Uh-oh. His name is Frixio, and he is the eldest among the Sylphs of Little Solace. Long has he represented his kind in dialogue with the Gridanians. Yes, he's like a bridge between us and them, a small leafy green bridge that you can't find at the moment. Bridges are of no use when we don't know where they are. That's why but we find him. Ida. There's an abandoned dungeon called the Thousand Miles of Total Rock here in the South Shroud. It was by the entrance to this place that Frixio was seen, and not long ago, neither. If you hurry, I reckon you'll find him. Walking ones, please help this one. This one needs help. Needs help to help Elder One. Poor Frixio. Poor Frixio. Whoa. Hold your chugboats. Take a deep breath and tell us what's wrong, nice and
Thank
slow.
you.
Elder went to total rack, but has not returned. This one is worried, so very worried. You're right to be. That place crawls with nasties waiting to make a meal of anyone daft enough to wander in. What seven hells was he thinking entering that bloody death trap? Elder One had no choice. Imperial ones were chasing Elder One. Please, Walking ones must help Elder One. Help Elder One now. The fates conspire against us. Forgive my pragmatism, but Frixio is our best hope at reaching an accord with the Sylphs. Were we to lose him, all of our so this far will have been for naught. I'll attend to her wounds. You need to make haste to the Adder's Nest request assistance. Understood. Yeah, go to the 1,000 miles of Totorak and see that Frixio comes to no harm. Peace between man and self rests upon your success. Yay. Now I can help Mark in a minute, because I'm about to unlock the dungeon.
Dang. There's a lot of bad guys between here and the fucking Moogle I need to talk to. It's a little out of hand.
Chunky burb.
Well, we might as well kill this fucker, because we know she's coming for us.
Mass murder, let's go.
Pretty much. Alright, I think the Moogle's up here.
By order of the Elder Seats here,
Should be
the
up.
dungeon known as 1,000 Miles of
found it.
Totorak has been placed under control of...
Hello, person.
What? The Sylph Elder is inside? And you sure of this? How in the seven hells did he manage to sneak by? God struck me down for a pure blind fool. We must find the Sylph Elder before he falls prey to the fiends within. Entrance to Totorak is ordered and restricted, but these are exceptional circumstances. Pray a simple rescue party and enter as soon as you're ready. And now to teleport to wherever Mark's at.
I think we were close to Quarry Mill.
Yep, but maybe we'll teleport to the nearest Seath, right? For,
Oh, I also have that crystal.
Mm-hmm. Let's see, according to this map, you're over here. Uh-oh, we're missing an Alina.
What?
You're
sorry,
not in
what?
the party.
No, because I had to do a mission.
Ah.
So I left.
Welcome back.
I was in a party.
Wait, why am I suddenly under attack after talking?
How did your pizzaretta go? Was
Uh,
it fun?
wait, on family weekend or yesterday?
Yesterday with your friends.
Well, we didn't do pizzaretta because we don't have that thingy. We just put them in the oven.
Okay.
You have a My Little Pony?
I have a unicorn, yes.
Pizzaretta.
Oh no. The chocobo thing.
Yep, here we go.
What?
Where to?
Oh no,
yoink.
Mark's responding to something from Undeadler.
No.
Where are we going?
No,
I
but
bet,
it
I
went
bet
great.
Mark
though.
would
That's a
love
good
the
question.
pizzaretta. I think he
Okay,
would love
but
that.
I
Yes, that
thought,
does sound
okay,
fun.
it's like a pizza, and a pizza oven is like really hot, right? So I thought, okay, we don't have, we only have the hot air oven and a grill function in it, not the actual oven. So I thought, okay, I'll just do high heat and I'll put the grill on as well, because then it's actually like really hot and more like a pizza oven.
Oh, wait, we have to go to Taker's Rot. We are going in exactly the wrong direction.
Well, you didn't tell me.
Sorry.
So
I think that's where it's telling me to go. I have to look for a charm there. Well, it took me a minute to figure out the map.
I'm gonna raise that person. Oh. Never mind, I'm not gonna raise that person.
Wait, why do I?
I was about to do that too, and then I saw him teleport away.
I'll just kill enemies then.
Yep.
So
I'll just piss
you don't
everything out
get
here
overwhelmed.
off.
Everyone out here is mean.
Aren't they?
I mean, you are invading their base.
Bastards. At least this is where the action's at. Oh no, I've been disabled!
So,
Been
you have a
disabled.
new character, Elena? What are you playing now?
when?
It's almost the exact
No,
same as before.
Elena. Elena.
Oh.
Yep.
It's really confusing, guys.
I
In
know.
2v.
Okay, well, I'll call you Fred, Alina, okay?
But why Fred?
You're Fred now.
No,
I'm
I'm
fine.
not.
But no.
Pleased to meet you, Fred.
I thought Alina was our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ.
Isn't that
Oh,
Lord Gaben
what?
though?
I don't
I
know.
mean, what?
I'm
I
confused.
don't know. We have cheese-related names for Alina because I don't know reasons.
She is Jesus Christ.
I'm gonna burn these people.
My question is, how can she do a pizzaretta without cheese?
Because she doesn't put cheese on the
toasty.
pizza because she's
How's that
just
hunter out of
weird.
range?
That's the best thing about pizzaretta because I can eat as much pizza without cheese as I want.
Yes.
Oh, I think I found the thingy. Hold
There's
Where
a
are
on.
you
really
guys?
big little
Grab the
thing
thingy.
here, and it's
We're
scares
doing
me.
one of those class quests.
I love the tank
I'll
on
reach
this
it.
character.
Cats do like cheddar. I give my
Ah,
cats. What is that thing?
what thing?
Oh, I don't know. Let's see. We need to return the charm to the guy who is immediately south of where we are. Little Moogle buddy.
God, it's so
Alright.
hard to see.
Let me have a ride here. Yoink.
I can't see.
Are you you flying a transformer?
Yes.
What the fuck
Yes.
is this?
I cannot wait to take you to that raid. That'll be so
man.
much fun.
Oh no. Don't drag me into that. Pain.
Don't drag me into that.
I don't want to do that, Ed.
If Elena's afraid of that one, I'm fucking afraid of that one.
Oh, that's
I'm
not a bad
afraid of
place.
it at the amount of ping that I have.
My internet's not doing better because I'm connected to a tower that's like 8.3 miles away or 8.7 or something like
I
that.
think we need to go
I
here.
think I got into something that I shouldn't have gotten into, and I'm scared now.
You're scared now.
Or need to go to Earth's Found.
Don't think we have to go to Earth's because that's a level 40 plus area.
Oh wait, no. We have to go to. Is there a way I can drive this? Or wait, turn
Need to go back
around
to the man in the
exactly
tree
the
trunk.
Yeah, we have to go back to the little Moogle that's inside the trees.
Yeah, okay.
Wait, we're going the wrong way. It's exactly the opposite direction.
Oh!
here?
Here, I see. There in the
Poor guy.
trees. I
No,
remember.
you go,
Okay, I just
go,
heard
go,
that
go
way.
east, go east, go due east, and
I
to the
can
right
mark
of
it
whatever
on
this
the
big
map.
rock is.
I think it's over here.
Okay.
Hoping the. Oh, you can mark shit on the map. Yeah, that's
Yes.
exactly where it is. Well, that's super
Yeah.
fucking handy.
Isn't it?
Bastards,
Don't
leave us
worry, I'm
alone.
just shooting people.
Well, if I attack something from inside the cart, do I die or do I fall out of the cart?
You can't attack
can't
while you're in the
attack.
cart.
Oh, okay. Well, I must dismount. All right, let's bring the pain.
I got you. They
Oh, that was
did.
quick. All right, that's our
The
map
hell
marker.
are you
Here's our
guys?
little dude. Ask somebody who knows better.
We are in Central Shroud. No, we're not. This is not
What
Central
happened
Shroud. This is South
No,
Shroud.
that's not where we are.
We're in South Shroud.
The south is scary.
What is happening up there in Novolaskia?
I don't know, but they're
Right,
getting
let's
into trouble apparently.
Try and join you.
A
I'll
cunning
go there as
road,
well.
but it's exciting nonetheless.
It's just a spooky dragon thing, and it's scary, and it's killing me.
Why did you pick a
Okay,
fight with a scary dragon
so-
thing?
Because it was a fate, and I got tempted by it.
And what's wrong with cheddar? Cheddar is yummy.
I'm gonna wait for the moment
Cheddar is
someone's gonna
delicious.
run into an
She
S
just
rank.
really doesn't like cheese, man, and everyone bullies her for it, and it's hilarious.
Deservedly so.
I remember her
Not gonna lie.
birthday. I think it was a year ago, or maybe 2 years ago, and there was like a group of guys who went to like a cheese store, and they asked for the paper they wrapped the cheese in, and they wrapped all her gifts in cheese paper.
That was last year.
It was beautiful. I
Nice.
thought it was glorious.
What's the button for summoning a chocobo? I,
mean,
thought you used the
It was
whistle.
so much effort.
Okay, you go to
Yes.
character tab down there, and you go to your mount guide, and then that's where all your mounts are at.
Guide. Oh, okay. So that's what I put on my hot bar. I thought I just had to put the whistle there. I got my own ride with blackjack and hookers.
Ooh.
What the fuck? How do you? What even is that?
It's a coral.
Oh. Well, blackjack and hookers it is. Oh, those are bear traps. That doesn't look safe.
It's probably not, though.
Alright, where are we? We're going this way.
Going this way? Okay, I will follow.
The chocobo, Mark.
Yes, what about my chocobo?
What did you name it?
Lightning.
Lightning! Ride the lightning!
Like
After the
Wow.
Metallica song.
Mark, you have to say ka-chow every time you get on the chocobo.
Ka-chow.
So it should have been named McQueen.
Lightning McQueen. No.
Well, if everyone goes
We're not doing the
ka-chow,
plant fate.
I'll say ka-chow. That's Lightning
You
McQueen.
have to go inside. Oh, here's this guy.
Yep.
Crap, how do I get off this mount?
Z. Zed.
Oh, Nangavel? Let's kill it. Why not? It has annoyed me with its presence. Therefore, it must die.
You can't just kill people.
It's not a people, it's a plant.
Plants are friends.
Not these.
These ones spit nasty shit.
Feelings. Right?
Yes,
Okay, this is now a safe area.
Oh, I'm cold. Everyone's.
Are you a healer? Wait, who's being a healer?
Me.
Oh,
He was
yeah,
always
you
a
did do
healer.
Yeah, but it's Mark.
that. Yeah.
Ow.
Wait, so what class are you playing, Elena?
This character.
Yeah. I thought you were a healer too.
He switched to 3 different classes so far since I've been involved, which was White Mage,
I have-
Machinist, and I think he did Lancer for a second. Or Dragoon.
I
Machinist
don't
is
have
what this
Lancer.
boy
I
is
have
going
White Mage, Scholar, Astro, and Machinist kind of leveled.
Hey, Alex, the kind of just how you doing? Welcome in.
Hey, Alex.
Feel already judged.
Oh, you are so
Ka-chow.
So what are we
Just
waiting for?
He's doing his class
We're waiting
quest.
for me to talk to this person.
Thank you for the gift sub to Alex, the kind of
You
just.
were waiting for me to click on that.
Mark, you beat me to it, you asshole. You know, I don't never understand what that when I am on my
Nope. That fundraiser
The
is
socks are cheaper.
ended. We raised
Why is that?
$241.99 for rain, which was phenomenal.
Mage's
Can I
Ballad.
do
yes.
another charity thing after this?
Uh,
If you-
I might.
I'll participate. I should be on the mend over this particular holiday season, so
I can look into it.
medication's making me a little slow, but I'll probably adapt in a week. Yes, I am officially a bard.
Yay!
Oh, you
Now I
always
have to figure
are.
out how to
I'm not sure
change
how
to
I
be
feel
one.
about
You have to equip your soul stone.
I mean, it's
Yes,
quite
I
obvious.
have one of
Simona.
those now.
Mm-hmm.
Is this
Quite
soul
obvious that he
crystals
is
go
a
here?
Yep,
That
yep.
is quite
Bard.
obvious indeed.
Congratulations.
I am now a bard.
I've
Haha!
always been a bard, honey.
Simona, you should stop that right now. All right,
Mark,
I've
you
got new
Well,
things, I
Don't
think.
pretend that you're not, because there's like every
Lex.
single day that I was with you, you would do something, and then you'd be like, Max Bard.
An explosion bomb.
I do have bard powers.
You want to go blind?
What happened?
Can't
Oh, pretty
see.
stars.
Must talk like this.
Wait, I have to find my bard song thingamajig. Like, this fucked up my entire hotbar, you guys. I'm sorry.
You may just
Yeah,
want
it
to stop
resets your
by
whole
and
bar.
say
It's
hi.
complete-
Thanks for things
I'm
to get
so
to, so
fucked
good
right
luck and
now.
have fun. All right, man. Thanks for stopping
Wait,
by,
that was
man.
not something I did wrong. That's just the thing that happened. Okay,
Yes,
thank
that is.
God.
Yeah, it's
I
basically a
thought I was
different
stupid
class.
And I fucked up my hotbar.
No, it happens whenever you change to a different class that you haven't been before.
Yeah.
We should straight
That's
show.
I
I
it.
think
don't
if I
know
go to
why.
my Conjurer hotbar, I still have Protect on it. I do.
I don't know.
Oh,
Why,
wow.
but
That
in the-
hasn't been
like, if
around
you
for a
read the
while.
chat- It says bump fists, but I didn't read the word bumps. And then it was a weird sentence.
Alina!
Excuse me, I need to slap someone. Get back here.
Oh boy.
Get your mind out
Oh,
of
bleh.
the gutter.
Hey,
it likes
how you
it
doing?
there.
There we go.
Okay,
Mage's
Missy
Ballad.
Bess.
Enjoy.
Mix the best.
Hey, don't slap me.
Well, stop insinuating that I'm
Mine
fisting
like that,
people.
so I wouldn't do that if I were you.
Oh,
Under 20
great.
seconds.
Welcome
comment.
in. Hope you're doing all right. Uh-oh.
Hello.
Pitiful heals.
Wait. Oh,
Peloton
this
seems
alt bar
kind
is
of
outdated.
useless. Ah, dude, sorry, this is taking so long. My hotbar is so fucked. All right, this will have to be good enough for now, and I'll adjust it on the fly. I'm down for whatever everyone wants to do. Though I'm back to my feisty little chocobo.
Well, if you get one more level, actually, you need to get 3 more levels, and Simone needs to get 1 more level. We can do
level
some of these optional
32.
dungeons.
Okay, I'm level 32, so you're saying I need to be 35?
Yes.
I think so for corn, yeah.
I'm not level 35.
Halatali we could probably do if everyone's got that unlocked, though. The second temple of
We
Karn
already
is
done
35. Did we? We probably did.
We didn't leveling with that. Could do that otherwise. Give a decent amount of XP.
Which one?
I'm down.
Just leveling with that.
True.
Ooh, I have a weird new icon. I can make musics.
You can.
I'm gonna play musics. This is my musics button. Invalid target.
Unfortunately, we have one too many party members.
Yeah, just funk.
Alright, so let us do a leveling roulette. That was fast, because of
I'm
course
done
we
with
have a full party.
Well, let us commence.
Let's see what we're getting.
I don't know how to bard yet,
Let's
but I still have all my
go.
other stuff.
Yeah, nothing much
Wait,
changes
this
for
is the one
Bard.
with the bees, isn't it?
No, this is Tom Tard.
Okay, no, it's
Craft.
the bat things. Never mind.
The one with the bees
I
is
like
a
the
level
bees
35
one.
dungeon. This is Tom Tard Deepcroft, so
Okay,
this
who's
will be
tanking?
bad. Simona.
Shimona's tanking. Okay, so attack everything first, piss off Shimona. Gotcha.
Mark, I will smack you.
He's gone.
Oh, you know what?
Dude, I'm
Let him
just
die. Let him
yeeting
die.
myself in this direction.
By the way, tank stance.
Oh, yeah, thank you. I hate that that turns off all
And
the time.
thank you for the gifted sub to
Myself.
McSee Bess.
Aww. Welcome to the Black Parade.
When I was a young
Lost
boy,
almost everything.
my father took me to the city.
What city?
He said, son, young, you grow up. You know the song. You started off. Will you be the savior of the
hell.
broken? Thanks for the follow, man. Hope you're doing well today. I should probably heal Mark before he dies.
I'm okay. Somebody else drew that in. This is totally my fault. I'm just playing stupid. My hotbar is so fucked right now. I rushed through it. Now I don't know what buttons to press.
Well, go ahead and fix that real quick. So what you want it to be.
There we go. Raging Strikes. Nope. I want this to be there. Leg Graze goes here. Foot Graze. Mage's Ballad, followed by Bloodletter. I'm going to experiment with Wind Bite. I don't know if it's any good.
It is
Shot
very good. It's a it places a dot on the enemy. That's always very good.
All right, let's roll.
Hey, confidence. Oh no, they're after me. Help me. I can't hear you. There is music blasting in my ear.
It happens to the best of us. All right, so that's number 4 now.
I feel like Simona was chewing me out.
Not yet learned?
I'm not sure though.
Actually, not yet learned.
Uh-oh.
Why can I not learn
Our level's been
Mage's
decreased.
Ballad? Oh.
We're level 19 in this dungeon.
Gotcha. So, well, fuck.
I can't use Cure 2 or Regen either, so... Or Presence of Mind.
I figured it would just nerf those things. Me first, because I'm dumb. Yeet!
Mark.
I'm the
this
tank
way.
that's also a bard.
No, you're not. You're just stupid.
It's okay, we have 2 healers. Life will be fine.
We have 2 healers? We have 1.
What?
Oh, wait, did you change Elena? Wait, Elena's not here. Oh, fuck.
It's a 4-player dungeon.
Sorry. I'm totally keeping track of things. I promise.
Yeah, it comes with
We noticed.
Too good. Just doing the daily grind in FF14. How are you? Not too bad. Guiding along some new players in the game with another veteran helping out.
Yeah, what's funny? I queued up for opening with that. I got Quarn.
the other veteran, Elena. That just spoke.
What are you
Ooh,
kidding?
what's this? Oh, there's nothing in here? This is sad.
Don't remember
That
doing
is a
this
tomb.
dungeon.
Well, I was hoping there'd be something in it, you know? Open it up, you find Undead Lord just taking a nap in there.
Yeah, that's
Did
why
we
it's
actually
locked.
Do this one?
I prefer to
Oh.
be undisturbed when I rest.
Oh. I could think of someone who would like to disturb you while you rest.
Oh my god! You're horrible today!
I did warn
Hey,
you.
Simona, what are you talking about?
First it's with the goddamn frosting on the eggs.
Well, at least it's not on a rosa poop.
This was not the chaos that
Oh, did you
Undead
send
Lord
us
was
that
trying
the
to
thing about the
experience.
rosa cook?
I did send that Lord a thing about
What
the
were
rosa
your
poop.
thoughts on that?
Yeah, I saw that. I was like, oh, what? The? There's many
Totally
questions that
motherfuckers.
arise.
Yeah,
None of them I really want the answer
You know,
to.
it was just that one time in college. It'll be fine. Wow, that took a lot to recharge. That's weird. Is that new?
Hey, it's a demon.
Yeah, beat it up.
Not for freaking long. Here comes a good old-fashioned straight shot. Oh, action not yet learned. Well, shit. No win shot for me.
Oh, you stood in it. Owie.
That hurt.
Like me?
Yeah, you.
Yeah.
Oh,
You got
sorry.
bonked.
You got bonked hard.
I was just out of range. I'm like, I ain't moving. Damn, this was worth a lot of XP.
Mm-hmm.
All right. She know what I'm gonna do.
Oh, whoops.
Oh wait, nope. Alina did it.
Uh-oh.
She beat me to it.
Oh, shizzle.
What? You do it one time and now I'm the idiot?
You don't put cheese on pizza. You're not just an idiot, but you're a heathen. She won't let you frost your eggs.
And still, after all of that, you still want to thrust my eggs. Okay.
Well,
And then
maybe you
I'm
have
the
one.
weird
Star
one.
has no standards.
I have excellent
I shouldn't say
standards.
that because that says a lot about me.
I make the most
Yes.
interesting
Yes.
friends.
Don't talk about
That was
yourself
dumb.
that way.
You might
Aw,
wanna
I
consider
You
getting
know what?
in.
Screw it. Everyone else is doing it.
Maybe.
Screw it. Everyone else is doing it. And you just yeet yourself through the bad guys. It is how we do.
I'm so done. You know, I spent all this time trying to get the confidence to be like running in the front, and then you're always like, let's just blast
Here you go.
past them all.
I got them for you.
It's fine.
To the
Blow
back.
everything up. You're pulling. You're doing fine.
I'm not doing fine. I am behind because I'm slow. I get
Okay,
lost.
something behind us is shooting fire. Oh, never mind. That's friendly.
I
It's
am
friendly
the one
fire.
shooting fire.
Yes, I forgot you went into Black Mage or whatever. I saw fire coming from behind me, and I'm like, oh, damn.
Oh,
It's kind of
Alina,
scary.
By the way, there's a sale on iced tea at Lidl.
On iced tea?
Arizona.
Oh, but that one, I don't, it's too sweet.
It is
Treasure.
a little sweet.
My treasure.
I feel
My
like
treasure.
it's like the
My
better
treasure.
ones out there. The one from Aldi is good too.
No,
Hard
that one-
things.
I actually, I mean, they're all too sweet, to be honest, but
Yeah, ever since Jumbo changed the
Oh, this is
recipe, it's
crap.
not been the same, man.
yeah,
Oh, well, I'll just
All
sell
of them
it.
are sweet.
it's kind of sad.
You know what? I'm going to pass on this. Just going to hit pass. I don't need any of that crap.
So if you've had sweet tea,
a friendly
in
pyromaniac.
Oklahoma, nothing is sweet to you anymore.
But don't they put sugar in everything? Like,
Shona,
even in bread?
the sweet tea they have in America is not okay. And no, there's
No.
not sugar in all bread.
In all bread, okay.
He speaks the true.
Yeah, but like if you have the hot dog buns, I thought they were sweet. And, like, we had
depends. I got
rolls- we
you
had
two
rolls at
different ones.
Lambert's. The rolls at Lambert's, I thought they were not nice because they were sweet. I like the ones that.
Yeah, but that's
they're in
southern
Boston
food.
because they were
Lambert's is southern food. It's gonna be sweet, just like sweet tea.
Yeah, I don't like sweet tea. It was not good. Though when you mix it, the sweet and the unsweet, when you do it, it's pretty good.
Well, I've had lots of practice. Apparently, I can't use that.
Honestly, Alina, after you've had that, you will never complain about the sweetness of iced tea and lemons anymore. Because that just tastes like diabetes.
I didn't
Diabetes in a
realize
box.
diabetes had a
Taste
flavor.
that from the iced tea here.
Huh?
Ooh, is there anything good
I
in here
already
for
feel
me?
like that.
No. Well, this might be fun. I'll take that.
Bonk!
Pull more. Get them all. Get
Daddy
all the
Longlegs.
things.
Do we call him Daddy?
I do.
Of course, you can call it Daddy.
You want me to call you Daddy?
No.
Daddy, will you let me frost your eggs?
No! Oh my god, Mark!
What?
Why are you nasty today?
It's the medication, honest.
Just one of those days, man.
No! I love you, Dan.
Oh
What
shit.
does that say about you?
I don't want to know. Just don't tell me.
I saved you. Even though you keep standing in the orange all the darn time.
Wait, you saved me or you saved Simone?
I saved Simona because she damn near died.
Yeah,
She stood in every
she's
AoE
getting
she
gangbanged
could.
by Daddy.
I was just making sure that you were like sharp.
Uh-huh.
I'm going in first.
You need some
gotta be
practice
me.
too, you know?
Yeah.
You left one behind. It's attacking
Ow.
Mark now.
I've become the enemy. I've become the thing that Diddler said not to do.
What's that?
Stand in the red.
The tank that's just like, oh, but you're here to heal me, so don't matter.
Rage building.
Eat! I love that. I love that particular shot that the archer can do, where you just shoot something and then it eats you back out of range of whatever attack it is.
Oh yeah.
Insta dodge.
Just gotta be careful of where you are when you do it, because I've seen people heat themselves off the edge of a cliff.
That sounds
least it
exactly
doesn't
like
do
something I
damage
would do.
anymore.
That is always so funny to see, though.
That sounds like something I would definitely do. It's gonna happen.
I'm still so confused. The red mages still do it a lot. But
Hell,
the damage
Dragoons
is
do
the
it all
same
the time,
now.
too.
It's more red mage than dragoons nowadays. At least from what I see.
Buddy of mine plays red mage. He's pretty good at it though.
Red Mage will blind
And he has
everybody.
the classic red mage outfit. He looks like one of the fucking Three Musketeers.
Hey,
That
that's
is indeed red mage.
awesome. What's wrong with that?
It's hilarious. It's a meme, I'm pretty sure. Get back in range, you bastards! I want to fight. There we
Let's
go.
go. Kiyama.
Wait, there's more?
Oh yeah, there's plenty more.
Sirona, what do you mean? Is there more? There's like 5.
I want
four.
more.
Well, maybe there's 5.
Over here. Get them.
Well, somebody's pulling them, but I'm making them eat shit from behind. So, well, I guess that's kind of the only way to eat shit.
Mark,
But
do you ever think before you say something?
sometimes I do,
Oh
and
my
then
god.
it's funny.
Sometimes you say such weird things. I love it so much.
It's the friendly pyromaniac.
You know, I wish we had enough players to play with the village again from Werewolves of Miller's Hollow. Because I miss the pyromaniac.
That is a fun
Burn
one.
some motherfucker's house down. Always great.
Like, and then there's like a variety to Werewolves of Miller's Hollow where you get a job. And then
I'm still surprised I didn't die first night.
there's like a
Well, usually
whole
that's my
Sweeney
job,
Todd
so-
vibe and everything. It's wild. And then there's also a character role called the Pyromaniac, and he just burns people's houses down, and it's just fuck? They lose their jobs.
It's like the meme from the little kid standing in front of the
Yeah.
fire.
It's nuts. I love it.
This is fine.
Everything's fine.
We never kill like new people the first night. That's rude.
You have like plot armor at that point.
That's absolute bullshit. You invited me, and I met you in the first game, and guess who fucking died the first night?
Honey, that was the first ever game. Someone has to die.
And everybody is
Do anything
new.
wrong?
That was new at that point.
But you
Oh,
kind of
you
asked
people
for
play this
it.
crap for
Why do you keep standing in the red?
You want to stand there?
Sorry. To be fair,
Too late to move now. It's done. Over with.
Mark is asking for dying at this point every game.
What do you mean make up my mind? You already took it.
Yeet.
I'm letting you die in this fight. I'm just going to let you know that now.
Oh, no.
Now enjoy your hentai.
Wait, what?
What you gonna do without me though?
Probably die as well.
I was not expecting tentacles.
I mean, DPS gear, at least the physical DPS gear, shares the same defensive stats as tank gear now, so...
True, so I could just heal Mark and let him do the tanking.
Sorry,
I'm
I was
scared. I don't want to go anymore.
wetting my whistle
Do it.
Oh man.
and checking the treasure.
I just want to give him a big old kiss. Do it.
Alright then.
All right, coming
I
in
feel
hot.
like this man would give very wet kisses.
Wouldn't he?
He would
But
get
could you
very
imagine the
wet
French
about it.
kisses?
What?
French kisses all over the body. Oh, he does summon minions. Let me work on those.
Yeah, and he's currently invincible when those are on, so you need to take care of the imps. There you go.
Sorry, had to keep an eye on that. That imp, 8 arrows to the face. Multiple arrows. Take a small handful.
What? We got ads. Elena.
Yeah, working on them. But I walked.
Kill the imp.
The imp.
Yeah.
Oh, the imp.
Yeah, where that tether's at. He's making him invincible.
I killed it. It's gone.
I was looking at the skeletons. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I took out the imp as soon as you said kill the ads, and I'm like, what the? You mean the skeleton? And then I looked over and I'm like, oh, he means the purple thing.
oh
Somebody leveled
no,
up.
paralyzed. Let me fix that. Oh, look at all those purple tethers.
On it.
Ow, ow, ow,
Oh, sorry,
Ow.
sorry.
ow, ow. Heal.
All right, next imp's going down. Elena, can you come over here and help with this?
Yes, I'm already busy.
All right, he's toasted. Let's finish this. I can't seem to get a straight shot off. Cannot execute at this time. Level up. Oh, nice.
Hey, level up.
Nice.
Does that make me 33 now?
Yep.
I think our goal was 35. I mean, if we keep doing shit like this, that seems plausible.
Oh yeah.
That looks so stupid.
And Elena might join later because I do have to go earlier today, but
Hmm.
Sound
Okay,
gauge unlocked. Thank you. Learned at level 45. Ah, well, that is what it is. Oh, I gotta check this treasure real quick. Ah, crap.
Whoops.
I got the weirdest shit out of that. What the fuck? Hello, Atlanta.
The plant is angry.
The plant is angry.
understandable.
Well, in that particular
That's okay.
case.
I hit him with my stick.
The white mage auto attack sound is still funny to me. Just a bonk.
Bonk.
Does you want to do another
Wait,
dungeon?
hold on. Where'd my chocobo summon go? God damn it! It wiped out my fucking hotbar.
Oh,
I
that's
get
also
there
funny in
again?
Praetorium if you're playing white mage. When you shoot the magitek beam thing, or the pulse, you hear your auto attack sound on every enemy. So as a white mage, you just hear bonks all around.
Hmm.
It's the
We do
It's
like
the
the bonk
bonk
things,
time.
yes. Don't do it.
bring me a chicken. And now we ride the lightning. Wait, I can't talk to him anymore. Why can't I talk to you?
Need to be level 35.
Hmm.
Yep, that's when your next quest happens, so let's see if we can get you there.
chocobo
Well,
still stuck,
my next
yeah.
quest is to go to the Wolves' Den and Pup No Longer.
That is PvP. That is purely optional.
Okay, so I would like to dismiss this. How do I get rid of this? I do not want a PvP and have my ass handed to me on a silver goddamn platter.
You push
That's
J
my
and go
journal.
to abandon. But everyone is equalized in PvP. Everyone's at max level and has basically comparable stats, so it's all skill at that point.
Okay, I think we all have leves of Corymel or leaves of Corymel. I have to do that for some reason.
That unlocks guild hests if you haven't already unlocked them.
What'd you say?
That unlocks the guild hests, I believe, if you haven't already done them.
No, I already have guild
Oh,
tests.
there we go.
Oh, here we go. Let's do that.
Another dungeon. Which one?
I forgot about the daily roulette. Thankfully, one of us has
We
brains.
just did this one.
God dang it. Oh well, at least we know what we're doing. Mark pretends he's a tank. Everyone panics. At least I'll have some stuff to sell for extra money.
True.
I've only got about 30,000.
Pull everything, Simona.
Okay.
Before I do.
I have paper notes in my mouth.
Oh, I want paper notes.
What?
I could think of other things you could put in your mouth.
Like
Oh,
what,
nuts.
Mark? Like what?
Delicious sausage, and it's not dried.
I mean, dried sausage is also nice.
Mark doesn't like dried sausages.
It's as moist as you want it to be.
Well, then
No, I had a
Mark
little
is
bit after we
weird.
let it sit out. No, I had a little bit of the second batch that you brought me after you let it sit out, and it really wasn't too bad.
Well, you have to try it again when you visit me, and I can actually try it under warmer conditions because you make the hotel room the ice age with your air conditioning shenanigans.
Lena, if you're following me, I'm pretty sure I'm going the wrong way.
Yeah, where's everyone else
And
at?
I don't know where the fuck everyone else went, so I guess it's just us now.
Oh god.
Go ahead and
Oh
pull
no,
the
it's
next
just
ones.
me. I'm alone. I've been abandoned. Oh, hi, everybody.
You know,
I found
Anova
you.
really is the patron saint of patience
Say what?
He's the patron saint of chaos.
and patience.
Wait, at this point, I'm just like climbing.
There's one on Mark over here.
Ow, 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 ow. Yep, I saw that.
Yeah, move him to the tank so that you can hit him.
I yeeted it.
There we go.
Deliver it to me.
Don't believe me, I will deliver.
Oh, fuck
I mean,
Didn't
that's
miss
kind of
that
true.
voice.
That was awkward. I don't know. I got hit in the face with a fireball, and it didn't seem to do any damage to the bad guys. Look, why can't I open your sleeping place?
Because I have it locked.
Mark!
What about all of these other tombs? Are those your mistresses?
Maybe a few.
Yes.
Greenwood altar will be sealed off in 15 seconds? Hello, please don't. I was just minding my own business. Well, these guys got fucked. There we go. There's the big boy. I think I'm in the danger zone, but I'm going to stay here.
Nah, she's got facing away from us.
Simona seems to be pulling pretty well.
I don't know.
She decides to spin him around, then we might be in trouble.
Maybe I'll do that at work someday.
Let's step back a little bit more then. Yay, you dodged it. Congrats.
Did I do well?
Yes.
Yes, we'll put it on your forehead.
Nice.
You
Where else do they go?
sometimes I do that with my sister when we have apples and we put a sticker from the apple on our foreheads, but I then sometimes forget that I did that.
Lol.
Oh god.
Also,
Hey, guess
by
what
the
I'm
way, I
doing?
accidentally
Yeet!
ate this
I'm the
thing.
tank now.
Oh, that is not good.
Mark,
Alright, Mark, pull the next grip.
fucking hell.
I'm the tank now.
Sure.
My tank put the tank buster into the party. That is not ideal.
Oh no.
Nope. And I don't even have any of my fancy bard abilities because we're leveled down. And I don't know how to use them yet. But I mean, if we're gonna
Wait,
power level up
I
to
need to
35
stand
and get
still
everyone
to
there,
do
then
stuff, guys.
Yeah, we had to pull
Yeah.
the thing first. Now we're standing still.
I don't
Oh,
even know where the fuck
murder.
it went, but I'll find you eventually. Never mind, I'm in trouble on my own. I'll be fine.
Come on, Mark, walk towards me with the thing.
I don't know where you are. Everybody left because I was
The blue
behind killing the last
dots.
thing. What blue dots? I don't have the map up in dungeons.
Honey, if I smack
It's on
you,
the
just fall
mini
off,
map,
and you
too.
can just go with me.
Okay, he's here. Almost here.
Oh, I'm fucked.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
God.
yep, I
He
died.
died.
Oh, thank you. How did you find me?
Because I have the map.
Fine, I'll turn on the map. Oh, those blue
There's the
dots.
mini map too, man.
Oh my God.
I'm smart,
In
I
this
swear.
game.
Old people in technology, man.
No, but the maps in this game are actually not
The map in
good.
this game sucks.
It's not
It blows.
great,
Oh, there's
yeah.
another
It
thing.
really blows. Nah, man, I'm trying to pick some plundered trousers, bro. Screw you, I want pants. That I won't use.
I guess I'm the weird one. I don't mind the maps in this game. I've seen worse.
No.
I mean, it's worse, but
I've
it's
actually
not
never
great.
seen worse.
Oh, I draw worse. Shit.
I like making maps. Laura, you've seen some of my artwork in that regard. I think it's pretty okay.
Actually, I don't think I have. I need to try and look for those.
Oh, really? I'll have to show you. I've got a campaign map for us and our D&D and all that jazz. And I built a couple of town maps. I'm getting better at it. I mean, you can tell that I've improved over the ages.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe I'm developing this.
Oh yeah, if you ever want to be a guest, you're more than welcome to.
That could be interesting.
Here, I'm about to dick that guy over.
I should probably heal the tank.
For a second, I thought you said kill, and I got scared.
Yeah, it sounded like kill to me too, but I knew what he meant.
I'm not gonna
Heal
do
the
that
tank.
too.
I don't think you can attack friendlies, can you? Here, let me disable
No,
this guy.
but I
He's
do
gone
get
down now.
a wonderful skill called Rescue,
Yeet. Oh no.
which pulls whoever I target to me. If there happens to be something in between you and me, well, oops.
But then you
Shit
have
happens.
the funny thing called inner release, and your rescue is useless.
I know, right? They're new players. They're not going to know how to do that.
I don't even know what that means.
See?
Sneakily
I'm
presses
just
arm's length.
here to shoot arrows at shit.
There you go. Pull them all. More.
Or maybe let me catch up. There we go.
Keep walking and ignore the enemies because they're following me.
Just sprint.
Yeah, sprint, Mark. Use your running leggies.
Running legs. The mages
Oh,
up
you
here to
have
get
little
pulled.
leggies.
No, it's like I used to run and I had an app, and then the lady would like encourage you, and at some point she would say, "Use your running legs."
Like, hang on, let me unscrew all my walking
What'd you
legs.
use?
Alright, time to throw some extra bullshit out there. Somebody's getting hosed.
I miss
Give me
Holy.
my power shot. Give me my power shot. Thank you.
Are you guys okay over there? 'Cause
I'm just taking care of the ones that got left behind. They're kind of flanking you. They'll die quick enough. They seem to be more pissed off at Undead Lord than me.
That's because I'm doing the
I
healing.
just exist.
I create more aggro than you do, unfortunately.
Well.
Because they go,
it is what
hey,
it is.
you're healing them. Quit that shit. Die. Okay, I'm sorry.
A battle axe? I don't know. Maybe I'll give it to Simona when we're done. Oh, somebody leveled up. Grats.
I didn't see those. I'm blind.
It's okay. We still
How did you not see giant spidery things? How did you not see your daddy long legs? What? You have little leggies? I have long leggies.
They were-
long leggies.
They're long enough.
You're not that tall.
Pull
I don't have a
more.
torso.
Keep going. Pull more.
Wait,
What is her
Yeah,
height?
sorry. He's like, I think he's like slightly shorter than Laura.
How? I don't know how long Laura is.
But Laura's like slightly taller than you are.
I am 5'10".
I thought we were the same height.
You and me? I'm pretty sure you're taller than I am.
Oh,
Hey, this guy that's close to us, Alina, can you just like bonk him real quick? Because for whatever reason, he's not going down.
okay.
I disabled him. I gave him, yeah. Thank you. Now I can go further without getting attacked. Get wrecked.
Nice. We're doing this a lot quicker now. We have a rosary.
Well, we sort of know where we're going.
Yep. And she's getting more confident in pulling big groups.
Hey!
A good thing, I guess. Oh my god.
Ooh, what's the sparkly thing?
Mark,
Oh, never mind.
stay
It's a
here.
door. All right, I'm the tank. First shot's mine. That's what you get. Mark, stay here. I'm the tank. Who's also a bard.
God.
Don't worry about it. Everything will be fine.
No. It's never fine when you say that.
It's gonna be fine. This is fine.
Turn
Everything's
around, you
fine.
fucking bastard.
And that's okay. I get bonus points for ass shots. I am totally okay with this.
Yeah, because he's turned to me like I want it.
Alright, we made really
He
good
likes
time on
it
this
up the
one.
ass.
And now that parody song is playing in my head. Oh no. You know the one, I take it.
I'm so sorry.
Da 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 da. Damn it. Back to the hentai.
All right, engage hentai mode.
And
Let me get out the social lubricant.
he is the Dominator. Hey, coffin dance.
The Dominator. Ooh. Just a second. Hydrating. What? I want the treasure. God dang it, you people.
Wanna be in a
It's
mess?
still there.
You
Okay.
have to click read past the
All right, I'm here.
Ooh.
Oh,
All right, already working on the imp.
I don't know what
Do
I
need
did,
to
but it
help
looked
with those,
cool.
or
You
do
did
I
a
just
limit
keep
break.
bonking?
No, you gotta kill the thing that before he's vulnerable again. You gotta kill the thing that has the purple stream.
Like
You gotta
is
cross.
that-
You gotta cross streams, man.
I mean, I know
No
I did
homo.
limit break, but did I use it okay or
Yeah, that's fine.
did I use it wrong?
Imp right behind you.
Generally want
Elena.
to normally save those
Elena.
for when they're getting
Imp right behind
close
you.
to dead. That way it's a finishing move.
Oh, wait, should it be a finishing move?
It normally is.
Not really.
All right, I've got the ads covered because I have an AoE. Oh shit! I'm gonna get out of that mess.
There's only a few cases where you absolutely
might
need
try
to do
to
a limit break on certain
Not
things.
be there.
Where are you?
All right, going for the imps.
Pulling the ass to her.
Inconspicuous imp. That's a name. That's a thing.
Taking those.
That is it. You are going down, son. There. All right, that one's down. Lady, you're doing pretty well as a black mage over there. How'd you get a cool outfit and I look like a pirate that does not come to terms with his sexuality.
Because I'm fashionable.
I am extremely fashionable, I'll have you know. I've got a good outfit. It's just... I don't know, man.
Did we do it?
I
We
just
did.
made a cool character.
Yeah, he went boof.
Tentacle man.
Well, I don't have any glamours or any of that fancy stuff yet. I just get what the game gave me to be a bard, and I mean...
Oh, I didn't do anything with
bard.
glamorous yet.
Who the
You
hell
guys
is
have no
wearing
right
a
to complain.
gigantic suit of
Your
armor?
spot is actually kind of pretty, and I just look like this.
Oh god, it is you! I was like, what dumbass is wearing that armor? Oh wait, it's Simona.
I will look
I
like a
think
schoolboy.
you get a worse version of that later on, still.
Don't make my life worse.
Ish, I like it. Except for the helmet. Can you wear it without the helmet?
No.
It's part
Oh.
of my... Like, I can't wear hats at the moment because the helmet is part of my chest piece.
Oh.
Alright, I will be
It's
right
great.
back. Use bathroom and grab a quick smoke.
I mean, I kind of want to go around 10.
And I have returned. Let me unmute Discord. There
That's
we go.
not what I said.
I guess you do want your eggs
Endeavor,
frosted.
I would consider taking
Oh,
another
huh? What?
Welcome back at exactly the weirdest time.
Apparently.
Oh no. Who pissed
wanna
off?
eat paper
Oh,
notes
that's
and
cool.
then
Is that a
you know,
griffin?
just
Griffin
Nice.
gang.
do your own thing. I'm done.
Oh, never mind. It's dead.
Small Griffin.
Every time I reach into the
Oh
bag
my
of
God.
paper notes and I don't get a chocolate one.
Because you ate them all.
No.
Oh no, there's a flower. It must die.
Wait, you don't have the chocolate paper notes then? Oh, then what's wrong?
I bought a bag of normal ones and a bag of white ones and I mixed it.
It died.
Why would you buy
Let's do
the
the other
white
daily.
one?
Because I like those and I don't like the other ones.
I'm down
Okay,
for
but
that. I'm
it's-
at
you
level
know what's
34,
really
maybe
unfair?
1/3 of the way.
Okay,
My
someone
favorites are the
is
dark
not got Guild Has
chocolate
unlocked.
ones.
I think it's Mark because he hasn't done the
I did a guild test.
leaf quest yet. Well, you have a guild
And-
test?
And do you know what color
Oh,
are the leaves
let's
of
try
in those mixed
this one
bags?
then.
The dark chocolate.
Okay, he hasn't done the first one, so he doesn't have the roulette unlocked yet. So we
Well,
got
I
the
found
first
I
one.
found a bag. It's at
Oh,
Aldi.
okay.
They have a little bag at Aldi.
First
And
time
I
completion
bought that
bonus.
immediately because I need that in my life.
Oh well, let's
Bomb
blow these
things.
motherfuckers up. Nope, I'm the tank now.
Wait, what level are we doing this?
We're level 11
God
now.
knows. Apparently, this is a really old quest that I somehow accidentally ignored. Sorry, folks.
It's all good.
I still love
Oh my god, I've lost so many abilities.
Same.
them. I don't know what to do.
We're waiting.
Basic training, apparently.
Here's the thing. Oh,
Get them all.
Kill them all. That's it. Area of effect. I'm the tank now. What? I can't use this ability? Oh, this is
Which
sad.
one?
My area of
Oh,
effect
you're
for
right.
arrows.
Oh, yeah. It's level
Yeah, I
18.
can't use it. I can't use it at this level. I keep hitting the button. I'm like, why is nothing happening? This
Only
sucks.
tanks get that privilege here.
Well, I'm just gonna chill out here and let Shimona get bonked by the weird. I don't even know what this is. Troll plant.
Cool boy.
Scobo.
Yeet.
we're done? Or
Yep, talk to the falafel.
Yep, that was it. Just talk to the falafel.
okay. I don't think I've done that before.
Okay, that should have unlocked the daily roulette.
What
That's
the
fine.
heck is this tiny little helicopter thing?
Yep, that
That's
did it.
cool.
I do
For
have
fuck's sake.
Here we
to
go.
though. Can't Elena join you guys?
Probably.
Oh, good.
Decline the thing and I will bring him in.
Shit, how do I decline?
She already did.
Okay, good. I did have the option. I don't know who,
Oh, sure. Alright, Lena, thanks for playing for a bit. You have yourself a good night.
we seem to be in the middle of a fate.
I'll probably hang out in chat maybe for a little bit, but that's
Okay. Go ahead and remove you from
Hang
call
out
real
in the
quick.
chat. I'll be sure to frost you delicately.
Oh dear.
Mark.
depends with what kind of frosting.
Spray cheese.
Well, no, then I won't. No, no thanks.
You tried it though. At least you tried it. And look, in your defense, you didn't get it all over the walls and the ceiling
I mean,
with a
I'll-
spatula.
Oh, hey, this one again.
I'll try
Don't
anything, but
Bring up the goddamn
Yeah.
chocobell every single time.
I don't even. I'm not even sure how that was possible.
well, good luck,
Challenge.
guys.
Play it again, but you're not gonna listen anyways.
Wait, how did we go?
I thought we just did
From-
this.
We did.
Oh my god.
It's random which one the
Elena,
roulette takes
your
up.
outfit is fucking amazing.
I'm cowboy.
Yes, we have the guns.
Where
Yeet!
is he?
All behind us. I can do that.
Oh yeah, stands by the way.
There, I've got some, I poisoned him, so that should help, and now I've tied him down. Now I'm gonna go for these two little maneuvers, and this one and that one, so I don't need a heal.
Too late.
Well, he died fast. That guy got fucked.
You got focused.
Your heist is almost complete.
Here.
Get your bloody arse over here! What do you think you are? How can you have any meat if you don't eat your pudding? Wait, no, I got that backwards. How can you have any pudding if you don't eat your meat?
We don't need no education.
Doon, doon, doon. Boom, doon, 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 doon.
Okay, that's it for the daily roulettes.
Okay, that's got me halfway to 35.
Well, let's do this one then. We can because
Okay.
one of our party members does not require much for this duty, who does not have Holly Tally unlocked.
I do.
Who does not have what?
Holly Tally.
I think it's
Doesn't,
Mark.
I'm sorry, I misheard you.
Holly Tally. It's one of the optional dungeons. Right under Couple Bell Mines.
Tell me how to get to it, and maybe I'll head over there and do it.
To the Waking Sands!
Yeah, I can just fly there for him, so.
Wait, you're gonna fly there?
Yep,
Wait.
except the teleport.
Oh, you're teleporting me?
you.
Yeah, I'll just go. Sounds good to me. I could have paid for that. I mean, I got a bunch of those little free teleport tickets.
Mark has to do some quests first, right?
It's a
Apparently.
small quest.
Okay.
Oh,
There you go. I got them out. Let's roll. I'll follow
you
you
can
guys.
hop on for me.
Wait,
just-
I can ride your
Yeah.
ridiculous robot?
Yes.
I want to ride the robot. I'll totally ride you.
Mark, stop
And it
training
plays-
sex with robots.
Wait, what?
Noise music.
Yeet! What the fuck? It turns into a goddamn airplane? What is this bullshit?
Are you having a stroke, honey?
No, it's like Speed Racer in the sky right now. I want one of these.
The only
Dude,
problem is
I am all about Magitech.
the exhaust goes straight into the camera, and it's so painful to fly.
Yeah, you've got a point. It is kind of hard to see.
Thing should be this guy.
You gotta love
Ouch.
elegant technology.
Nedrick Ironheart. Let me see what he has for me. Oh, Halatai?
Mhm.
Yes.
Hello, Halatai, or Braving New Depths.
Both.
Both.
All right. Right. Well, I've accepted that one.
Oh god, that thing. I do not like that
It's a
mount.
6-seater mount. The 4 other bodies are just hidden.
Yes, the whale. I have accepted the quest. So that's gonna take us to Camp Drybone, and then immediately south of that at level 20. And I'm just
Yeah.
gonna ride your amazing whale.
So-
Oh, no more seats? That's sad.
Oh, is it like
Yeah,
two
I should've
seats? Oh, I thought you said it was a six-seater.
Nah, it's a joke I make, because there's 4 boxes on the back, and I just say there's dead bodies in them.
Ah,
Alright.
I
I
thought
was
they
thinking it was
were
that
extra seats.
mechanical-looking one.
That one's south fast.
The mechanical one is even weirder, because that one just has a penis that extends.
Yeah.
What?
Well, I wasn't expecting that.
But
All
it's-
right, we need to go this way. That does. How do I? Well, we have to get out of here first.
Up the ramp.
Follow moi! Which may not be the smartest thing to do, but hey. Hey, how come your whale is faster than my chocobo?
Because it's
I have higher
flying.
mount speed. And flying smacks mount speed.
I can't fly yet, for whatever reason. I thought chocobos could fly.
They can, after a certain point.
You need to get far enough in the story to do it, yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, fair enough. We're almost there anyway. Should be right over here. Oh, yeah, I remember this dungeon. This got bugged for me, like, when we played a couple months ago.
It did?
I mean, I did it a whole bunch of times, and it just never let me through.
Huh.
Yeah. Nope, I know exactly what we're doing. I couldn't cross the barrier. It seems like I can talk to the right person now, though, so let's see. You whip through this. I don't care about your non-gentle beasts.
Maybe it
Wait,
didn't work because you missed a quest somewhere.
I don't know. There's that possibility. I don't want your weird goatskin shit. Give me money. All right, quest complete. Now, if I go to the entrance of this, is it gonna tag you guys along with me?
Or I could just do that.
Okay, so I've got that. Commence? Did it work? Did I do the thingy?
Mhm.
Yay! All right, so we only have to do 2 things for that asshole, and then we're all caught up. Yeah, see, the last time I was here, it didn't give me the cutscene, nothing.
Weird.
All I had to do was go in and fight one big guy, and then it was over. And I'm like, okay, that's weird.
It must have been part of a different quest.
I have no idea, man. I tried it
I
4
know
or
there's
5
a
times,
trial
restarted
here,
the game, and blah, blah,
but-
blah.
There's only a level 50 trial here. I don't remember anything else being here.
No, I would have been around level 20 at the time, which, actually, I think I was a bit higher.
Get them all.
All right, I'm limited to level 20, so I've got these for abilities, that, and then you, and you.
You missed one.
And smack the fuck out of this bad boy. No, come back. I can't shoot you if you don't come back. Get wrecked, bro.
Alright, pull the things in the middle.
Wait, are we pulling them all of a sudden?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
All the things. Now kill
Well,
all
I'm just
the
gonna sit
things.
here with AoE and random power attacks until they're dead. Oh, come on. Iron Justice.
That went pretty fast.
Yep, we got
Yep.
2 DPS that are doing a lot of AoE.
Fun.
DPS is fun. That is my chosen.
Oh yeah, DPS
I'm
is
the
a lot of
tank
fun.
now.
Alright, pull them all, Mark.
Help!
Once you get them, get up the stairs.
Well, that's quickly.
I've made poor life choices. Wait, no, Marilyn's pulling them. It's not me. Even I struck first. Even I feel ripped off. Oh god, I'm near the big guy. Let me take out the. He's called the Doctor. The Doctor. How are you a doctor?
It's a Doctor of Pain.
Robot. Oh, that's a big sword. He's giving me big sword energy.
Doctor, then the way that Marilyn is a cleric. Mark.
Yeah, you were the worst cleric I've ever played with.
Oh wow.
You're the only cleric I ever played with. My god, you're a cleric that thought you were a barbarian. Kill it all!
Mark made me a barbarian because I was a
Can I interrupt the 200 ping? No. Okay. I'm not gonna bother trying.
Where do we go from here?
Sad.
Because I want to see this little fire guy.
Just go.
Just kill him. Give him a little extra murder sauce. Get all that out. And Bloodletter, he's about to get hosed. Oh, who else has a poison ability? He's extra poisoned. Come on, recharge. Recharge. Okay,
you're talking about Arrow?
Fine.
That's mine.
Oh, okay. I don't know you had that.
Yeah, it's wind thing. It's wind
Oh,
damage.
it's handy.
What's that thingy next to your name?
Oop, time to eat.
It means I'm a returner on this character. I've not logged in for like 45 days, so I got an XP boost if I queue up with mentors.
You haven't logged in for 45 days. Oh,
On
you
this
mean on this
character.
survey? Oh, okay. Gotcha.
I haven't logged in on the character in probably a few more months than that.
Where'd everybody go?
Through the blue fire.
Into the fire.
Wait, you just
Oh,
walk
into the
into the fire?
While you right click on it.
What am I, retarded? Oh, there we go. Enter the ethereal flow. This seems safe.
It's totally safe. Wink, wink.
Let's just stand in some random blue fire and hope it works. I'm the tank now.
Mark!
This is gonna be bad.
Yes, yes it is. Keep going.
Oh my god.
Pull them all.
I keep it interesting for you guys. If we're gonna do low-level stuff, I'm gonna keep it interesting.
Pull the next group.
I still have to work with this little fucker.
No, Mark,
He
you
got
keep
stuck on me.
walking, and then you, at the end, you stop the fight. You bomb them once, you keep walking.
I'm not a tank. I'm just a retard with a bow.
Yeah.
And a lot of heart. Oh, he's going down like a ton of bricks. Laters.
Just, if I say something wrong, correct me, okay? I'm just thinking. I'm just saying my thing. You said.
Get him! Next
Oh, I
group.
almost yeeted myself off the map by hitting the wrong button. Thank God for chain fences. I almost did the classic move.
You are special, honey. Sorry, my sprint is still reloading.
Alright, let me poison him real quick, and this will be over in a second. Alright, back to my AoE.
What happened to him?
I jumped down the bridge.
Ah,
That was awkward.
that poison off of you.
Why does Peloton never have any effect when I use it?
You can't use it in combat. It's out of combat movement speed.
Oh. This makes a lot more sense.
Ooh, there's a treasure chest over here.
So I can use it now?
Yep.
No, it says cannot use yet. But it's fully charged.
Wait. Let me
Oh,
see.
wait, hold on.
Roll.
No, there we go.
It's level 20, yeah.
Yeah, I can use it. Well, let me use it.
Yeah.
Is it because it's already in effect by someone else?
No, Peloton always overrides. Custodian movement.
That's weird. All right, let's roll. I thought that was a combat thing and figured it'd be handy.
You will want
Ooh,
to make it a combat
treasure.
thing, because it's quite useless for 99% of the game.
Oh, I've noticed.
It's good for story though, because you can walk faster.
Oh yeah.
Ooh, I could get a new eye patch. Is it need or greed? I'm gonna go with need.
If you need it, then need it.
I actually don't think I've ever been up here.
My pirate needs an eye patch. All right, I gotta catch up with you guys. I spent too much time trying to figure out how treasure worked.
You sure did.
Shimona! Shimona did a yeet. Well, at least the bad guys are down. What the hell is this shit? Yoink. Ooh, I think it actually gave me the eye patch.
Nice.
Cool. Yeah, my old... I don't currently wear any headgear because all the headgear that I have literally sucks and looks retarded.
You can hide it if it looks retarded.
No, I will not cheat.
Fuck you.
All right.
It's just an option in the game. Mark, why do you always
I'm gonna be greedy.
Oh my god.
I don't know.
You
It is
keep
how the
telling me
Mark
that I
do.
cheat in The Sims.
You do, though? You literally turn on cheats?
Guys,
I mean, if you want to build in The Sims, you have
I
to
feel
do
like
that.
I should not be standing here. Oh, fuck.
Yeah, I use like move objects.
Can I get a res?
working on
Thank
it.
you. Oh, shit. I don't know what happened. I tried moving out of the way. It was
You
rough.
are sending in electrified water.
Yep, doesn't seem safe. I will take care of the rest of my healing. I have the cure ability. I did not realize this guy could do that. Doesn't seem safe. Yeah. Why is everything so weird?
Kill the lightning sprites.
Oh, those guys have to go before he's vulnerable again?
No, because water is still electric in real life, right?
I'm just gonna go in the water. Seems safe.
It's not purple anymore.
Electrified water isn't purple. It's just confusing.
Well, they had to make it,
Yeah.
give it some sort of
Ooh,
visual
extra
difference so you know, hey, don't stand in this.
I never get anything cool out of these things.
Are there two, but they have the same shit? But I'm never gonna be a conjurer. or a disciple of magic or any of this crap. I mean, you know what? I'm just going to pass on that. Wait, the ethereal flow, is that where I'm supposed to go?
Yep.
All right, I got this.
Ow,
I swear, I'm good at this.
Why am I being bonked? What did I do?
Exist?
Oh, fuck you too.
No.
I'm in a very abusive relationship. By the way, I'm the tank now.
Okay. Pull them all. Get them all.
You got it.
Get everything in this room.
Working on it.
That guy too.
Oh, fuck me. Where did that come from? I was not expecting
that was
this.
gonna happen.
I have questions.
Oh, I knew it was going to happen, yes.
My life choices have been poor.
I was waiting for that. That was great.
Oh, he went down like a ton of bricks. He was kind of sad. See, this just gives Simone a better experience at doing her job. Okay, he's dead-ass dead.
Oops.
Ah. What do you mean, oops?
Boots.
Boots. Oh, those are
These
nice
boots are made
boots.
for walking. Mark, you're gonna sing with me? I feel rejected.
What? What? What did I do now? Yeet.
What happened to the crab rave?
It's the paid for one.
Oh. I forgot.
I actually need to replace that one with a longer version of it because it's pretty short for.
Wait, hold on. Are we playing Doom all of a sudden? I thought this was Final Fantasy. I want my rocket launcher. Post haste immediately.
Well, become a machinist.
Actually, gathering jobs get a rocket launcher.
Sorry, I had to sneeze aggressively.
Bless you.
I had to sneeze aggressively. Alright, I got this guy all bound up. And that was the wrong button.
I think that'll be on fire.
Do these. Quick yeets. Let's get him poisoned.
Fire bad.
Crap, oh crap, oh crap, oh crap, oh crap.
Oh, apparently he's invulnerable to poison.
Well, he's invulnerable to everything right now. And now he's not.
What do I have to kill?
Fire sprites.
Ah, okay. Alright, got my poison shot in.
Fuck all those ads in particular.
Might as well make use of the straight line Naomi.
Yeah, it popped out right in front of me, too. It was a bad time for them. Yoink!
Achievement
Hey, I leveled up. That was worth a lot.
Hey.
Okay, this was totally bugged for me when I first tried to do it, because I didn't go through any of this.
I think the best part about this dungeon, I still don't have the question roll from this on my main.
I still think Simona hasn't figured out whether she wants to be a medieval knight or a goth at a bad concert.
Hey, let me live. I'm trying my best over here. It's just that I have like a glamour on my pants, which are supposed to be armor as well. But then I ran out of glamours, so now I look like this. Like a midlife crisis.
Which now means you should be able to do the Sunken Temple of Karn once you go over there in Ul'dah to unlock it.
Okay, we're out. That's good. I think I want to put on my eye patch, so give me just a mo. Wait, I think I need to hit I for that? No, crap. How do I get
Control I.
Character. There we go. Oh, I'll teleport with you first before I fuck around with that. That's putting something. That's going to give me some extra stuff. Control I. There we go. All right, so I got a better bow, which is cool. So I shall equip that. Now I can equip that, and that looks cool. I got so much random shit that I need to sell. Oh, what's this? A toad skin jacket? Cool. I don't know what it means. Maybe I'll look less like a weird pirate. Well, my outfit's about to go to shit. Brand new skirt. I think I'll pass on that.
Well, you don't look pretty.
Pretty.
Dude, I have no idea what I'm going to look like right now. Probably dumb. I thought there was a character. Yeah, here we go. Oh my god. I'm never going to make fun of the way anyone looks ever again.
Sorry.
Whee! Ow.
Open up. Whee!
We're going Western Thanalan?
Oh.
Or was it Southern Thanalan?
Quarn?
Yeah.
I never know where I am.
Little Amigo. So Southern Talon.
Okay, that's what I thought.
I'm running out of chocolates.
Well, that's unfortunate.
On a wrist guards? What the hell is that under?
Should be under gloves. Or hands, whatever.
Or actually, no, there's a category for wrists, oddly enough. Equip. Didn't even know I had them.
So bracelets.
It would seem to be. Well, my gear is all fucked. I no longer look like a pirate that's questionable about their sexuality. Now I look like somebody who's colorblind and has no sense of style.
Hi.
Where'd everybody go? What, are you colorblind with no sense of those were words?
Yes.
Sense of style? Where are we going?
Southern Thanalan.
I think I'm there.
To Little Alamigo.
Wait, complete the trial levy? Isn't that, or leave, or whatever?
Yeah, I think that's just an extra thing you picked up.
Oh. The Archer's Anthem is what's next on my list.
That's the
But I thought
job
there was one more.
quest.
I thought there was one more thing that I had to do. I thought there was one more thing I had to do for the person that we just did a thing for.
I don't think you might have to go back to
Because
the
I had
other
two.
guy,
I had. Yeah, I had a lot of whatever that person's name was.
Do I have this one? Have I turned to this? I have, okay. Good.
Anyway, I'm down for whatever goals you guys have, so you let me know.
Oh, we're getting you to the next spot to unlock, which is the Sunken Temple of Karn, which is in Southern Thanalan.
Southern Thanalan. Map. I'm in Ulda, so hold on. Ulda, you said Southern Thanalan, so that should be over here. I'm not attuned to any of the Aetherite stones there, unfortunately.
Just have
I
to go
can
to,
fly you there.
yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm chilling out here. I'm in Ulda.
There's-
So, did you unlock the Temple of Karn yet?
The what?
The Sunken Temple of Karn?
Let me check that.
The
Barn
goblet.
is in Little Amigo. Can you?
How do I know if I check? How do I check that again?
Push you, go to the Dungeons tab, and see what dungeons you got unlocked.
Oh yeah.
Do you have
thank
Blackburst Station, Mark?
Do I have which?
The teleport to Blackburst Station.
you. You repeat the name.
Let me see.
And then-
Station.
Could you repeat the name for me?
The Sunken Temple of Karn.
I do not. I can go to the Steps of Nade. Or Nald. Sorry, Nald.
Where would that be?
Steps of Nald is in Ulda.
Yeah, you can go there. Yeah, I can pick you up there.
Okay, I figured that'd be pretty easy. Teleporting, and poof! Thank you, sir. All right. I am here.
So did you have that one, Simona?
It's not on my list, no.
Okay.
The highest level one on my list is Halatali.
Okay,
Well, you
so
might have to go to Horizon.
yeah, you're going to have to go to Horizon, talk to the guy, and in fact, I'll head over there and
How did you even get to the list of dungeons?
you.
It's-
You?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, literally just you. No, the highest level one is the same one that Simona has.
Well, you're about to unlock that one. And Simona, if you will accept that teleport, I will show you where we gotta go.
Elena,
Really
I don't see you.
Yeah, you were in a different area than I thought you were, so...
Oh, well, I just went standing next to the big crystal, so I'm by the door now. At the big crystal.
Wait.
Where is
Wait, where are
Simona?
you?
Shit, I'm right here. There's a lot of people here. I'm by the main aetherite crystal, Ulda, the Steps of Neld.
Oh, yeah, you need to go outside.
Did you
of
never
it.
attend
Can you
to this
teleport
crystal?
to the Gates of Sultana, or no?
See where you go.
The
Via the
gates of
Ethernet.
Sultana. Let me see. Let me go find one of those real quick.
Okay, you need to come to
The main crystal, you can use it as an Ethernet as well.
Ulda then,
Oh, okay.
Simona.
And you said where?
The Gates of Sultana.
Gates of Sultana. I do not have that.
Okay, I'll just get you out of the city then.
Gates of Sultana. It's not even on my map.
Oh god, I fell
Yeah,
off.
you need to have all the Ethernets done to get it, so it's not that bad. Do you see the A marker on the map? On your minimap somewhere?
In the city?
Yeah.
That's negative. I do not.
You just walk
Center
out
the
of
map on me. Center the map. Oh, I do see the A marker now.
Hi, Mark.
Yeah.
But now I need to figure out where the hell I am.
Simona, you were real quiet all
Oh,
of a sudden.
this way.
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, let me check if I've got my microphone.
Oh, hi there.
Hello.
Is this better?
A little bit.
Did you just like randomly fucking change into the Grim Reaper at some point and we didn't notice?
Unlock Reaper real quick, so I have a melee.
Nice. All right, this is the A, so we got that.
Melee DPS is a lot of fun.
Is there a crystal here that I should activate or something
No.
like that? Just walk my ass through the
What is this
the
shiny
gates of
thing?
Sultana. Now I know where that is. All right,
Wait,
I'm
why
through
did
there.
you guys suddenly disappear from the map?
Because we went outside of the city.
Ah, shoot. I was trying to follow you.
Up
I'll
on.
come out the city because I'm out over here too.
Okay.
I'm gonna ride the whale.
And she will ride my chocobo. Why are you making weird noises?
Whee! This thing's fucking ridiculous. Look at it. It's got wine and a fancy plant on top of it.
Simona,
Yeah.
be wet.
I was trying to find the exit. I'm so sorry.
Oh.
I can't find it.
I thought you were right behind them.
The true
No.
Ulda experience.
Let me head inside. Let me see if I can find where you're at.
Absolutely romantic. Is this a rosé?
Over here.
Oh,
Hey.
I went the wrong way. There we
Apparently.
go.
Hit.
My bad. I was like following you guys, and I looked at my screen instead of the map again. And then the next time I looked at the map, you were gone. I'm like, I don't know if you went left or right. Help.
Hop on.
Sorry. Oh, how do I?
Damn, this is a long ass way to travel. That'd have been a shitty walk.
Yeah.
Oh, I've been here before.
Sorry, I don't mean to
Yeet.
test your patience like that.
What?
Are you kidding me? I just tested poor Elena's patience. Hey, Mark, can you do the simple thing and go to this place? And I'm like, I'm lost as fuck, boy.
Can I fly through here? I can't, okay.
Aw, Sag.
I want to get you the ether right so you can teleport here later as well.
Yeah, if you happen to know where it is, I wouldn't mind being dropped off real quickie.
Oh god,
Did
this
we
is
just...
difficult to see on this wheel.
What on the fucking... where are we going? Hell?
There we go, an ether right.
Oh, well.
Welcome to Little
I'll
Alamigo.
be right back.
As for you, please attune to this crystal.
Let me up. Okay, so this is what, Broken Water?
You're attuned to it already?
Yeah.
Well, I wouldn't give you the option to teleport earlier then.
That's near the central gate. There's okay. This seems like a pretty good place to be. Thank you. I will hop back on now. Ride. Yoink. I'm so sorry. My outfit used to be stylish, and now I have no sense of style, and I'm colorblind. But the specs are better. How come I'm not wearing an eye patch still? Come on.
You have your headgear hidden, probably.
Oh, do I? How do I unhide that? I actually don't
You
remember.
go to your character tab. I do not know the keyword shortcut for that.
See.
Is this...
Yeah, and then at the bottom should be hide display main hand, and then hide display headgear.
Oh, okay, cool. Now I've got my cool eye patch.
You can talk at this point.
Okay,
I'm back to
so,
being
Can you
up.
talk to this guy?
Wait,
Yeah,
this
you need to
guy
talk to this
an
guy.
Afroist?
Oh no, that's a fate. Do you have a
Okay, that's
quest
what I
marker here somewhere?
Okay.
thought.
Braving new depths. Okay.
To Horizon we go.
The... Wait, what? Back to Horizon?
I don't think you accepted the quest. You probably weren't high enough level.
I should be.
No, I
He's
had the
35.
option to accept two. I just didn't accept two at the same time, so I might have to talk to that person and get the other one.
Ah.
That's probably where I screwed up.
There you go. You get a nice
How do
little
you
carriage.
switch
Why
these
is my
out
character
so quick?
looking like that? She's sitting with her head in her hands.
Let
like
us
she's-
fly! Oh god, you can't see
Your
shit!
driving was that
What the hell is this? How did you even make it through that tunnel? We're gonna crash and die.
Hello there.
Oh, hi
Hi.
down there.
Meet y'all there.
See you there in a minute.
I'll probably have to catch up
My
because you'll
dumbass
move
didn't
faster
pick
than
up the
I
quest.
do.
Ah, well. Wait, the music for that vehicle is ridiculous. Alright, this guy. Yes, Nedrick Ironheart. Hello.
I'm so tempted to buy that mount.
I mean, I'm gonna tell you, it's pretty fun. Okay, Braving New Depths is what it says. Speak to the sunken temple. Speak to the Bibibu.
Okay,
Well, that's a
there
name.
we
Yes,
go.
that's the correct
At
one.
the sunken
This way,
temple of
okay.
Karn. So that is Braving New Depths. I have to be level 35. Okay, I am level 35. That's going to be at Little Alamigo,
Yep,
which I can go to for free. So don't waste your money on me. I'll fly. I still have like 80 teleport tickets. Sorry, 78 now. All right, so that should just be a quick little jaunt.
I
in this
almost
direction.
accepted that teleport and stranded Simona.
Hey.
I stopped
been fun.
myself. Don't go give
I
me that
have
hay
no
when
idea
I
if I'm going
managed
the
to
right
stop
way.
from doing it.
Did you go up? Did you need to go up?
Okay, good job. I'm so proud of you.
No, I needed to leave.
there we go.
Now
I
that
have
I'm
this
outside,
feeling I
think,
should jump off
I
a
think I'm in the.
cliff.
Oh, hi. I think I'm in the right
Oh,
place.
No.
Should just be right over here.
Yeah.
Mr. Scary Stone Man seems kind of scary.
Don't fuck that cliff.
That was a shortcut.
Never
No,
mind,
I
we shall
won't
kill
leave
it.
you.
It was actually.
What in the cinnamon toast fuck did you do to that thing? I
Honey?
didn't even get to sneeze at it.
Murder.
A murder most foul.
Dude, I'm just walking. Lana's over here just killing everything, one-shotting it, and I'm like, okay.
It was
I'll
a
just
murder
keep
most
walking.
heinous. The bullet went through his eye and out his anus.
Wait, what?
Here's
Ah, here's the person I need to talk to. It's a falafel. Yada 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 to research. Proceeds as no
That small side.
yada. Quest complete. Wait, what?
I should use my Fantasia and become a Lalafell.
The Sunken Temple of Karn is now accessible. That's what we were trying for, right, guys?
Yes.
Okay.
And I'm getting someone over there now.
All right, we'll chill here for a minute.
You're like a princess.
This gives me a chance to find some. I will assure you, I had much more fun on the amazing flying ridiculous thing from Speed Racer that flies, and a whale with a lovely romantic dinner.
Oh, well, fuck me then.
Well, I could have if you were on the whale.
There's only room for 2.
Ah, well.
Mine has room for 4.
Oh no, you have the retarded cat!
I have the wagon.
Are we there yet?
I haven't
Almost.
seen that one. We weren't that
Okay.
far away. It's not that long a walk.
Yeah, if you would
Also,
be so
Anna killed
kind as to
basically
attune to
everything,
this.
Of course, murder is good.
Yes, murder is good. Is there a little thingy to attune to next to here?
No.
I didn't see one. Oh well. At least we're
Why
here.
is there a firebird flying over here?
Why
The
isn't
fuck?
there
Okay.
one?
Ooh. See, I want the Phoenix. I definitely want the Phoenix.
Oh yeah, that's a fun fight. A very fun fight.
Wait, you have to fight to get the Phoenix mount?
Yes. It's a
Multiple
drop.
fights.
Oh, well, shit. At least you
Not
said
really
the
a-
fight was fun.
Oh yeah, a lot of the fights in this game are fun. I am so looking forward to when we have to fight Titan. You just don't even know.
They
I
should
will
not-
giggle myself
permitted.
so sick.
I think the worst thing about Titan is not getting an Asuna after getting the Gal. It's terrible. You're like a 70% damage down for 50 seconds? Truly.
That sounds rough.
Rough is the frickin' Eden version of Titan fight. Oh god.
Hi, we're here.
I
My
I've
dodo
done
says
Titan
hello.
Savage so many times. It's such a fun fight.
talk
Yeah,
to
I've been here
Bibumi. Or Babumu.
I think.
Okay, so I enter.
No.
Only the party leader can keep us up.
When she unlocks it anyway.
Oh, it's unlocked for me.
Yeah, she's gotta unlock it now.
Oh, Shimona has to talk to the little falafel.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, hey, we're all caught up. That was efficient.
Keeper does not have any skills at level 70.
This one's got puzzles.
I like puzzles.
I don't remember how to do them.
I do.
In normal
This would
runs,
be
you just
great
skip them.
We'll be
Speedrun strat.
fine. It'll be
Who needs
fine.
to do puzzles? Just fail them. And spawn more enemies.
And I made a puzzle in one of our D&D campaigns where every time they tried touching or opening a treasure chest that they thought was left by a party of dwarves or something, I just kept rolling dice for how many pixies would spawn, and they got to the point that there were 31 of them before they realized this might be a trap.
I get nervous putting in puzzles in my games because my players have difficulty with clues. Like, a lot of trouble with clues.
Since when were the pixies a trap?
Dude, that
killed the
treasure
whole-
chest was a trap. I know you killed them all, but you didn't get anything for it. It was a trap.
Oh.
Hallucination, if you will. I'm the tank now!
Okay.
Why are you this way?
It's
Well, the
just-
I don't know.
fight was funny because
I
Fruit
probably
got
shouldn't do
aggressive.
this at level
It's always
35.
funny when Fruit gets aggressive.
She got stabby. With the
I
arrows.
think the funniest moment in the whole campaign was the frog apocalypse.
Yeah, and the time you
Okay.
threw a potato and hit Grinix in the face.
Why is everyone getting injured? What the hell's going on?
I'm thinking.
Apparently.
See? You're the tank now.
At least I'm a memeing job, I guess.
Okay.
Memeing job? Is that what this is?
Now,
Alright,
memeing
this
jobs
is
have
our
the
first-
I
highest
think
defense besides tanks.
That with the frog apocalypse, when Laura just went with it without blinking and just completely went nuts and started role playing Frog, who had completely lost touch with reality and went full on murder mode with the frogs. That
I
was
am so
fucking
looking forward to
amazing.
the first boss in here. This is going to be hilarious.
Oh no.
Yeah, you know why.
I'm gonna
Why did
end
you
up
say
tanking,
oh no
aren't I?
like
You probably are.
I'm
Why
scared.
did you say oh no like that?
Grab the helm of
We
might.
end up tanking.
Huh?
Because you're going to end up tanking.
Yeah, because I'm not going to tell you how the mechanic works. I'm going to let y'all figure it out for a minute.
Why is there a floating head?
Why is there a floating box?
That's a head.
Oh, okay. I saw it from behind. It looks like a box.
Why did I die?
Because you ran away from me. I was trying to get something.
Oh, I'm sorry. Might be it.
I'll be impressed. Good back. Oh.
Oh, I just got decked. What the fuck happened?
The tank ran away and I couldn't heal her in time.
I'm sorry.
Did we all just die?
Yeah, we all died.
Yeah,
We wiped.
I died.
Okay. Well, crap.
So, respawn.
Big oopsie.
Okay,
Still
let's
have
try
my
that again.
debuff. Wait, they still have my debuff on them? Huh. Interesting.
I was
Ouch.
like, get all the things. I was doing the thing.
Well, yeah, you
Yeah,
got.
and then you took off into the fucking sunset.
Normally it's fine. Just make sure that I'm with you when you do that.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I was abandoned with this weird floating head and all kinds of crazy
Can I
shit.
go?
Wait for Mark to catch up and then go.
I'm here.
All right,
Yeah,
let's go.
All right.
All right.
Redo.
And I don't into the next room, right?
Yep. Because we got the item in there already. Pull everything.
Oh, boy.
What? Look at that. There's bees.
Shut up, you.
Focus the
I like
bees.
bees.
Kill the bees as fast as you can.
I'm trying to stay out of the weird purple shit.
Okay.
Seems safe.
That was my bad.
I died.
Yeah. I couldn't get the cure off in time.
You also died?
Almost. Exit the res, please. Why did you not exit the res?
Sorry.
Okay,
Ooh,
I'm
I
dead
just
now.
went down.
I am so sorry.
Those bees are nasty.
You do remember your...
Temple bee my ass.
Yeah, you used your mitigation, right?
Yeah, she did, yeah.
Okay.
My what?
So that was just me not getting
Yeah,
my heal off
mitigation.
in time. Okay.
It happens. We got this. Right behind you guys.
I actually
Sorry.
didn't
I
realize
think I
that
was
Cure
the
2 was
last guy.
or regen was available. Because I'm so used to not using them.
Oh.
So that was my fault right there. It's like, oh yeah, I do have this spell now.
When we
Wait,
were
don't you
doing
want
the
any
other
of that?
level thing, I couldn't do my AoE thing. I'm like hitting a button, going around in circles going, what the fuck is wrong?
You only pull
Then I
one
actually read the
abilities.
screen.
Nope, you don't. Okay. Good to know.
Alright, get wrecked, motherfuckers. Ow, 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 that hurt my face. Kill the bees.
Okay, go ahead and pull more. I got you.
Alright, I'm in full mode then. Wait, let me get rid of that bat. He was on me for some reason.
She didn't pull it off yet.
No, I'm way behind you guys. That thing just wouldn't fucking die.
Then stay with us.
He was following me.
There's more bees, Mark.
Okay, let me grab this
I don't
gem
like
of
these.
influence. Alright, go.
Wait, Elena, is it you doing the purple thing that I keep trying to avoid?
This one?
Yeah, that one.
Yes.
Oh, I thought that was a bad guy. I'm like, I don't want to stand in that shit. What the fuck?
And now for the fun.
I'm scared.
That wasn't
You
fun.
say it like it's not gonna be fun.
It's fun
Oh,
for
he
me.
I
doesn't-
wonder if I
Scary.
can stun cheese him at
The-
200 ping. I highly doubt it, though.
You said
You can give it a
stun
shot.
cheese him.
Yeah, you can stun the mechanic, technically.
Well,
But
I
I
can
don't
use
think
Mage's
I'll be able
Ballad,
to do
which
that.
I have done. So let's see if this helps.
It's just a nice damage boost.
Hey, we could use it. I'll take it. Plus, when I use Bloodletter, I get a bonus. And I have my slightly rearranged hotbar now, so there's that.
That was not a good thing
Going
for you
for
to
the
stand in. Yes, kill those ads ASAP. They're bees.
The bees.
Got
I
it.
don't see any bees.
That's because I killed them.
They're dead.
Okay, good.
I think Elena helped as well, but they're quite dead. They did not last too long.
Ah, also
Here
really shit.
we
All right,
go.
I'm trying to knock this guy out real quick. Get that. There we go. Yeet myself out of the way. Get right back in the fun.
Oh, a What was that?
That didn't seem safe. Stand away!
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Oh no!
What happened? Oh, fuck.
Did I make a mistake?
What killed me?
Doom.
Doom funny moments.
What? You guys are having an inside joke that I don't understand.
Please go
I
save
mean,
the
he's
Reaper.
almost dead. I just got one shot. My
Yep.
health was nearly full. It was very
Your
sad.
health was full.
It was. And I just got fucking one shot.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Thanks for the res.
I'm gonna
That was
need
interesting.
those. Okay, so just to explain what happened, you saw that big ass AoE that covered the whole room. Well,
Yeah.
neither one of you
I
noticed
tried
the
to do the
debuff.
jump back.
It wouldn't help. It covered the entirety of the room. That inflicted
Oh.
doom on all of us. These
Yes.
3 tiles glow.
Mm-hmm.
You have to run onto the glowing one to remove the doom debuff, or you die.
Oh.
Oh.
Well, that explains why I died, because I was standing
Because
right
it's
between the
funny.
two of them. I was standing right here, minding my own business, and I'm like, oh,
having some sort of like.
I don't like to
inside
give
joke between the
spoilers.
two of you.
I just
You're
ran
like-
and just
you're both
backdashed.
have like this evil little chuckle. I'm like, something's fucky. Something is fucky. Why are you doing this?
Because spoilers are bad.
Bees!
Kill the bees!
Stunned him.
Stun the bees.
Before it does its
Like,
final
that is what I am doing. Bees did not.
No
live.
way in hell I'm actually going to remember the Doom thingy.
Oh,
Well, then
I
don't
mean,
just die.
whenever you get this
Oh,
dungeon.
hey, look! This looks fun. A death claw. Hi. I brought friends
The
to the
heads are
party.
gonna be fun as well, aren't they?
Oh yeah, I'm not going to tell them how that works. We'll figure that out.
Okay.
You dick.
Oh, for fuck's sake! I got killed by one of the heads, and I don't even know how yet. So I'm just gonna yoink the bastard
Okay,
and try to disable him.
You need to get aggro off of Mark, please. Oh, he killed
I'm
it.
good.
Never
I'm
mind.
good. I'm
I
good.
already killed it.
I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine.
He can go fuck himself.
Bad head.
All right, combat's
Stand on
over.
the glowy thing. I'm standing on the
Yeah.
glowy thing.
And he's gonna start. I was gonna scared. I'm so scared. I don't trust these two. Oh my
Wait,
God.
why did the head get back up?
To give you head, of course.
What is this bullshit? What? What the fuck is this? You are dead, son.
I'm just going to sit back and wait for a minute.
What in the cinnamon toast fuck?
It dies pretty easy, doesn't it?
Should everyone stand on the glowy thing? Or
No.
am I the idiot?
Oh, hey, it's back. Up, 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 up,
Wait a minute.
up.
This seems like bullshit.
So close, so close.
He needs
Ah,
to go on
wasn't
his
quite
word,
there.
doesn't he?
Yep, that's exactly what needs to happen. He's almost on it. He's so close.
The hitbox detection for these things
Well,
is
at
so
least I
jank.
figured it
Yeah.
out without you telling me.
See?
Well, you tried to move him. Oh yes, it has turned red. It is sad now.
This
And
one's
door
mine.
opens.
Oh hi! 12 more!
Oh,
Great! Just what I always wanted. Alright, that's it. It's all going south now. I'm just gonna take a little step back from that. These pop back up. Do we have more squeaky things? Yeah, we have more things we need to get it to stand on. Alright, you sons of bitches. Fight me!
they ran the wrong way.
And it's on it.
Alright, I'm gonna use one of my abilities to hold him. Never mind, I don't need it. Oh, nicely done.
All right, pull everything in both rooms.
Puzzles.
I shall pull everything in both rooms. Hello, I'm the tank now.
All right, go to the other room and get them. Oh, you got
This
okay.
is how I die.
Go, 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 go! Get them all.
Right behind you, right behind you, right behind you.
Yee. Have a regen.
Oh,
It's
fuck.
good for you.
Get me out of there.
Why did that spell not cure you? I'm concerned.
I don't know.
Please don't stand in the red.
Sorry.
You're really giving our
Makes it more
healers the sweats
interesting.
over here.
Like, okay, that might be why every time I cured you, it's like nothing happened. It's like, what the hell?
Did they fix this glitch
That
already?
can't be it. That can't be it. I bet you were just doing it wrong.
Ah,
It
they
looks like
fixed
we have
it.
some friends over here. Oh,
Yeah, you used to be able to attack them over the wall, but I think they fixed it.
Yeah.
It's so glitchy. They just run all the way from there to you.
I kind of want to find out if I can. Okay, I should rejoin the party before I get lost. I'm going up these stairs. We'll pretend it's fine. Hit my sprinty button, so I'm speed.
That's good. I have aggro on everything.
Oh yeah, this bus can get a little fucky too.
What? What? Everything.
I have
fucking-
returned.
Welcome back.
Because it's Sunken Temple of Krark. That's just the law. That's how it is.
All right, everybody
Damn
gets
it.
the mage bonus.
Oh, no.
Or, sorry, the the bard
It's
bonus.
time to run.
It is time to run indeed.
I
While
do
I
not
get
feel safe.
The tank up.
Kite gaming.
Tank is
let's
up.
go.
Kite gaming indeed.
If I get
Goodness,
aggro,
bring him to the tank.
if they reach me, I am dead.
Yeah, just run them to the tank.
Yeah, I have to run through them. That's the thing.
Shit.
They were all grouped up in my AoE, and now it's not
Ow.
working so much.
Simona, help!
Ow, that was my face.
Where's Simona? There's Simona.
Up that door. back real quick.
I've got 2 aggroed on me. I could use a little assistance.
Run them through
They're not
her.
hurting me too bad though. Maybe it's keeping the heat off of you guys. All right, you're gonna die, motherfucker. The condemned my ass. I'm gonna condemn you. Ouch.
There we go.
Damn, this guy won't fucking die.
Yeah, they got a lot of health.
I do. Bastard. There's a really big scary thing in the other room, by the way. Alright, I'm back to helping you guys. I got the ads. Or whatever they were. Whatever wasn't this big mean looking thing.
Ooh, I ran out of mana for a second.
That's no good.
Hello.
Alright, that was
Hello.
interesting.
Okay, give me a second to let my mana recover.
Hey, let's go. Yeah. I was gonna say, let's go say hi to this thing. He looks friendly. You say when. I'll cross the
I
barrier.
don't want to go. I don't want to go.
You'll be fine. He's only
Can I go
mildly
bombs?
fucky. You can
It's
go
just
bomb.
a stone golem.
I'm going for the soul stone. I don't care what you guys say. Here, have some bard music.
Oh, why is he not taking that much damage?
Curious.
Because you have to go for the soul stone.
Holy shit, what happened to you? Did you stand in the red?
No!
His auto attacks
Get
hurt
away
him all
from
as
the
well.
red.
She was
It's,
fine for a second,
it's
then I looked
pink.
away.
It's a big issue.
Okay. He's ready to go now. Did my Barty things. He's tied up. I've got my double damage. Wind shot going out. Ah, crap. I have 17 seconds left on that. All right, I'm going for the soul stone. Oh shit! Do not point that at me. We are not friends. Not like that. Oh fuck! I'm stunned. I didn't take that much damage though. Just want to move.
I did.
Okay.
Oh,
I tried to interrupt his cast, but I couldn't do it in time.
fucking hell.
The panic.
I
got a
am
little-
so scared.
All
I
startled.
don't, you know, I just don't want to know what your wrath is gonna be if I keep fucking this up.
I think we can just kill him now. I'm pretty sure.
Let's go. Oh, shit.
Probably.
Nah, he's not taking hits.
Oh, no.
He had 1%, so.
Yeah.
Hi, guys. Dude.
I once had a
Shiny.
hero that's up to gear. He's got one shot by the punch. That was great.
Wait, what?
Yeet.
I will certainly need that. Thank you.
What is this?
That is for me.
No, that's for Disciple of Magic. I'm gonna pass on that one then, so you can get that. There was something else I like better.
Oh, it's an evil carn cowl. Oh well, I'll wear it.
Well, you guys pull. I'm ready. I've learned not to screw
Go,
around
go,
with this
go.
dungeon anymore and just pretend I'm the tank now. Why did the music in the game suddenly stop?
Probably
Yeah, it
cycling.
does that sometimes.
That's just weird. Like, there's just suddenly no fucking sound. Is that normal?
It happens sometimes.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
It's when it cycles sometimes forgets to loop.
Oops. Well, that's fine.
I mean, it's even more weird glitch in an ultimate fight. If you get hit by an attack by accident, it can just cut out your audio until you restart.
Sorry, I didn't
I'm gonna need a
step
heal.
away on time. I'm so
I'm
sorry.
gonna need a heal.
I don't think
Working on
it's
it.
You're fine.
Right to your left. Wait, I got this. Alright, leave me be. I'm good. I forgot I have my own heal that I can use once in a while. I was busy trying to learn
cover.
new bard things.
A black mage
Yeah.
weapon. How nice.
Woo! Ooh, treasure. Hold on. Anything
What
good?
is all these again? Puzzle time.
I don't remember these doors.
Gonna pass on that one. Wait a minute. This is mysteriously suspicious. What the hell is that? Temple Croc? Is it a fucking, what is it,
let's
fucking
see.
crocodile here? Doesn't look like a crocodile.
fall of
It's like a
steel, though.
weird goat.
Might helmets?
Lizard. Goat lizard.
I
Ooh,
guess.
That's
stone
treasure.
pedestal. Stone pedestal.
Yeah, look very closely at the symbol on top of that pedestal.
Wait, it's just say on top of the pedestal?
It must
Oh
be the
my
helm of
God.
might.
That is some real BS.
Ooh, treasure.
Eh?
Do we have to remember all these symbols? There's more than one. Wait, there's two. Okay.
It'll be fine. This is fine.
What
We'll
was
figure it out.
My memory is shite, man.
That's
Actually,
okay,
I
I got
want
it.
to walk in here because I want the mapping of the realm of this place on my alt.
Doo 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 doo.
I almost walked into an enemy. Better wait for the tank.
What do you mean? I am the tank.
Yeah, but I'm not.
No, I'm the tank.
Well, then go get him.
I don't know where you guys are. I was
Upstairs.
following Elena for a minute. Oh, this looks fun. All right, here you go. Fight time.
Oh boy.
I have no sound at all whatsoever, so without audio cues, this gets a little wonky.
I play without sound anyways.
No, I mean like literally no game sound. I'm not talking about the music
Yeah,
being
mine is
broke. There's
like
like no
such a
game
low
sound.
volume, I barely hear it.
Weird.
All right, there you go. It took me a minute to get my bard
I
song
can't,
out.
I
well,
can't
that
do
was
both
useless.
listening to
This
everyone
one
talk and game.
is the Flame of Magic.
Oh. Ah, I was gonna put a thingy in it. Okay. Ooh, treasure.
Over. Corn boots.
Ah, that's for Disciples of War.
Oh, definitely need that. That is for me.
Can
You and
someone
Simona.
remember all
Those
the
are
symbols?
way fucking better than my current boots. Yeah, I remembered most of the symbols. We should be fine.
But there's two more here. Do we have to remember all of these?
No,
No,
Okay.
it should be pretty obvious. There's only 4.
I know what the
I'm the
combination
tank
for
now.
this one is, so don't worry about that.
Okay, everything's kicking my ass. Bye. I'm leaving. Ouch. I have made poor life choices.
Indeed. Pull them all. Get everything.
Eat. Oh, wrong button. Oh, don't stand there. Ah, no, don't stand there either. Leave me alone.
Ow! Oh, God, ow!
Oh, that's where you're not supposed to stand.
I got caught by a tail swipe. It hurt.
Oh yeah, those are nasty.
Don't die, don't die, don't die, don't die. Oh,
Thank you.
We got it.
okay.
Cool. Not so bad.
What's this about?
Yeah, I don't
oh,
remember
shit.
these ones.
Okay, Fruit of Knowledge goes on the right. Flame of Magic goes on the left.
How do you know?
Because I saw it at the front of the beginning of the dungeon.
You said Flame of Magic goes on the left? Must be perfect. Here we go! Eat!
And now we use the Scale of Judgment.
Oh, yes,
Yeah,
judge
my
me,
way of
Daddy.
solving that was just, hey, there is a guide.
No, it's literally the entrance,
Why'd you
literally
make
right
this
this.
one black?
That's because someone just
Will I
walked
get
into the
my sound
boss.
Damn, I didn't get my sound back. I might have to restart after this.
You look spooky.
There seems to be more than one.
Yeah, let's get the treasure before we fight him.
Oh, I already did.
Oh, okay, good. Ash Disciple of War, and that
I
is
asked for 2
for
seconds.
the tank. 2 seconds, okay.
Okay, I'm gonna take a sip of my tea.
But
Yeah, I
yeah,
was
right
gonna
at the
say,
start
I'm
of the
just confused.
dungeon is that very same Scale of Judgment at the beginning.
Where's the treasure? In this room? Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's on the loot on the bottom right of your screen.
Oh, do I just click that?
Yeah.
Well, that's easy. Well, that's not going to be for a bard, so...
The goggles might be, but the chest piece is definitely for
Oh, the goggles
Simona.
totally are. Yeah, the chest piece
It's,
is.
it's not as good as what I have, though.
Just as soon
It's
as I
actually
get
better.
a nice eye patch, I'm back to goggles again.
Because
It's
I,
better.
I hate these armor pieces that are chest and headpiece combined because it's not better at all.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. I forgot about that part that I can't wear a helmet right now.
Yeah.
Why can't you wear a helmet right now?
Because of her
Because my
chest piece.
helmet is part of my chest piece.
Yeah.
Anyway, pull one ready.
Okay. You got the goggles. I wanted the goggles. They were cool.
You, my goggles. They're for my class. Oh, there's a lot of those little symbly things on the floor. Oh, he went down like a ton of bricks. Unintended.
Oh, you're so funny, Mark.
Sure. Let me guess your opinion.
Oh, am I only allowed to speak when spoken to?
Alright, going through the
wait, these
ads.
things are spooky. These have to go, right?
Yes, Dad.
Oh, look, another one. Oh, fuck! Get
Oh,
me out!
fuck,
Ow, it hit
indeed.
me in the face. Okay, no, I think it died. I think. Maybe. I don't know. That doesn't seem safe. I'm just gonna stand over here. I feel safe here. Okay, sort of safe here.
I have no idea what's happening.
My ballad is over.
Oh, no, not dungeon in the orange.
Yikes, that doesn't look safe. There we go, and then... That's down.
I must flee.
Are you alive
I
again?
must flee again.
Oh, fuck! I nearly got spit roasted by whatever the blue is.
Lasers.
Yeah. It's everywhere! It's everywhere! Nowhere is safe!
Hopper now!
This is not safe!
Oh, shizzle.
Where do I stand?
Anywhere the blue is not.
Oh shit. I can't move, I can't move, I can't move! Something slowed me. I had paralysis.
GG,
Thank
guys.
God. Dude! This was like laser tag for insane people.
It starts getting crazy.
That was a thing. Duty complete.
You know, I probably shouldn't have taken a shower before this because, you know, when you sweat when you're scared, it's like the worst sweat.
Just do the gamer lane.
What?
Gamer lane, you know, when you have to try hard so you lean forward.
Don't need that.
I don't understand.
Spell shifter.
Yeah, you know
I
how
got a
when
soul.
they focus, they lean forward? It's called the
Yeah.
gamer lean.
Yeah, but how?
No, I do that because I have bad eyesight.
Whew.
And then my VTuber gets angry eyebrows. It's not because I'm actually angry. All right, I'm gonna have to relog because this is weird. My sound just like fucking died. So I am going to restart and be right back.
Alrighty.
Which apparently there's a 20-second limit on. Simona, how are you already damaged? What'd you do?
What do you mean?
I don't know. It said you were damaged.
Oh no, if you
No?
spawn in an area and then it adjusts your HP for how many party members you have.
Oh,
So
okay.
it updates later. And I'm gonna be off, so
Alright. Thank you for
See ya.
joining. That's nice.
Yeah, thanks for the help.
I have a class
appreciated.
quest.
Do you still have that thing on Saturday? Or are you free on Saturday?
I have to like we'd have to start at 6 maybe. Oh, it depends on how late we want to start.
What do we want to do?
yeah, dinner.
Yeah. I can probably delay it by an hour, but it's like we don't have any other
You can't
days we can
cancel
almost do
it?
anything. Not really. I can see if I can do it in like the afternoon, I guess.
Yeah, if you can do it in the afternoon, that would be great.
Yeah, I have to ask around a bit with the static.
Mhm.
But yeah, I'm gonna go off.
Alright.
Alright, man. Thanks
Have a
for
good night.
playing. Sleep well.
Take care.
See ya.
Sleep is for the weak.
I sucked at puzzles in D&D. All depends on the puzzles.
Jonas, you made some of the best puzzles in D&D, my friend. What was his name again? What was the character that we kept trying to get you in trouble with? He was like the expert doctor, but he was also the expert machinist. We'd just tell you he was the greatest at everything. And we'd keep getting you into trouble with him. Like the whole party would just encourage you to make terrible Leth. It was Leth. I was the one who made terrible decisions with Biff.
Nice.
Well, Biff was like this big rhinoceros-y like character, and he was the co-captain of the ship that we were on, and I mean, he was just kind of a dink. So I was just kind of a dink, and it got me punched in the face a lot.
Mark,
I
you
get-
just get in
I
trouble
just get
on
punched
like
a lot.
every single thing you do.
I think Flay also enjoys doing that, so you know what? If she's happy, I'm happy.
Hey Mark, can you teleport me to the quarry mill?
I return, and I have sound. The quarry mill?
Mhm.
You ask me to do something? Jesus. Where's the quarry mill? Is this the quarry mill? No, that's repairs. Trader. Where's the... If you tell me where it is, it might be easier.
Black Shroud, and it's South Shroud.
Wait, it's in the South Shroud. I need to zoom
Yes. The Palace of the Dead. That's something we'll have to unlock later. That'll be fun.
I have to do Archer's Anthem next. Let me see. You said South Shroud? Oh, I'm still in Thenelin.
That's where it is, right? No.
No, I thought it was. I thought the South Shroud was in Gridania.
It is in Gridania.
Sorry, my bad.
Oh, you need to go to
Oh,
Camp
actually,
Tranquil?
I have something there called Treevenge. It's level 20 that I need to do, so we can all do that. Off to Quarry Mill. I do have it in the South Shroud.
Oh wait, I'm not
And
attuned
we've
to
got a
that. I
mission.
can't teleport with you. Fuck.
Well, I'll wait.
Ooh, I'm about to get Cure
It's sad.
3.
Oh my god, where am I?
Viet, I owe you an
How far do I
apology.
have to walk?
When last we spoke, I promised I would find a way to convince my brother to accept you, but I fear he intently refuses to heed my words. The more I try to reason him, the more he shuts his ears to me. All pride, no common sense, that one. I could scarce believe we are kin. So intended he to prove that you are unknown that he dashed out into the forest all alone, but that he would placate every last elemental and save the forest all by himself. They say such a task is far beyond his powers. There is a part of me that would like nothing more than to see his foolish boy learn his lesson, and yet, as a sister, I fear for him. Would you go look after him, be it? Seedsy or no, he is in many ways still a child, and the forest grows ever more unsafe these days. I thought to go myself, but if you were to save my brother from his own recklessness, perhaps he might finally see how virtuous he has been. When last I spoke with him, he announced his just to begin his efforts in the Bramble Patch. They like you may still find him there. Now please go in haste before some ill fate befalls him. That goofy Gooferson. That's what yeah, East Shroud.
You might have some mail.
That's what
Don't worry
that much
about it.
was. Is it more apples?
It is not apples, no. Did I send you apples?
Yes. A lot of them.
Are you complaining?
I have a lot of them. Oh no, he might complain about what I just sent him, to be honest.
Oh
What
dear.
did you do now?
Yep, you've sent me a total of 20 apples so far.
I still have 110.
What's the deal with the apples?
An apple
Don't
a
worry,
day.
what he's getting next is even better.
Is it a pickle?
No. Why would I
can't
send you a
just show
spicy
people your
pickle? Maybe I can.
No!
Well, I guess we'll just have to see when he checks his mail.
Oh
There may
my
or may not be a
God.
delivery Moogle nearby.
I really need to upgrade to the full version. The paid version.
Oh, Daddy, would you please take a bite of my spicy pickle? It is so hot. Daddy.
Mark, you are a literal child.
I don't know. I gave him a spicy pickle. I think it's a sea cucumber. Only pickled and spicy. I don't know.
God.
Anything's a dildo if you're brave enough.
What?
What?
Oh my god. There was this ad. Wait, can I say something else safe for work?
Sure. I think we've passed that point.
My coworker
Yeah.
shared a photo with me from a store somewhere in the Netherlands. It's like a drugstore. It's kind of like a Walgreens without a pharmacy. It's weird, but they apparently put a sign up for 50% off of a certain vibrator, and it says Saint Nicholas is not the only one coming this year. And it's like, what the fuck?
Fair.
Have concerns.
You know, they do say that Christmas comes earlier every year.
Yes. Well, Saint Nicholas is not Christmas. Though they actually put under that, and maybe maybe Father Christmas too. So that was the thing. But yeah,
I have to talk to this person? You're a player. Why are you trying to chop down trees, bro?
Because
I
he's a
understood
botanist
that
getting
this
lumber.
Store did that independently, and that the headquarters of the franchise is not amused. That's the thing.
So I've got this green thing here called Level 20 Tree Venge.
Is that a leave?
Yes, it is.
Okay, you have to go to your journal and initiate it.
Oh, okay. Let's see. Journal. Wait, that's the quarry mill. You guys wanted to go to the quarry mill, right?
It was my sister's favorite adventure. Come to show me up, have you? Yeah, you guys can go ahead and do that. Well, you can march right
Wait.
back to...
The quarry mill or the, I already did the quarry mill, right?
I don't know. I don't really mess with the leaves all that often.
Well, they're both level 20. The rewards are meh.
Yay for not safe for work. Thank you, Jonas.
Jonas does not save for work.
Well, you can march right back and tell Stitch that I'm doing just fine. I am only resting. Even if I were hurt and unable to placate this tree, what could a run-of-the-mill adventure like you do about it? Well, you see, you little shit, I can do this.
Mark, Gainer told me so hard when he saw my
Yeah, it's kind of disgusting.
He says that by now he's totally justified in calling me a loser to America.
I mean, he's not. I mean, he is. He's not wrong. That's right. Sorry, I'm taking care of the thoughts at the moment because I promised I would do that. You're going to see a bunch of bans for a minute there. Don't worry about it. I've already done my research. I have been doing this for years.
I didn't know you were a mod.
Well, he made me a mod at the beginning of this, but we kind of, took off running. Oh, jeez. This thing's got 42,000 channels. Are you joking me? Goodbye. Next, I already know you're a bot, so goodbye. And I know you're a bot already, so goodbye. And you're a bot, so goodbye. That's a new one. Literally, yep, you're a bot. Goodbye. Discord for streamers is a bot. Goodbye. Discord streamer community is a bot. Goodbye. No bots allowed. All right. Eloise Eladora is not a bot. Wonderful person.
Oh yeah, she's awesome. I gave her a shout out earlier. I think healing a sapling or two is going to...
right before I joined.
Yep. It's going to convince me that you are a worthy inheritor to the teachings of Master Hatawa. And you yourself do not believe those words. Sister, what are you doing here?
Oh my god, he called me a Rogadin bitch.
Ooh. What? Kill him.
Now I'm gonna punch him.
Seeing to my pig-headed brother's safety, what do you think I am doing? Better or worse, it would appear you suffer only from bruises to your leg and your pride. But for your obstinacy, you know that deep down you are no fool. No, you are wise beyond your years. You realize as well as I the dire fate that will befall Gridania if we do not quell the Great One's fury and restore peace to the wood. The adventure is not but jolly, this is true, but what of it? Would you bluntly trumpet tradition as the very force turns against us and brings ruin to our home? You have a greater calling to answer, you know this.
If this one's a bot or not.
I do, sister. With your damn toy staff. Oh, my dear Aaron, what is this for if not to forget the little brother's fits of folly? Now, yet, I believe the most important task of all still awaits us. There's a return to Camp Tranquil. Chunky!
Chunky! Quit singing!
I like that there's a frickin' tuba when this thing is riding. Tuba and trombone, I think.
Just a moment here. I'm almost done with these bots. You have like 20.
Good lord.
It's pretty insane.
That's more than I've had in the past.
It's definitely. There's been a recent, what would you call it, a rash of them. And since I don't personally, on Sound Alerts is your bot, right?
Yes, Sound Alerts is what allows people to bonk me.
Okay, that's what I thought. Just wanted to make sure. I've never seen anyone use it before, but hey.
Sorry, as I was using it, because I saw other people using it.
This is another one. I'm not sure if it's a bot or not. If it is, it's a new one. Might be a friend of yours.
What is my frickin' position of this thing? I look like a frog.
Ribbit.
Frogs.
Or-
Oh, nope. This person's in 15,000 channels.
Good
I'm sorry.
lord.
You. Oh, the first one I banned was in 42,000 channels, so don't even worry. That ain't no thing.
I've banned a few of them over the years. Well, the months.
I have suspicions about this one as well. Yep, that one's in 10,000 channels. You're not human. Goodbye. Alright, that should be pretty clear for now, and it's going to take a couple of minutes before, before this... Oh, damn. I banned 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12... 14. 14 bots.
I don't normally have that many in there. Holy shit.
Alright. Yeah, well, I don't either, but I share my ban list with people, and now that I'm a mod for your channel, and we're both affiliated, I can share my ban list with you, and that's going to make things a lot easier.
Cool.
Because I've been doing this for 2 years now.
Oh, yeah, that reminds
My
me.
bot ban list is freaking huge.
There's a couple I meant
so
to ban
were we
on
going to
Simona's recently. Forgot to do that.
Quarry Mill, or what were we going to do?
Oh, I'm doing my class quest.
Wait, what about me?
Oh, okay. I was just wondering what we were doing.
No, what about me? I heard my name.
Did you? Oh, right. I was going to ban a couple a-holes from your chat some time ago. I just forgot to do it. One of them doesn't matter because they got their account deleted.
Wait, are you a moderator on my chat?
Yes.
I thought you were a VIP.
You may be a moderator, I believe.
Really?
I think so.
Huh.
Who's talking trash on my girl's channel?
Oh, it wasn't on
You
her
don't let me
channel.
know about this, man.
It wasn't on her channel. It was just someone being absolutely disgusting, so I was banning them on every channel I had the ability to.
Fair enough.
They were being racist, and one of them was sexually harassing the streamer in German. The one being racist got his account terminated.
I haven't had that, but I've had two guys try to make like advances. Like one of them, let's see, when I streamed very early, I think before I met Mark,
Ugh, yeesh.
and then it was just I just had like I didn't even have a mic on, I didn't have a cam on, and I had nothing, just a profile picture on my Twitch, and he started trying to get me to like DM him and all that sort of stuff, and then I stopped immediately, and I was like, I'm never doing this again. I don't like this. And then after I met Mark, I tried it again, and the first day I was streaming was by myself. I had my camera on, and I had mic on and everything, and this guy was just like asking me to let him pay me to like privately stream for him, and I was just really awkward.
Eee.
Feet pics.
And then later I watched the VODs back, and I was so sad because you could see from the footage of the stream and my face at what point that guy texted me. You could just see it. It was so sad.
Oh, wow.
Like my whole demeanor changed. I felt so gross because he was there watching me, and I was like trying to figure out how to ban him.
Well, now you got a couple of mods that will happily bring the axe down on those fools.
Oh, yes.
Well, Mark's making me a VTuber, and I think that's gonna make me a lot more comfortable because then I don't have my face on there.
Oh, you're going to get creeps still. Don't.
Yeah, but then it
Yeah,
doesn't.
you sure will.
I think I will not feel as bad because they're not looking at me,
Unattuned, unattuned, unattuned.
and they can't tell if it's affecting me because they can't see my face.
Thank you. It was only a matter of time before Arun came around to reason, and yet his hesitance to accept you was not entirely unfounded. When we first met, I promised that one day I would share with you the tale of why white magic came to be regarded as a forbidden art. Well, because it caused the calamity once, during the War of the Magi. Well, I suppose this is as good a day as any for the telling. Till begins some 3 millennia ago, in the 5th Astral Era, it was the time of the endless frost, when a barren wasteland of snow and rime stretched as far as the eye could see. Food was scarce, and warmth scarcer. The history has told many a grim tale of those who died in their beds, starving and benumbed. so did our ancestors discover magic, born out of the most fundamental instinct, survival. In time, the winter thawed, and magic was no longer essential for survival, but since once awakened to its conveniences, there was no returning to how things once were. Along, the people discovered all the myriad ways in which magic could be employed, and civilization flourished. But prosperity breeds contempt, and nations warred for power and riches, so did people seek greater and greater power to rain destruction down upon their enemies. So was born black magic, the most devastating form of sorcery the world had seen. At the same time, another form of magic emerged, brought forth by those who would keep the immense destructive power in check. That is white magic, our magic. Does this surprise you? Just as there can be no dawn without night, the white and black are but two sides of the same coin. War raged on, and magic was used and abused with little concern for the consequences, and consequences there were. Unchecked use of magic soon dried the flow of ether, threatening to bring blight to the land. Magic of healing, it made little difference. If used with no concern for the ether, our magic would prove as ruinous as the land as the most devastating black magic spell.
There's a creature called a lost lamb, and it looks so stupid. Sorry. Oh my gosh. It's like the dodo equivalent of a lamb.
So it was that the practicing of white magic was forbidden, with one exception, the Pajal. Our common was entrusted as sole shepherds of the now forbidden art, to serve as healers and bringers of peace while ensuring that this great power should never again be misused. Though he's still young, Arun feels this profound sense of responsibility as strong as any of us, thus his hesitation to accept you. But having seen your abilities and the sincerity of your intentions, you can rest assured his doubts have been dispelled. The three of us united in place and purpose, when your skills are growing, the day that we may perform the quieting draws near.
Oh wait, I have a chocobo.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry. Talking to myself.
You're good. To our fortune, the Great One has not yet entirely consumed by fury, but our time remains short. To unite the Great One and restore the Trollswood to its former state of harmony, we must truly be of one heart, one of mind.
Is there a volcano here? Because that looks like a volcano.
Where at?
I'm in Middle Anoska, I think it says. The text is too small for me to read, but close enough.
It's this end that Atawa Kant has guided you to us. Further your mastery of our art fiat, and let us mend the wounds of the woods together. And I now have Cure 3.
Hey!
Yay! I'm doing a quest, not a guild mission? Some bullshit.
Mark.
I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just going to a place where I can get some stones on the map so I can teleport here. Tiny Mandragora. You don't look very threatening. But I feel like the big ones are threatening and they explode.
Whew.
Never mind me, I'm riding a giant chicken.
Right.
Summerford Farms. Oh, this is cute.
What is this? Enter the 1,000 Maws of Totorak?
Yep, that's the next dungeon.
Oh, okay. Then maybe we should wait for that for Alina. I guess.
Oh, we also got it marked to that point, too.
What do I have to do to get to that point?
Main story.
That's what I'm on. Archer's Anthem. I mean, I'm kind of in that area anyway, so it shouldn't take me too long.
No, but we have 30 minutes before I go to bed, and Alina's not here, so I feel like next dungeon should be with Alina.
Okay.
Yep. I've been streaming.
I'm in a relatively safe area, just minding my own business.
Okay, well, I can go ahead and get ready to call it quits for now. I have been going for about 8 hours, 40 minutes now.
Oh, yeah.
Wait, you've been going for 8 hours and 40 minutes doing what?
Well, before this, I was telling ghost stories.
Yeah.
That was this morning?
Yes.
No, I was sleeping.
Don't worry, it's going to be the VOD. So you can listen to it at your leisure.
That's my leisure.
Yep.
I do ever so like things at my leisure.
Leisure or leisure? Or is that just a British versus American thing?
What?
Leisure? Leisure?
I think you can pronounce it either way. It's like potato.
Yeah, it really doesn't matter.
Nobody says potato!
Sure they do.
Fuck!
I'm going to start saying potato from now on.
I do it for that
And
very
tomato.
reason, too. I do it exactly for that
Mark,
reason.
You're supposed to help me get better at English.
English is fucked.
Well, yeah,
It makes
it's
no
Dutch.
sense.
That's a very good point. Learn some Dutch. It's fucked. It
Mark,
mix
why don't
English,
you-
French,
why don't you
Spanish,
treat- why
German,
don't you
and the
treat us to
occasional
some Dutch?
Scandinavian. No, because it's more fun to shout German words.
But maybe everyone's curious to how far you've come with your Dutch. Look, there's
don't know, I had
curious
the wall
Gorge
behind
on
me
my
once.
part, so he's probably curious too.
Go back to New Britannia so I can get rest XP.
Haha, I want this.
Look,
Oh,
there's other
Apollo!
Dogos.
Thanks for the raid. We were
Hello.
just about to end. How you doing, man? Hang on, let me give you a shout out real quick. Let's help
To be
you
fair,
be doing
that Nibbler
well.
has been going for a very long time. Like, insane. 8 hours and 40 minutes. Like, what the heck?
I mean, I do still have like 3 stories to tell. I could finish those off before ending for the night, I guess.
Oh shit, I think I
Yes.
just went through the wrong gate.
Oh, we had a really good stream. Thank you, Mark, for the gifted sub to Apollo.
Of course.
Oh, it's a new
It's just
follower.
Rumi.
Look
Thank
at
you for the
that.
follow, as well as Apollo.
Aloha.
Yeah, we started off the day telling a whole bunch of ghost stories until our usual time of running Final Fantasy. Speaking of which, you were playing Final Fantasy as well. Nice. I'm running a bunch of new people through the game, getting through the story. Both this group and another group, which I'll be doing another group on Friday, I think.
I'm supposed to go here. What am I supposed to do? Get on top of this fucking rock?
Oh,
Wait, there is somebody up there? How are you supposed to be able to jump up this rock? Wow, that was annoying as hell.
oh, Rumi's doing the same thing for you. That's awesome. Always nice to get more players into this game. It has an awesome story. So,
Oh shit. Anyone want to spawn on me real quick?
1
I
second.
could use an adult.
I'm coming.
These
hang
things
on.
are level 40 and level 38, and there's a lot.
Why do you pick fights with the big
I am not
guys?
attuned to that ether, at least Eastern Lenoska, so give me just a moment.
Oh boy.
Just let them die.
I'll be fine. This is fine.
You good?
You did this to yourself, man.
They're not that tough, but it is a little annoying. Because these things have a...
No,
Butt
I am
fuck ton
not
of
new
HP.
myself. This is a new character, but my main has basically completed all of the story. I've got White Mage up to 90, Paladin, Ninja, Black Mage up to 80. I was working on Bard and Scholar. Doing a bunch of the crafting stuff with them. I'm up to like 60 to 70. I still got a lot of content left to do, but not exactly new. Let's see. Still alive?
Oh no! I pissed off a little weird zebra-looking thing too.
Oh no.
Oh god,
it
it blows fire. Are you a lizard? What the hell is this?
It's a raptor.
I think it might be a zebra lizard.
I know where you are. I'm on my way.
It's a grass raptor. Alright, I'm just gonna do a quick little heal here.
Right, I had to go to Lord Lenoska, that's right.
I think it's over. I'm out of combat.
But you said you were somewhere safe.
I thought I was until whatever it had me fight was. Now I have to go back to the Black Shroud and the South Shroud near Quarry Mill. I guess all I had to do was defeat those weird little spirits, and well, apparently I aggroed basically everything that's alive over here at the same
Yeah, that would do it.
time. Yep.
I was done leveling my Dragoon. Wish I never chose the class, though. Well, they call it floor tanks for a reason. Well, I got to get back on that grind. Have a good night, me. All right, man. You sleep well. Thanks for popping in. Thanks for bringing your community in.
Here's.
Cheers.
That's, once I get somewhere safe, I'm probably going to send the train along.
I'm gonna eat pizza.
Enjoy the story, lads. Oh, yes. If I could
I'm a lad.
forget the story and do it again, I would. Of course, technically I am doing the story again, so it works out.
Why is there always a fate next to this weird bard guy who lives under a goddamn tree stump or whatever the fuck this is?
Art.
Leave me alone.
There's one of those guys
That'd
over
be
here.
nice.
No.
That poor man's just trying to live his life and you're just insulting him.
Well, he's surrounded by violent flowers.
Well, someone's got to grow them.
I like lighting them on fire.
See, this is why he grows them. It brings you pleasure to light them.
Bard's Eye View, not available until level 40. Okay, that's fine. I think I'm leveled up enough now. My feisty little chocobo is still on my list.
Oh yeah, that unlocks you to be able to summon your chocobo companion into combat to help you out. Which is super useful. Pretty much, I think. Yeah, I got to level
Nothing
mine.
wrong with a little bit of cockfighting. Okay, let's do it. What?
The fuck?
You want to be like, why are you like this?
Yes, that's
I have to go
exactly
to
how I
Camp
feel right
Tranquil
now.
for this.
Why are you always weird?
I'll just summon my chocobo and yeet myself into the distance. Oh, I saw someone
I
on
have to slay a
Dragon.
giant sandworm.
Can you slay my giant sandworm?
You know how they have like those things where you can put the banana in and then you can like shut it and it slices the banana?
What?
I think I need an adult on Deadlore.
I
I
it's
feel
time
like my
for bed,
banana's
man.
in
I'll
danger.
talk to y'all later. Good luck, Mark.
Oh, fuck.
Look at the time.
Scared antelope? I should probably save it. Come here, Mr. Scared Antelope. I will talk to
Exactly,
you.
banana split.
Oh, crap. Never
Good
mind.
luck,
I
Mark. She's
attacked
gonna
it,
split your
and
banana.
now it wants me to die. I would prefer my banana to remain unsplit. Thank you.
Oh my god. This is so bad.
I thought the scared antelope would be my friend. It's not being my friend.
Because it's scared of you.
I was just riding a chocobo, minding my own business. Who gets scared of
Hey
chocobos?
Jonas, when you spell lol like that, that's actually Dutch for penis.
What?
What? Really?
Yeah, L-U-L
just gets
is
better and better.
Dutch slang for penis.
Lol. So wait, if I lull you to sleep, does that mean I just gently tap on you with my gentleman sausage?
I shouldn't have said that.
Oh,
I
God.
shouldn't have said that.
I get my Dutch lessons in the weirdest way.
I know, right? Oh, boy. Anyway, I'm going to go ahead and find us someone to raid.
Mhm.
Let's see who is currently streaming.
Oh, actually,
Ooh, Uncle Buckets. Specs. I haven't rated Specs one. Ooh, Ashu's still streaming.
Mhm.
So,
oh no, I died!
you died. Well, don't do that. So,
Yeah, just don't die. I mean, what the fuck?
don't die, forehead. Alright, so pass the train on to Ashu Kitsune. She's currently playing Overwatch 2. I'll be playing some Final Fantasy XIV with her on Friday as well. And tomorrow I'll be running Dungeons & Dragons Curse of Strahd. So, I will see you all later. Please have a wonderful night. Take care of yourselves, and I'll see you all next time.
Here's everyone.
I will hold off until that's done. Thanks everyone for the follows, the subscriptions, and the raid. And thanks so much for an amazing last 3 months. I didn't think I'd pull half of this stuff off, so we have. So here's hoping for another exciting 3 months.
It's all about community.
Amen. And raid now.
Yeet.